Good morning. Good morning. I'm just going to make my coffee. I'll be right back. Give me 5 minutes. Okay. Gorgeous day outside. Good morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is a fine Wednesday, the 15th, tax day for those of you who file yearly. Okay, the New York fangs are starting to come off of these little dips. They were pushing higher. S&P futures hit all-time highs again. We're currently trading 7,011. We're up 6 handles from yesterday's close. Bank earnings. Wells Fargo. Bank of America. What was Wells Fargo again? Wells Fargo. All right, it's inside of yesterday's lower wick. Wells Fargo. Okay, Wells Fargo. Bank of America with earnings. That's much higher. Bank of America. So XLF, I bought some XLF prior to earnings. I believe it was like Thursday or Friday. Anyway, XLF continues. It's headed to the 200-day. I'll probably take some off soon and reassess. Banks look good, though. Okay. You're so pretty. You're a pretty kitty cat. You came to visit me? You're a sweetheart. Yes, you are. All right. We got earnings in Intel on the 23rd. Let me just pull up my, trading view. I got to get that up and running. Can't focus on the markets without trading view, Vinny. Okay. I decided to take a long walk today instead of run. Oh, let me grab my half and half. I'll be right back. Okay. So Intel dipped a little bit pre-market into yesterday's action. Intel, we got earnings on the 23rd. Analysts expecting a non-GAAP loss of 11 cents per share. If Intel comes out with a gain or a positive number, that could be really interesting. Okay, let's get ready for the opening bell. We got 4 minutes to go. AMCL. Okay, that's looking all right. All right, so the New York Fangs are starting to catch a bid. Google, Meta. All right, starting to pop a little bit. AMD. New York Fangs catching a bid. Amazon, Google, Meta, bid right here.
They say the house always wins, but that's about to change. Meet Novin, the commission-free exchange. Here you trade against real people, not a sports book. Build parlays your way. Take total control of the odds and get ready to win big.
Okay, looking good. Where's my? There we are. Okay. Let's see. AMD turning up. AMD. It's inside day so far, but starting to come up off of the pre-market low. Meta with 2 minutes to go. 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go. Meta new highs. Meta new high. Meta new high of the week. Okay, we're about to open here. Here we go. Good luck. All right, first 15 minutes, I'm just looking at profits. If I want to take anything off, I'll be doing that. Okay. Honeywell. Okay. Honeywell's higher. Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft looking good. There goes Meta. Meta. Let me just get that here. Okay, Meta looking good. Strength in Meta, AMD, NVIDIA. Apple's trying to bounce. A little profit taking in Amazon and Google. Financials continue. Looking good. Okay, there goes Meta. Meta looking good. Nice volume at the open. EQT, RBC Capital Markets, maintaining its sector performance rating on EQT. Robinhood, Surges as the SEC approves changes to day trading restrictions, boosting the company's outlook. Robinhood, higher as they change day trading restrictions. Robinhood surging. Okay, let's go take a look at Robinhood. Robinhood. And it came back down now. All right, fading at the moment. Fading, profit taking. Robinhood. It should bounce. Okay, New York FANG components. Let's go take. The S&P 500. Okay, trace. Let's go to Gamma. Lots of purple on the screen. You can see Brent had mentioned this large AM expiration. You see that purple, basically big blob right there? That was expiration at the open, probably due to VIX expiration this morning. S&P 500 starting to look at the S&P 500. We're going to go for new all-time highs, obviously. S&P going to go for new all-time highs here. Futures already hit it. Okay, there we go. Looking good. Okay, S&P making new highs. Hedge flows are rising. Hedge flows rising. Hedge flows rising, looking good. Gamma is positive. Microsoft is going. Microsoft going. Apple. Apple's going. NVIDIA ripping. Wow, look at NVIDIA. Holy smokes. Look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA. All right, so we know we got positive gamma. NVIDIA. Big move here on NVIDIA. Wow, wow, wow. Holy smokes. Okay, go for the all-time high. Not too far ahead, overhead. Wow. Okay, NVIDIA, nice little pop there. NVIDIA. Let me just see what I want to do with NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA. Okay, futures continue to rise. Meta, KKR, private credit, KKR and BX. All right, let's take a look at those. KKR. Okay, following through. This is going to be a good one. All right, so KKR and other private credit companies. I'll show you what I'm looking at here. Potential. All right, so it looks like a big cup. Okay, it looks like a big cup. So you can see prices move back up into this range. It's not going to be a straight move to the upside. Right side of the cup forming. Okay, right side of this cup is forming. That's going to look good. All right, let me just record this. Okay, futures continue to rise. Okay, so that's the same thing with BX, private credit, part of the financials, private credit, also. All right, nice little rally. New all-time highs, looking for new all-time highs. NVIDIA looking okay. Okay, Apple, big pop on Apple. Okay, still inside of yesterday's highs. Oracle, what are we doing, Oracle? All right, inside bar on the top of yesterday's price action. Looking for Oracle to continue. Peloton popping up on my screen. Peloton. Okay, trending. Peloton. Cheap name. I bought some in the money calls. Peloton, I believe January. Yeah, January. In the money calls. Also have some spreads. Peloton looks good. Okay, what's ARM Holdings doing? ARM, Intel's pulling back a bit. ARM also pulling back a bit. Okay, looking for a bounce. ARM Holdings. ARM. Oracle. Okay, Oracle starting to bounce right now. Okay, there goes Oracle. Okay, Oracle looking good. For those of you who stuck it out, okay, Oracle breaking a downtrend. Okay, looking good. Need to follow through. Need to start building the right side of this pattern now. Okay, S&P looking good as well. S&P, Apple looks good. All right, so we got Apple and Microsoft up. That's 13% of the weight right there of the S&P. Apple and Microsoft. Okay, futures continue. All right. All the haters. I don't know. I just find it amusing. It's usually a losing proposition to get too political when you trade. I mean, obviously you want to pay attention, but all right, so we're making new highs. The powers that be are a little confused. Confused. All right, let me get rid of that. All right, so. Okay, Apple at the highs. Microsoft still going.
What do you make of Goolsby's comments? And also, we got reports out today that President Donald Trump saying that he will fire Fed Chair Jerome Powell. He does not step aside once his term expires. How do you sort of assess all of this noise as an investor?
Okay, I gotta go take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. Watch the markets. This looks really good.
May rise in 10 seconds. IONX. IONL. NICM may rise in 10 seconds.
1.3% right now. They haven't made any progress towards it, yet they're cutting rates and talking about cutting more rates. And this is where I think perhaps in the future there is more of an inflation bias and we are moving away from that 2% target possibly. I do think this is one of those things that could creep up again and cause more volatility because, look, we're not at 3%. And inflation pressures are still out there. We have a new president coming in, a new central bank president coming in, and we'll see where we go from there. That's where I think there's going to be more volatility with the president wanting something, the new chair perhaps looking at something different with the committee that's forecasting as of no rate cuts. We'll see where we go in the future, but I think this is a point of volatility. I think inflation expectations are going to be critical going forward. Do consumers and corporations start to believe that inflation is more
NNBR. CTNT may resume in less than a minute.
showing up more in the economy, which is what happened in the 1970s.
ASPI. NBIZ. HOG.
What are your takes here? Do you think we'll see a rate cut at the end of this year?
I think at 2%, that should have sale forecast, like the gentleman just said, is going to increase. The thing I look at though is Jerome Powell basically been safety in the football, right? He's out there in center field, and you have one wide receiver going out there that's called at the labor market.
And I see him.
Out there that's called that inflation.
ERA up.
He's not covering it.
CORD.
So, I think
ERAS.
the new Fed will actually be
And
more
IXX.
sensitive to the labor market. Should we get a month in February number that we had?
RGTX.
But we start seeing
BNRG.
that, I think that safety, so to speak, will slide over and cover the receiver, which is that of the labor market.
CRCD.
And great analogy there. Absolutely love that.
CTNT may rise in 10 seconds. IONL.
VIRD.
And scan the QR code on your screen to go to Yahoo Finance's prediction markets hub.
NICM.
powered by Polymarket.
ARA up.
And it's coming up how AI is changing the financial services industry. That's next on the Green Grid.
BIRD. CORD. LAES.
Every St. Jude patient deserves a chance to live their
ALLL.
best life. With a gift like
VIRD.
you can join
IONL.
to save lives.
Without St. Jude, I don't know where we would be.
NICM.
St. Jude
ARA.
provides customized care
CRCD.
for the sickest children. Every gift counts, and whatever you can give will make a difference. Those that donate, it's more than a gift from me. It's more than a blessing.
CORD.
They have done so much for me.
CTNT.
Join with your credit or debit card for
ARAI.
$19 a month, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt.
EGAE.
All these children deserve to live, a
And I
life
see
to
him.
the day where,
ARA.
their family has to be with their
LAES.
child.
APLX.
You've given us hope.
Make your donation now to help St. Jude save lives.
CTNT.
My name is Adam Walensky, founder and executive director of iGotLegs. We help paralyzed athletes get access to
ARAI.
exoskeletons that allows them to
BNRG.
swim. The South
ASPI.
Carolina Education Lottery allowed me to
And
go
I
to
see him.
education and then use it as a
CRCD.
springboard, really launch
ARA.
my
VIRD.
organization. We help
HURA.
kids back to making life a little bit easier for people.
More accessibility.
NCI may resume in less than a minute.
In event South Carolina needs a better view.
When you
CTNT.
credit to use,
NICM.
score is only part of the picture. You can count on Credit Karma to go beyond your number. Because we analyze thousands of data points and go deeper into the factors credit card companies use. So you
NICM.
know your approval odds before you apply. Giving you more confidence.
VIRD.
ANL may resume in less than a minute.
IONZ.
Download Intuit Credit Karma to get started.
Oh, boy. Okay, a little profit taking there.
Yo, Benny, this guy didn't check Trivago. Oh, you have to check Trivago. On Trivago,
NCI may rise in 10 seconds.
multiple different sites and loyalty programs and
NICM.
websites. Same hotel,
CTNT.
$100 less. 2 words. Check Trivago.
SMU.
Check Trivago to
SMR.
compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel. Trivago.
A lot of big projects that we worked on really required me to lay down standard
ASPI.
systems or technology systems or infrastructure to buildings. I really just had to self-teach myself.
ANL may rise in 10 seconds.
It was really a lot of
Netflix, nice bounce, a little profit taking, but bouncing.
and I've been happy ever since. And I
NICM.
recently deployed out of this
NCM.
building to my company, but I believe it's going to be
NCI halted to the upside.
The Center for World Economy Summit is underway in Washington, D.C. this week, featuring experts from the world of policy, tech, and finance. Jenny Johnson, Franklin Templeton CEO,
IMMP.
Alabama Finance Executive Editor Brian Sabi to give her read on the latest market moves and why she's still bullish on the U.S. economy.
NICM. CTNT.
RGTX. OKLL. ASPI.
MBAI. REPL. NCI.
MBAI. ALMU.
BIRD.
QBTX. QUBX. SMU. HOG.
LUNL.
LUNL. ROBN.
Okay, futures pulling back here.
APLX.
IMMP.
NNBR.
MBAI.
IONX. RGTX. OKLL. LAES.
NCI.
ALMU.
BIRD.
BIRD.
Okay, Microsoft continues here. Microsoft. Nice rally in Microsoft.
IMMP.
Clearing the 50-day moving average. This looks like a bit stronger pattern here. Okay. Broke this descending channel.
BIRD. QBTX. CAR. QUBX.
Okay. All right, so we're clearing the 50-day. Microsoft looking really strong. Microsoft.
OKLL. SMU.
BIRD.
ALMU.
AGA.
Microsoft looks good.
Of a couple of companies that are making up 35%, 7 companies make up something like 35% of the S&P 500.
Okay, Tesla on the move here. Tesla starting to pop. Watch Tesla. Tesla. Looks good. Tesla for the past 5 days has rallied pretty hard. Gapping up yesterday. Tesla. Okay, Microsoft, nice. Tesla. Okay, let me get the futures to bounce here. All right, Micron down 2% at the moment. Looked really good yesterday. Inside day for now. Yeah, I see that, Steven. Thank you. Swarmer. Okay, no follow through on Swarmer. Oracle trending. Oracle looking really good. Oracle.
QBTX. ROBN. IONQ.
BSA.
IONL.
Looks like institutions accumulating shares.
AAL may resume in less than a minute. HURA. NNBR. NCI may
NNBR.
resume in less than a minute.
IMMP.
All right, Robinhood, changes in the pattern day trader rule having a positive impact on Robinhood. Okay, I'm going to buy some Robinhood. This is at the high. It's a little bit more risky, but I'm thinking Robinhood's going to just keep going. I'm going to go far out in time here. Let's see, when are their earnings? Robinhood, HOOD. Dip getting bought. Robinhood, HOOD. Robinhood reports on April 28th, next week. All right, that's okay. I'll start building a position. I got a feeling they've seen the lows for now. Robinhood. Let me go out to June. I've been buying everything June. Wait a minute. We have, what's this? What is this?
NBR.
So it's first,
NNBR.
robo advisors. Now there's companies that are basically stock analysts for 10 years. Now we're writing research reports.
Robinhood.
Normally it would take me a day.
Oh, I already have a position. Oh, that's right. That's right. I bought this. Let me see what my monitor hood. Okay, Robinhood. View trades. February. Robinhood. Oh, that's right. Over here. Okay, it was started building a base. Bought some Robinhood. Okay.
NNBR. RGTX.
Okay, I want to get something a little closer though. A little closer to price right now. I currently have a 30 delta. Let me get a 50 delta, like 90 by 90, 100, 90 vertical, 90, 100, 90, 100. I'll go for 90, 100. Okay, looks good. All right, I'm going to buy a 9100 spread for July. No, I don't want July. I want June. Damn it. Okay. Thinkorswim's acting weird here. Okay, July, June. Okay, I'm going to go June. And I want the 9100 by. Yeah, by vertical 90. Come on. By vertical 9100.
MNTS.
There we go. All right, Robinhood 9100. I bought the 9100 or buying. What's this message? Okay, 9100. Well, that made all the difference.
Having run the technology department, I can tell you everybody will say, oh, the hardest thing is your data integration, all that. No. The hardest thing is change management. People don't want to change. That's why most banks out there are still running a big mainframe because it's feeding a bunch of their own systems. It's expensive, it's clumsy, but you don't want to take it out.
All right, so I got the 9100, 325 for June. I also have some July 100, 105s. Ooh, coffee's good. Coffee's good this morning. Okay, Meta looks good. Okay. All right, financials. Let's see. Financials, we got Blackstone. We've got KKR, private credit. KKR, these are moving higher. Trending. Okay. Apollo Management and Blue Owl. Blue Owl following through. Blue Owl. These should do well. Avis. Still trending here. This is crazy. This has gone from 100 up to 400. Oh my gosh.
Huge thank you to Brian Sassen for bringing us that interview. And I also want to inform you guys about something else that caught my eye this morning. Shares of American Eagle rising after announcing a new ad campaign that starts in
ALL may rest in 10 seconds.
the dynamic duo back at it again.
ALL.
Controversial headlines over at Cindy Sweeney has been now this one is short American Eagle jean shorts and
Yeah.
IONL.
Webull, Corey mentioning Webull yesterday. It'll be affected by this ruling as well. So I might just buy some shares of Webull on a dip here. Okay.
BIRD.
We found a trustworthy pro on Angie who put so much time into it.
WAT2.
He treated it like it was his baby. So when we needed a godfather for our baby, I couldn't trust anyone else. I do kitchens. Angie, the one you trust, find the ones you trust.
Mm-hmm. All right, I bought some Webull shares, Corey. I'll scale into it. If it dips a little bit more, I'll add down to about 5, I guess. 6, sorry, 6. Yeah, those have a good thesis, I would imagine, with the pattern day trader rules changing. A lot of people are going to be able to trade more actively. The negative on a pattern day trader rule is you can get into something and, have to swing it for a day where you might not want to. You get into a position, it looks really good, pulls back. I mean, there's all kinds of reasons. But you get into something and news comes out, it drops, you have to wait to trade it. Otherwise, you get hit with a pattern day trader rule, which is stupid rules. Anyway, so that's changing. Financials, we got the banks looking good. Bank of America gapping up this morning. Fading. Okay, so that's not so hot there, the way they're fading this. Let's see what's running the markets at the moment. Robinhood is up 7.5%, 7.8%. Robinhood looks good. I got 2 positions, one in June, one in July. 9,100 for June and 105 for July. Okay, Webull, Robinhood. That looks good. All right, let me just mark up a chart here. Before I do that, if you're just joining us, I hope you're having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Wednesday, April 15th, tax day. For those of you looking forward to filing your taxes and getting a nice return, if that applies. No tax for seniors on Social Security. I never understood that at all. You pay taxes, you put money into retirement, and then they tax it on the way out when you have the least ability to make up the money that the taxes take away. That's just crazy. Now, if you make over a certain amount of money, if you make, tons of money, maybe that's a different story. I don't know what the cutoff is. I think it's like $400,000 a year. In which case you don't need Social Security. A lot of people taking it, thinking that it's going to disappear. Let's see, Microsoft's still looking good. So we got a nice little rally here. Robinhood, ServiceNow, Trade Desk. Looks like it's trying to turn the corner. Trade Desk needs to get above 32. Oracle having a good day, starting to break out. You can see new pivots here. Robinhood's clearing these pivots, 170, 116. 200 days overhead. We got a pivot over here, 207. Looks really good. Yeah, Robinhood, Oracle looking really good. Long-term swing on Oracle. Futures are bouncing. Let's go look at hedge flows. Okay, we're starting to consolidate. You can see this red zone over here on the right. That's that built recently, right? Yeah, that wasn't there. Wasn't as pronounced at the open. Let's see. Okay, 0 day. Yeah, I guess it was okay. All right, but it's building. A lot of negative gamma here, which means prices can move more rapidly in this area. Resistance is up here at 70.25 and just below 69.60 right here at 69.50. We got some support. A lot of positive gamma in this area. People looking to get long, looking for the markets to move higher. So what are the possibilities that we put in a double top, Penny? Oh, well, let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that. Potential double top. It would behoove you and me to maybe take some off. And if it continues, we can always get back in. All right, so here we are at all-time highs. Just overhead, 200 days right there. Wow, what a move. What a move. Okay, so 200 days right there. 200 day really doesn't need to be noted anymore. The 10% pullback, back to the highs, kind of irrelevant now. Okay, RSI nearing overbought territory. Some people use it as overbought. I use it as a strength of trend indicator, RSI. Personally think that's a better way to use it because it can embed like it is over here far left, RSI. Okay, so potential for a double top and roll over. Could just go right through it. So I'm going to play it with options on S&P with, I bought, if you recall, yesterday I bought a butterfly, call butterfly. That's doing okay. I got 7,000, 7,025, 7,050. That's my butterfly. 7,025 is the center of the fly. You got a wing. If you do one of these, you buy one call at 7,000. You buy another call at 70.50, and you sell two in the middle to balance it out. You sell two calls at 70.25. That creates what's called a butterfly. You have the wings. My closest wing is 7,000. So this is making money right now as it starts to ease up above 7,000. If it pins, the best location for a pin would be 70.25. I get the max profit, $2,300 per contract. All right, cost $1.85, $185 to make 2,300. Markets are very, very bullish. So we'll see what happens. ARM holdings inside day. Chips pulling back. Datadog. All right, let's go through the list of the NASDAQ 100. The top list. DoorDash. Number 2. DoorDash breaking a downtrend. Worth a shot. Second time I'm going to mention it. DoorDash. Okay, it's worth a shot on DoorDash.
Specific companies out there, some that have been long established, some that are on the rise, that are going through the work
Yep.
to
Broadcom looking good.
tax states that are reviewing their engineering. And so there is a future for AI and tax, but it's not going to be with these generic
CRCD.
it's going to be with the domain specific ones. And where I would caution taxpayers right now is that if you're going to use one of these domain specific AI solutions,
BSN.
safer to do it if your tax are simple right now. The AI is going to take time before it can really adjust
RTT
to
halted
some
down.
of the complexity in some of the tax filings that we go through.
Sounds like really great.
NCO.
Let's talk about the edge case scenario that you are audited, and we know that the IRS under the Trump administration has faced a lot of cuts. I think enforcement staff is headed below 30,000 in the fiscal year 2027. So this is 1/3 below the
CRCD.
peak of the Biden era.
BSN.
What does that mean for tax?
SN8L.
I start, first of all, I said earlier, don't rush your taxes. And one of the reasons I say that.
Okay, so DoorDash looks good. Number one on the NASDAQ 100 is Datadog. Let's take a look at Datadog. Okay, that hasn't broken the trend yet. Datadog. Team Atlassian, number 2. Not interested. Shopify. Traded that one a while back. Shopify basing. Looking for a pop above this. Shopify, another one.
On the enforcement side, this is a concern that with a smaller number of staff to do the audits and smaller budget.
50-day is my threshold. I always look for prices back above the 50-day, and then we start to formulate a plan into it. Not there yet. Into it. They own Tax Cut and a few other, an H&R Block, I believe. They own MailChimp, email service, among other services. Broadcom, having a good day. Broadcom just keeps stretching this rubber band. Okay, this started breaking out 2 weeks ago. Last week, basically. And just shot out of a cannon. Broadcom looking good. Okay, Apple turning back up, Microsoft going, Tesla going. All right, stretching some more, looking for the S&P to bounce.
I'm really glad you mentioned AI at the IRS because that was my next question. We've seen Palantir offer its services. I think the IRS is a longtime customer. But talk to us about some of the initiatives there and how AI is used internally to catch people who may not have filed correctly or have cheated.
Well, AI is going to be used at tax authorities, whether it's the IRS or state tax departments in a variety of different ways. When I was in commissioner, we started deploying AI into our call center, chatbots, so that more things can be handled in an automated way, so that we move people out of the queue, so that people who actually need to talk to a human can get to that. Right? So there's a lot you can do on the taxpayer services side to use to use AI to make the whole process easier for taxpayers. On the enforcement side, there's ways in which you can deploy AI. Think about it. The way I like to think about it is a chess game. You're playing chess, right? And you got IBM Watson sitting next to you, advising you on what the chess move is.
may resume in less than a minute.
As the IRS employee, it's still your decision, but isn't it better?
All right, looking for a higher. Looking good.
Where they can go and see that you're actually hiding your money and you're being non-compliant and you're evading your taxes in ways they couldn't before that computer was sitting next to them advising. All of this is still in its early stages. It's coming. It's a wave.
Tesla, Microsoft, Apple. All right, all these looking good. Apple coming off the low here. Looking at the 60-minute time frame. All right, looking for Apple to push off of this, springboard off of this. Apple, Tesla. Tesla's been trending, so it's broken the downtrend. Microsoft, same thing, broke the downtrend, dipped, And now it's following through this week. Microsoft looking good. Microsoft, nice specimen here. Looking good. All right. Oracle at the high of the day. Oracle above yesterday's highs, trying to break out above the pivots that it's established in March. We have a pivot high in March. Looks like a W-shaped pattern if you look at Oracle. Okay, Oracle. Look at the nice W-shaped pattern. A little flattened. If I zoom in onto this, let's see. Let's go to 3 months. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, you can see it here. Okay. So you have a push lower. The bears are control. Bulls try to take it. Can't get past the get past the 21 day. Back against it. Back down to the lows. Tries again. This time it's the 50 day. Gets rejected. That's your pivot. Middle of the W-shaped pattern. Okay, the middle of the W-shaped pattern. That pivot right there is what you have to take out. That indicates the bulls are in control. We're doing it right now on volume, which is really bullish. All right. So very nice on Oracle. Okay. Yeah, looks really good. Yeah, Marvell, definitely. Okay. All right. We got the S&P turning back up. Are you biting me? Are you biting me? Huh? What do you want? Cat's biting me. Never had cats before. I guess like any other animal, they get used to you, like part of the pack, supposedly. All right. Looks good. All right. So we're starting to push a bit higher. I was always a dog guy as a kid. German Shepherds. My parents raised German Shepherds. Okay. Apple's on the move here. Watch Apple. Okay. Tesla's looking good. Woo. Look at Tesla run. Wow. Tesla. Zoom, zoom. All right. Microsoft looking good. Microsoft in beast mode. Yeah, it's so oversold. Microsoft's so unloved that it's definitely got people's attention now. Shiba Inu. What is that like? An Alaskan? Is that like a husky or something, or what? Shiba Inu. Shiba Inu. Shiba Inu. Also had a little miniature border collie. Oh, that's kind of cool looking dog. This one, yeah, that's nice. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Very smart dog. That and a Belgian Malinois. Cool. All right, Tesla continues. Tesla, I don't want to get too sidetracked talking about dogs. Why is Vinny talking about dogs? Because the markets are rallying. Really, I'm just got a lot of swings on, adding to stuff, taking stuff off. Yeah, cool.
It's the way the morning light finds its way.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Apple's going. Apple. Okay, here goes Apple. Okay, zipping higher. Apple, for those of you trading Apple. Apple, Tesla, zipping higher. Nvidia, zipping higher. Microsoft.
CAR Baltic ANL. ANL may res in 10 seconds.
Mhm.
And see up.
OKLO. OKLL. ONDL. RECT may resume in less than a minute.
BSA.
All right, Apple's still going here. Apple.
So cute. But I don't know, something's off.
WATT.
Teeth naturally yellow over time.
ATX.
What's up? Check this out. Just one kiss of
Okay,
crisp,
LL.
creamy white strips reveals your brightest smile. And it
ONDL.
lasts 12 months. This smile for you.
Thinkorswim kind of slow on the East Coast here. Let me just clear my cache and restart this. Clear cache and restart.
NNBR. RECT may res in 10 seconds.
And I see him.
WATT.
BSA.
NNBR.
And I see him.
Millions are trading crypto. Finding the right platform difficult unless you use trust.
WATT.
And regulatory
BSA.
It's
RECT.
super transparent, proof of reserves you can see for yourself, and low fees with no surprises. So if you're brand new or all in, there's education and 24/7 support.
And I see him.
Simple. Buy, sell, or withdraw anytime. Looks good on you.
All right, looking good. Apple, Tesla surging. Okay, USAR on the move. Hopefully we get some of these critical metals to get off the lows. That would be nice. Been sitting on some shares, just waiting to add to it.
My finances are turning around. Experience. Your
WATT.
always by your side.
Cover today's trending tickers. You are watching Snap, MA, and Carry, and
CORD.
for Solar. Conley joins me now.
NNBR.
Oracle. Okay, topping out at the moment, Oracle. Do.
Company is saying that AI is lifting productivity, now writing 65% of their new code, so fewer employees. I mean, this is becoming the playbook, right? This was Jack Dorsey with Block.
WATT.
Okay.
That stock also rocketing after that announcement. This is becoming the playbook. If you need to make changes, you need to make
It just cracks me up. It just cracks me up. 9 weeks. It takes 9 weeks to get down to this 6,300 level. 3 weeks to get back up to the highs. That's on the degree of rebound that we saw back in April of last year from the tariff tantrum. What a crazy move. So much for the JP Morgan. We could pull back in though, right? We could pull back in.
And see up.
You can see it's down 26% year to date. And then the max chart, wow, that is just a big average. So this is the post-pandemic rally, and it's just been down and then sideways to down 10%. So this is a broken stock that needs another narrative, and we'll see. You know, Meta, their year of efficiency, yeah, trying to find a boost. All right, next up, we got MA Carry. Luxury stocks are slipping as the war in Iran slows sales growth. So just a couple of
Facts here. It may shares falling after Q1
Okay, so okay, that looks good. Apple, S&P looking good. S&P. Okay, futures just sitting here chopping. Hedge flows are starting to chop. We'll keep an eye on that. But Robinhood, looking for more upside. Robinhood. Okay. What else here? What else, Vinny? What's going on? Oracle at the highs. Micron. Inside day, Micron. It moves a lot, so you gotta be okay with a stock that can move as much as Micron does on a given day. Because it doesn't go down and up every single day. Let's see. ARM Holdings, looking for the bounce. ARM trading just below all-time highs on ARM Holdings. There goes Bitcoin. Watch Bitcoin might sneak attack. Bitcoin's. Bitcoin, watching Bitcoin. Possible sneaky move here. Watching that. All right, so it's just we're back to swing. We're back. Back to swinging positions. And patience. We'll start doing some credit spreads and iron condors. There was just so much volatility that we had positions that were moving much more than what they should have been moving. Well, given the VIX. So they were much more risky. So we'll be back to doing iron condors again. VIX is losing the 200-day. Going to be at 17 pretty soon. Okay, we got VIX expiration today. Okay. Let's see. What about? I'm going to put Robinhood here. I want to keep an eye on Robinhood. So let me use this space for Robinhood. Okay. So Webull, Robinhood, these smaller brokerage account companies affected by this pattern day trader rule change. Okay. Oracle.
Traditional energy, the fossil fuels were kind of taking off again, at the beginning of the year. And then if we put a year-to-date time period here, you can see, well, here's BE, Bloom Energy. They've been in the news roaring. Oh, look at that Oracle deal. 1100. You were writing about that. So check that out again.
What? Bloom Energy and Oracle you're talking about? Okay. VIX, Apple. All right, off the highs of the day here. Apple, S&P. S&P trying to push back up here. Futures starting to turn. Okay.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity. The garage is full. They go to the NVR. The garage is full. They go to the overflow lot. I heard about it right here. Let's just stand quiet. AI is driven some great Progressive can't protect you from protecting your parents, but we can protect your home when you bundle with us. I think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
Wow, so cute. But I don't know, something's off. Can my teeth be whiter?
your fault. Teeth naturally yellow over time.
Dr. T, what's up?
ANL may resin 10 seconds. SKYQ.
Check this out. Just
SKYQ.
one kit of Crest 3D white strips reveals your whitest smile.
AII.
And it lasts 12 months.
You smile for a year? I love.
BNN
I
News.
know.
LUNL.
Turf grass management. It's not
SNAL.
just guys going out and cutting grass and putting bases down.
SNAL.
There's so much more to it. Major League Baseball has made a substantial increase in the standards that all ball clubs should have. And a piece of it is you have to be a
SKYQ.
graduate of a 2 or 4
SKYQ.
year turf grass management program. Having a life scholarship made that possible for me.
Job readiness means a better South Carolina, and a better South Carolina means a better you.
SNAL.
MRLN. IONL.
NCL.
SNAL.
You can yell.
SKYQ.
Pass out.
WATT.
Grow up. You can scream. Awesome.
Come with me, Larry Chen, as I journey across 3 unforgettable regions of Japan. Alongside 3 incredible artists, we will uncover the places, stories, and culture that inspired the mural artwork created for Forza Horizon.
NCL.
This is the art of driving.
Mom was always
IONX.
but she started to get into
RGTX.
capabilities.
And
IONQ.
she'd buy the same gifts over and over. Telling the girls
SNAL.
about my Alzheimer's
MRLN.
diagnosis was really tough.
QBTS.
At first we had our prize, but then we were like, okay, let's make a plan. Early detection gave us time to
SNAL.
adapt together. It's so important for you to think about what you can do and making the most of what you have.
If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together.
Aren't you the least bit sorry about the people you killed?
What if it goes over your head? Probably already has.
MRLN.
Fast report came in an hour
IONX.
ago.
QBTS.
Okay, Oracle. Looking forward to Oracle being much higher. Shoot, this is going to be crazy. I'm just visualizing what Oracle will be like at the end of the year if we're trading 250, 270, something like that. Oracle making changes.
TEMT. IONX.
SNAL.
QBTS. QBTX.
NCL.
It's gorgeous outside. All right, futures starting to grind back up. Robinhood looks like it's going to break out.
SNAL.
TEMT.
BIRD. NCL.
QBTX. REPL. QBTS. NNBR.
We find that catalyst, it could be a case for itself, and then somewhere around 85,000, 90,000, that's where the rubber meets the road, and that's where you want to pay attention to what's happening.
IONX.
All right, thanks everyone for joining today's webinar. Let's give it another minute so people can file in. Thanks for joining.
Who the hell is that? Who the hell is that? Somebody breaking into my stream? That's weird. I have no idea what that was. Okay.
Okay, thanks again everyone for joining today's webinar, Smart Investor's Guide to Navigating Market Search. As I'm sure a lot of you are already well aware, we're going to have, we have our beta launched, the new charts. So this lesson 1 of Market Search University will be covering the new charts.
What is
All right,
this?
this is going to be recorded. So if you want to just sit back and relax, you will get the recording as well if you registered. It'll also be uploaded to the homepage.
I have no idea who this guy is.
And here's a quick disclaimer. Everything will be going.
Okay, so much for that. Okay. Um, Mondo, you're crazy, man. Oracle.
While Bank of America noted net interest income rose 9% in the quarter. So for more takeaways, I want to bring in now Stephen Bigger. He is Argus Research Director of Financial Services. And thank you for joining us here today. Stephen, let's begin with your big picture overview of banks. Then we'll get into some of the nitty gritty. Break it down for our viewers who might be interested in banking stocks, but just in terms of the general banks that are kind of
IONL.
Yeah, thanks, Jared. We're starting off with a very
ANL vaulted to
strong
the upside.
quarterly earnings period for the banks. So we had expected coming in they'd be up with earnings 15 to 20%, and for yesterday they were up 17% for the large bank results. So really it's a combination of favorable factors. Lending that has improved markedly. Net interest margin.
Okay, S&P looks good. Apple at the highs. Okay, everything's working. A lot of these things are swings now. So even though you get a little bit of a hesitation at the highs, I got to believe a lot of these stocks are going to be much higher. We are running up against resistance on the S&P. Okay, so we have to be aware of what's happening right now. We could get rejected. This could be a double top and roll over. Institutions could decide, okay, well, you know, we made some good money here. Let's start reducing. So we're looking for those signals, okay? We're not going to just start selling because we're at a high. That's not a reason to sell. It's a reason to bring your stops up tighter and maybe take some positions off or reduce your exposure. But it's no reason to like just totally exit the market just because it's a double top, especially in this day and age. So, okay, let's go look at breath. I want to see what breath looks like this morning. Okay, actually turned down. That's pretty interesting. I didn't anticipate that would be the case. Okay, so let's look at the equal weight index, see what's going on here. S&P. So let's see, it pays to keep an eye on things. Pays to pay attention. Okay, so it's the New York Fangs. Okay, so that we very clearly can see what's going on here. Okay, so we got the New York Fangs, which have been down, reverting back to uptrends. Okay, so you can, so we got the number of stocks above the 20-day. You can see that's peaking right here. Okay, so this is a heads up. This is a heads up that we could see some follow through, but be aware that we're overbought as well, short term. So we could pivot back to the 50-day. All depends on what happens intraday. All right, junk bonds. Let's see what that's doing. Junk bonds. I didn't see if you posted anything, dollar. So junk bonds. Okay, we got to get above the 200-day. We're up against resistance here as well. Equal weight. Okay, New York Fang, we said. New York Fang. Superb follow through and breakout. Okay, so we know that the equal weight, S&P equal weight, RSP, CT, respect, RSP. Okay, RSP is the same as the equal weight, S&P equal weight, RSP. Taking a break, we're above the 50-day, RSI is above 50. Volume is tapering off. Okay, so many of you noted that over the last week, that volume is below average. A lot of it's focused on the FANG stocks, so I'm not surprised that the New York FANG is breaking higher. We just have to be aware that fewer stocks are participating. The advanced decline percent starting to roll over a little bit. Let's look at the New York Stock Exchange. When in doubt, you always want to check the New York Stock Exchange. There's 2,400 components. 70% are U.S. related stocks. About 25% are American depository receipts, international companies, and about 5%, the last time I checked, was REITs. Okay, if you want to check that and update me, that's fine. Okay. I don't profess to be an expert in everything related to financials. I just know how to watch where money is flowing. That's the biggest part of it. Okay, understanding money flow. Okay, where's the money flowing? Okay, it's flowing out of the dollar right now. I mean, these things should be very obvious. Okay, so where's it going? Where's it going, Benny? Well, looks like it's coming back into gold as an inflation hedge. Yesterday, I heard a comment about the bond markets are easing back on their projections for a rate cut. Okay, they're less and less bond analysts, bond traders are thinking no cut. Right, they're starting to increase their odds of a rate cut instead of no cut. So that's a change. Okay, that's a change. Now that the markets are back up to the highs, inflation isn't as bad with CPI, PPI as people have been projecting, especially the financial media, which you have to take with a grain of salt. If you listen to a broadcast and you hear the person that's speaking or asking questions, and they use the words like might, maybe, should, could, we think, okay, without showing you what they're looking at, you have to be wary. You have to be a more astute investor. You have to do your own thing, right? Like I try to reinforce this every single day. Where's the money flowing? Why is it flowing? What can we be looking forward to? Like, for example, I saw EWZ. I haven't looked at this in a while. Brazil, a week or so ago, was starting to break out. And we mentioned EWZ was a most active. So that is breaking higher. Let's look at EWQ. Where's the money going? Is it in 2 weeks ago? It looked like the international markets were going to melt down. Now they're all bouncing. So here you go with France, EWS, España, Singapore. What is Spain? EWP. EWP is Spain. Back to the highs. All right, so money flowing into this zone. We also have a double top, so we were looking for a breakout. EWG would be Germany. Okay, that's a little bit off the highs. Turkey was looking really good. Turkey. India. Okay. I don't think they call this a Bombay Stock Exchange anymore, do they? It's a Sensex. Okay. Sensex, or that looks like it's a possible trade here, back up to the highs. The Nikkei. Okay, that's looking very strong. So money is flowing into international markets is the gist of what I'm talking about. As our markets hit back up to all-time highs, you have to be, I would say I'd be cautious the next couple of days to see if we do roll over. We've got Amazon pulling back, Amazon. So watch where the money's flowing. Okay. Watch the money flow. What else do we want to look at here? All right, so Robinhood still trying to break out higher. DoorDash looks really good, breaking the downtrend. You don't have to buy it right here. You can wait for an ABCD dip. Okay, it's at the highs right now, so wait for B. If you miss this run, last thing you want to do, see where RSI is now? The best buying opportunities in an uptrend is when RSI gets oversold again and then starts to turn back up. That gives you an area where, you see this? Okay, so here you are. You're thinking about taking a day trade on something like DoorDash. Here's your low. Okay, and here's your pullback. And then you get your move. Okay, RSI turns up. So where do you put your stop? You get in right in this area, so you have a stop really close by. Okay, so this is a way that I like to trade. If this is going to be a short-term swing or a day trade, I look for, if RSI is up here. If RSI is up here, I'm not interested in taking a long. If RSI is here, and I see it in time, I'll take a trade, day trade. The odds are so much better. Volume picks up, confirmation, MACD turns up, and then it flattens out. Okay, so it's probably going to come down to this somewhere in this area here. Okay, so always look at day trades, always look at RSI. Enable it on your 1 minute, 2 minute chart, whatever you're using. Okay, let's look at a couple more. These are probably going to be at the highs. Let's see, Broadcom, Intuit, Tesla. Tesla's already ran a good bit this morning. So here's Tesla, right at the open. Okay, so there you go. Right at the open. Okay, you get RSI is oversold. You don't want to buy it up here. You don't want to buy it here. Okay, you could make a couple of bucks, but you run the risk of this creating a B pattern here as people on the West Coast that get up at 6 o'clock to trade the 6:30 open, 9:30 our time. Markets open. They trade for a couple hours, hour and a half. They go to work. You know, they're at work at 9 o'clock. They've made their trade. When they leave, the markets pull back a little bit. That creates the B pivot most of the time. Not always, but most of the time. So watch your RSI. That's the key to a better entry and not sitting on buying it up here at the highs. Now you're worrying about it coming back and taking your stop out. Okay, whereas if you take it over here, your stop is right at the low of the day. Okay, and what I tell you about the low of the day? Okay, so if you look at the daily chart, what's stochastics doing? Okay, think about what I just said on the 1 minute chart. RSI oversold. You've already had your dip in the morning. Now you get your stop at the low from the morning opening range. And what does RSI say? RSI says you should close on a rolling basis, 14-day basis. You should close in the upper half of the daily range. So what does that mean, Betty? That means if you don't buy the high, you're waiting for this dip because it's probably going to close in the upper half of the daily range. So you're waiting for a dip at this point. Okay, you're exercising some patience. You know exactly what other traders are doing. You're not doing what they're doing. Now, if this takes off to the upside, you miss a trade. So what? But the key here is you've got stochastics rising. So we already know that on a daily basis, it's going to run up. And if you look at the 60-minute time frame, you're above the 20 EMA. So you've broken the downtrend. You know that dips are going to get bought. So right here, you can also see that for the first 2 hours, right, we've dipped. This was the ideal entry. I mean, this is like so beautiful for Tesla if you get in at the right time. What's Apple doing? Apple is just pushing off of the 20 EMA. So whether you're interested or not, that's left to be seen. But it's at a good area. Okay, RSI did get oversold right here on this last dip. So ideally, you don't want to buy right here at the high, but it's probably going to go. So if you have a swing on, you want to keep. That's the other part of it. Where do I sell? New traders are like, when do I sell? When do I sell? You want to take that profit. But sometimes you need to stick with the trade and let the swing work because now the S&P is working. So if the S&P is working, we're swinging. So we're looking for swings to work. Stocks like, BX we bought on what, Monday? BX we bought on Monday. Or was it Friday? I forget. KKR. I think it was Friday, right? Grover, you mentioned the strength. Okay, building the right side of this pattern. Okay, so KKR. Okay, KKR. We're looking for the right side of this cup to build. Okay, so you don't want to sell yourself short. You have to be okay with the fact that this is probably going to come back intraday. But look at stochastics. What's it saying? It's saying closes in the upper half of the daily range. Okay, so we bought, it was either Friday or Monday. Okay, so you already had your A, B pivot, C pivot. We're looking for a follow through. And we already know that these private capital or private credit companies were sold off out of fear of, some sort of fiasco. Didn't materialize. Companies like BX were very open to, okay, you want to take money out? That's fine. We'll let you take money out. Where Blue Owl restricted restricted redemptions. All right, so that upset the private credit market. But now we've started to bounce, and these are opportunities down here. So I bought some Blue Owl yesterday. I bought KKR and BX. I believe it was on Monday. Grover can tell me because he was mentioning Arval. Let me just go check. It might be in their stream here. Let's see. Go back a couple of days. KKR. You know what? Let me just do this. Do a search. You can search a symbol. Just go up to the top of the Slack room. Just type in the symbol's name, the symbol, and look for any instances where that was traded. Show results for KKR. Let's see. Where did Grover say? Okay, so that was, survey says, that was April 13th. So it was Monday. Monday is when we got into KKR and BX. Owl yesterday. Okay, those look good. Okay, so I think I beat that to death. Stochastics rising, that's telling you to look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. Stochastic dropping, like over here in December, tells you to look for closes in the lower half of the daily range. All of these things are sending you clues on how you should be thinking about your trade. I'm thinking about going long. Okay, just don't buy the high of the day right here. Blue Owl, fine. Looks like it's going to keep going. You could buy right here and put a stop underneath this last pivot if you want to day trade it. But RSI, it's not too bad. RSI is not, it's not embedded, so that looks okay. So this is Blue Owl. Let's take a look at BX, Blackstone. I have a position in BX that's not following through as strongly. KKR, Apollo, Ares, all of these are private credit rather. Okay, private credit, Ares Capital Management. This one was mentioned by Jimmy Lebenthal in the, what's it called? Halftime report, CNBC. You talked about this yesterday. I like it. I don't like it as much as I do with KKR. Obviously, this one's much further along. And BX, these are much stronger companies. So those look good. All right, so the S&P just sitting here. Okay, it was a doji. We did pull back. Now we got buyers stepping up underneath. Let's look at the 1-minute chart. Hope this is helpful for some of the new traders. For some of you who've been around a while, this is probably your eyes are glazing over. But it's always good to review. Why am I taking this trade? Where's RSI? What are my opportunities? What are my risks? What options am I trading if I'm trading options? I presently have everything out in June, except for, I think, 1 or 2 positions. Robinhood, I added June. I have July as well. Apple, Microsoft, these are strong. AMD, I want to add to AMD. Actually, AMD, I closed my positions in AMD. And because I've been talking so much, I didn't get a chance to get back in. That's all right. Intel's got earnings, right? Intel has earnings coming up. Okay, Intel. So earnings season underway. April 23rd, after the bell. Last time around, Intel beat expectations. Okay, earnings growth and revenue growth need to improve, obviously, but they beat expectations. They came in with 7 cents of earnings. They've been putting together deals with companies, so we'll see if that translates into a good earnings report. Okay, Apple's still going here. Apple. Okay, what do I want to do with Apple? Apple, I think I have further out in time. May 15th. All right, so this is one I need to roll. Okay, I have the 260, 265. I got a little more room to the upside. Okay, Apple, I want to see some more upside. Okay, this is the fourth attempt to get above the 50-day. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, that's 5. There's one right there too. So this is the 5th attempt to get above. Okay, if we clear this level, it'll be on volume most likely. Okay, volume. Apple. Microsoft still testing the highs of the week. Tesla's starting to consolidate at highs. All right, looks like they might start to take a little profits here. Watch out for it. ARM Holdings. Let's see, ARM. Okay, coming back up. ARM. I had July calls on ARM, so there's no hurry in this one. Swing. Okay. Boeing. No, nothing going on Boeing today. Financials. Let's go look at the financials. Okay, so here's Intel. What's Firefly doing? Firefly. Okay, yesterday was a bearish day. We're looking for buyers to come in. Flagging. Looks like a cup with a little handle forming up here above the pivot high. Okay, Firefly. Okay, Intel. NVIDIA. NVIDIA breaking out above this pivot here. NVIDIA. Okay.
Show you a year to date, you're going to see the equal weight only barely dipped negative. Meanwhile, the S&P 500 was down
Oracle.
10% off of the highs there, and you can see that the equal weight is actually up more here, 4%. So discuss some of the factors of the equal weighting versus the market cap weighting and the concentration issues that brings.
So equal weighting is about diversifying that concentration risk. When you look at the S&P 500 today, about 35% of the index is in tech stocks.
Yeah.
So when in a year when tech stocks no longer are leading and they're taking a beating, the S&P 500 is going to lag an equal weighted because equal weighted gives much more opportunity to all the other names. So when you look at an equal weighted portfolio, there's interesting funds per stock. EQL, equal weights per sector. So think about that for a second. You get 11 sectors equal weighted in a portfolio, 200. You get about 10% to energy, 10% to materials.
Energy is one of the smallest ones, and suddenly it's a lot bigger.
Yeah, and so energy and materials are the two best performing sectors in the S&P 500 this year, but it only represents 3 and 2% of the S&P 500.
What was that ticker one more time?
EQL.
EQL. Okay, but
So it just completely shifts the leadership, what's driving the portfolio. So in years when you get a broadening or a change in market leadership, equal weighted tends to step forward. In the last few years, when it's been all a tech story, a Mag 7 story, it was been really hard to beat market cap.
All right, we've got about a minute left, so let's talk about the space economy. We got a bunch of ETFs, some of them new. There's UFO, there's ARC X, that's the ARC funds, that's defense heavy, and then there's also NASA. We had the sponsor on this on one of our programs recently. I interviewed them. And that has a SpaceX allocation. So talk to us about some of these exciting new opportunities in space.
I mean, we're all fascinated by space. It's an exciting story. Today is no longer a rocket launch story. It really is a space economy story. It's really a lot like an infrastructure
MTC
story. And a fund like UFO, for example, it's capturing exactly that. So there's a lot of satellite communications, navigation services, things that have nothing to do with sending people to the moon and everything to do with our day-to-day lives in ways that we're bringing in space to things that we do today. So it's a really fascinating story. It's an economy that's growing fast. It's about the Space Foundation estimates at about a $700 billion space economy today globally. And it's doubled in 10 years.
Oracle. All right, we're looking for Oracle to continue. We talked about that this morning. Let's see. Tesla's still going here. Tesla. My son was telling me it's like he didn't want to trade NVIDIA lately because Tesla's got more momentum. I told him to take another look this week. And he said, oh, wow. He's been out of pocket for the last week. Hasn't really done any trades.
NCI.
Is there anyone you like?
Like anyone here.
Oh my gosh, let's do home court explorer.
Yes, help you shop, quote, and buy the right stuff for you. You can stop with us.
We're looking at this option. These look so good together.
No, I could show them that too.
So with regard to Oracle, investors originally on that really wonderful earnings report where the stock gapped up. Okay, the stock gapped up over here. Let me go out to 9 months. Okay, the stock gapped up over here on earnings, but then the company management made the mistake of starting to talk about the $108 billion debt load that they had and a projected $50 billion capex for 26. Management went back to the drawing board, literally, and implemented several stabilizing measures. They structured 2026 financing plan. In February, Oracle announced a definitive $45 billion, $50 billion funding plan for the year to remove market uncertainty. The debt equity mix, it raised $30 billion through a combination of investment grade bonds and mandatory convertible preferred stock. That's good for the bottom line. The issuance limit, management explicitly stated that it does not expect to issue additional bonds in calendar year 26. Beyond this plan, providing absolute certainty to credit markets, which is one of the reasons why it dropped off in the first place. The credit markets got very antsy. And then you saw private credit on top of that, just steamrolling everything. So Blue Owl just kept going. All right, so all of these things were playing out together. To justify its high spending, Oracle highlighted its remaining performance obligations, RPOs, which soared to $553 billion in Q3, a 325% year-over-year increase. This backlog of the century provides multi-year revenue visibility through the end of the decade. That's huge. That's huge for Oracle. Great management. To improve margins while scaling infrastructure, Oracle has moved toward a leaner AI-centric operating model. So they're leaning towards AI, restructuring for AI efficiency in March and April of this year. Oracle cut thousands of jobs, reportedly up to 10,000 in legacy divisions. The reasoning, executives noted that AI code generation, Claude, allows smaller, more agile teams to build more software with fewer people, improving the profitability of its SaaS suites, software as a service suites. Now, if you talk to Grover or anybody that's into programming, they'll tell you that it's the more senior people in most cases that are retaining their jobs. It's harder for someone coming into the industry when you're right out of college because you don't have the same tools. If you do have the tools, that's what you need to work on. So the more senior people are the ones that are heading up these smaller teams, improving the profitability of these software as a service suites that Oracle provides. So this is all good news. We're in on the ground floor. We've already had a position as well, but we're adding to Oracle, looking for this certainty that's coming into the market to help out a great deal. All right, so Oracle has appeased institutions by turning former rivals into distribution channels, a strategy it calls cloud neutrality. But by embedding its database services directly within Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud, those two are going to benefit too, by the way. Oracle is embedding its database services directly into Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud. The company prioritizing accessibility over exclusivity, reducing customer migration hurdles, which is a huge thing if you've ever had to migrate anything. Even if you bought a new computer, you have to migrate. It's a huge headache. Okay, major contracts securing the 100%. A lot of people forgot about that. Securing 100% of TikTok's US data hosting on Oracle Cloud in January. of this year provided a massive, non-speculative technical client. So everything looks good, up and very rosy for Oracle. Now we just need to see the confirmation that institutions are appeased as much as analysts have said they are. So we're breaking a downtrend. You're getting in on the down floor. Scale in. Don't take, if you're going to take 1,000 shares, don't put everything on black and spin the wheel. Take 100 shares. Wait for this to continue to move higher. Okay, take out the pivot. If it takes out the pivot on the next little dip, it's not going to go straight up. So in the next dip, what I'd be doing is I'd be doing this. All right, so the market moves up. You're going to come back a little bit. At some point right here is where I want to add to my position, look for it to break out. Okay, so the idea is let's see if it dips. That'll be the confirmation. Once it breaks back above this pivot right here, that's where you add. You put your stop underneath here, move your stop up from down here to up here, and just keep letting this run. So once this starts to run higher, we'll hit the 200-day most likely, probably get rejected there, and then eventually continue higher. Now, this is all speculative, but that's just from nearly 40 years of experience. That's what we see prices do as we come up to the 200-day moving average right here. This is the 200-day. Okay, 200 days overhead. Why did it do that? I don't know. Okay, what happened here? All right, let me get rid of that. Anyway, so we're looking for Oracle to continue higher. Spent too much time on that. Oracle looking good. Apple, meanwhile, continues. Apple off my screen. Holy smokes, look at Apple. Jeez. Mm-hmm. Okay, Apple is just literally going off of my screen. Oh, good. Apple. Look at the size of that candle. We said that Apple needed to get above the we said that Apple needed to get above this level. Oh, yeah. Okay. Ridiculous now. Market. Apple. Gee whiz. Apple. It's got to be above the call wall, right? All right, 260. Oh, coming up to 265. I have to roll these calls out. Apple. $260, $265. Do I want to roll this out? Apple. Yeah, Apple's going. Let me roll this out. Apple. I'm going to go out to June. Okay. I'm going to go to 65 to 70. Apple. Apple's still going here. Apple. Apple clearing the 50-day. Okay, where'd you go? There you are. I tell you what, we got such a nice reprieve here over the last 3 weeks. People were really worried. I was concerned for people that were really worried that the markets were just going to keep going lower and wouldn't stop. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attempts to get above the 50-day. Okay, so 260, 265. Okay, little top there. Apple. Futures pulling back a bit. Futures. Okay, let's go look at hedge flows. Okay, we got resistance up here. 99 percentile. Probably going to target that level. 99 percentile overhead at 70.25. All right, 99 percentile up here at 70.25. We're going to test it. Okay, stocks are just off their highs. Okay, let's look at Money Magic's levels. He updated. Thank you, Money, by the way. Thank you for your consistent updates. Apple. 260, 265 call walls.
risk as an investor. You're sitting on the sidelines, you're wondering, is a huge melt up. It's not a meltdown, and I think that's why I did this.
I agree. You cannot call a top with that much cash on the sidelines. You just can't.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just looking at the chart here, the S&P, back to October, which is, we're not too much higher than where we were in October. And so we've kind of started to spend a lot of time in terms of, price forming memory, price having memory in that 66 to 6800 price range in the S&P. So getting to the top end of that, to your point, Ryan, it's like, okay, you get there, you got a bunch of people who are like, great, I'm back to even, I'm buying more. Like, they're not trying to get out of this market, they're trying to double down on this market. And while, there's been a massive gap higher, like, there's an enormous gap in the chart right now, just looking at 66 to, what have we got here, 67.50. So
Okay, ARM Holdings looking for more upside. Okay, what's going on here with the markets? We said the breadth wasn't that great this morning. Let's just go double check on that. Okay, so we have only 200 stocks advancing. All right, so that matches up with what we saw earlier with advanced decline percent. We need to see this up at 400. We need that breadth to be broadening out. It's pretty restricted to the New York Fangs at this point. There are some other stocks, obviously, that are working, but the majority of the S&P 500 needs to improve a little bit more. Still, we're up here at all-time highs. I'm not complaining. I'm just looking for reasons to think that this is going to be a double top. Watching for any kind of profit-taking signals, whatever. Okay, because we're right up here at the highs. They did buy the dip, so that's good to know. They bought the dip. Okay, SPY, S&P. They bought that little dip that we had. Okay, a little dip at the morning. Continue to move higher. We're taking new highs. Going to go for 7,000 here shortly. All right. ARM Holdings looks like it wants to do something. Buyers. Okay, ARM Holdings buyers. ARM buyers at the low. Okay, so this is perfect. This is perfect. Check out RSI. Look at ARM. Look at ARM. Let me just note it in the trading room. Okay, day traders. Note ARM. Okay, so look at this. All right, so ARM Holdings gave you a perfect entry. Okay, you got RSI after the open. Put a stop down here. Okay, stop. RSI gets oversold. This is in a bullish trend. Okay, the stock's in a bullish trend. There's your stop. Okay, RSI gets oversold. You look for that move higher. This was a little fake out here, but finally did continue. Now we're at highs and continue to move higher. So RSI is just now starting to move. Great entry. Yeah, Tesla. I keep telling myself.
Portfolios and people's portfolios, it's so overwhelmed right now. There's plenty of other places, put your money in. We talk about all the stimulus out there. It's a global phenomenon. It's not just here in the U.S. But I do think here they look relatively cheap based on where they are historically. I think, again, a lot of money's going to flow together on this next one. We saw a 10% move in 97 yesterday, so I think they're starting to come alive again.
Car company, robotics, SpaceX, and XAI all rolled into run. Oh.
OpenAI and Anthropic against each
BSN.
other. We have Mythos that has come out that I would really love access to, but apparently that's dangerous. So
Yeah, you can get on the list for that one.
but if you look at Project Blessing and all of the partners that are coming in with Cloud and Anthropic, it is the hyperscalers, it is Apple, it is Microsoft, where they're coming.
Yeah, Mondo. I can't feel too sorry for you, man. You know, you're running a profitable business. You're employing people. You know, you got a positive attitude. It's all good, man. Yeah, I do that all the time. You know, I wanted to get back into AMD, and I missed my opportunity. AMD. I want to hit one of those out of the park. I want to do a Barry Bonds too. Yeah, I know. It sucks to see it just keep going, right? Why don't you ever do you scale out at all? Do you scale out?
We can talk. We're gonna have to just talk about it.
Yeah, we got our family.
You and I talked to Steve Sosnick, whatever that was, 2 weeks ago now. That you're just gonna add not other things. These companies like.
Yeah. Okay. So watching, everything is working so well here.
There's a lot of investor access to these things. It's not quite as closed off as you might be. We are kind of airdropping what's on after 800, 1.6 plus what's SpaceX 2 trillion, right? So like 3 trillion plus of market cap. Who's adding to the market? Like not overnight, but it's going to happen pretty quickly. And I am very curious to see how that just gets.
All right. Looking good. Looking good.
All the major hyperscalers right now, they're all still investing in this aggressively. Those stocks, however,
Arm. Keep going, Arm. Let's go.
And now you're kind of going to have 3 more companies riding most of the same things, massive valuations. But today, worse businesses, and the market's going to have to figure out what to make of that.
Well, it was like that old argument everyone's talking about with the .com bubble, no one made any money, right? The hyperscalers make money, but that's like part of the story. These private companies that made no money that are coming to market, and I think that does change the dynamics.
Okay, VIX is starting to get a little bid here off the low. Oracle. Looking for a day like Monday soon. Volume is obviously the institutions are buying. Okay, Tesla. Whew.
A lot of it heated up when the IPO market heated up, so we're going to see that. But we are exposed to these companies in different ways. There are partnerships with Anthropic already with hyperscalers. There are partnerships with OpenAI, with Microsoft. That's why there was a lot of exposure to that. There's still exposure to these companies within public companies right now, even though them themselves are not public. And it's going to be interesting to see the market dynamics components. I'd like to maybe bring that back to the hidden carry trade unwind that happened. Purely systematic. If there was nothing that hit the market that, interest rates adjusted that, but it's just that was systematic with leverage. There was a drawdown and it immediately shifted as soon as that trade was unwinded because of margin and leverage and just systems.
Okay, Oracle looks like it wants to go. Looks like it wants to go. Oracle futures looking good.
There's a lot of money that needs to get sucked out of other stuff to end up in those things.
Absolutely. Indexes will have to be rebalanced. That's
And that could just be the thing. Just like when Tesla became part of S&P 500. I mean, if you look at the stock since then, it really hasn't moved. I don't see these guys some of the systematic.
TSLL.
I also think about that with like these crypto.
KKR. All right, private credit doing well. Okay, cool. Cool. Bottom floor, Oracle, KKR.
so on and so forth, and everybody's like 0%
XNDU.
move on. So yeah, I think there is a lot of leverage in the system.
TSLL.
I think a lot of those trades are
TSLG.
so I think at
HODU.
some point in the future here,
EULL.
the AI trade
TSLT.
RET.
In the last like 90 seconds, Justin, can you just what's the deal with Bitcoin right now? Like, when's it gonna start working again?
BIRD.
it goes to zero.
No one's saying that. No one's saying that.
As soon as we
Please.
get any type of clarity on the 30 hours,
Yeah.
that's when it will happen. But I believe with the headline about receiving Bitcoin as a trade on this is really what ended up in my
Yeah.
For the black market.
BIRD.
Some instances.
That's why the original use case.
XNDU.
Yeah,
TSLL.
just looking at the chart, it's just like, I mean, I guess we're above the 50 day.
BIRD.
It is, but it's a really fun chart. I wish I had it in front of me, but we can pull when President Trump was originally elected. We had a cup and handle that was formed all the way back to 2021. We fell through that the week of November 4th.
Yeah.
And we did not.
IONX.
We fell right to that when we weren't getting any information on the Clarity Act, and the CEO, the Circle CEO, pulled out his backing of that, and now that's why I'm saying we need more clarity.
Yeah.
Because the levels line up with that.
BIRD.
We're basically we're higher than, but we're basically at April 2021 levels.
Exactly.
So 5 years.
TSLL.
Thanks so much for stopping by.
Wow, see ya.
Thanks, guys. All right, we are just moments away from the opening bell on Wall Street here, and it is here are some of the key things that we're watching ahead
IONX.
of the open. This read brought to you by Avalara. First, it is tax day. Americans are rushing to meet today's tax filing deadline and are getting bigger refunds on average. That is thanks to President Trump's
XNDU.
tax law, and if you still haven't filed, anyone can extend their deadline to October. We have until today to file that extension.
TSLL.
Plus, we are watching bank
TSLG.
stocks at the Open. Morgan Stanley and Bank of America wrapped up the week with big banks reporting with their hauls from trading desks and more. We are also on watch for stocks
BIRD.
to open near records as investors, but the worst of the Iran conflict
XNDU.
highly S&P 500 is trading within just a few points of its record high as the Nasdaq and the longest winning streak since 2021. That's it for Morning Brief here on Yahoo Finance. Much more ahead, including the open bell.
XNDU.
TSLL.
It's the way the morning light finds its way. The quiet rhythm of the morning breeze. The stories whispered in the green. Details not the night light. A family grow.
XNDU.
But sometimes
XNDU.
it's in one attention. Space that needs refreshing. Foundation that needs strengthening.
NCO.
Change that improves the home. Always love. So you can focus on the unlock your key to home equity.
I got 2 words for you.
HQ.
Program. Snag this hotel for 2. You didn't check Trivago? I got it for $155. Yo, Betty, Scott didn't check Trivago. Oh, you have to check Trivago. Look, on Trivago, you can compare prices from multiple different sites and loyalty programs and prices from hotel websites. Same hotel, $100 less.
TSLR.
Check Trivago.
NCO. BIRD.
Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel. Trivago.
TSLL.
Remember your reason why.
HQ.
Ask your specialist about Resdifra.
All right, looking good.
NCO.
Apple, very nice apple. Thank you. Do 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 do.
Asked for Fort Canyon an hour ago.
The director remains silent. Anything you do say can and will be used against you in a court of law. The murder weapon was
BIRD.
BIRD.
TSLL. TSLG.
All right, KKR looks like it's going to go too. All right, cool. All right, so just letting things move here. Moving along. Looks good. Okay, these private credit companies look really good. Okay, these should perform. They're all doing the same thing. Private credit, private credit looking really good here. Take a little bit. Whether you like Blackstone or KKR, Blue Owl, Apollo Management, Ares, these look really good.
Thank you all so much for being with us. I want to sort of kick off with what exactly we are seeing within this market. The S&P 500, once again, within striking distance of another all-time high. Ken, I want to go to you first. Do you think that this is a market that has returned its focus to earnings, to AI? And also, why do you like Microsoft and Apple in this market right now?
again, for some safety there, but thank you for having me on. So I guess I would start to unravel that as saying, look, I think the market's always forward-looking, and even though there's still some snag foods there in the straight, the market's going to pass that out. Some more supplies going to come on from pipelines and other means, and oil's going to start coming back down. And then the Federal Reserve, this is a transition here, and the Federal Reserve is going to do something here in probably a few months. And then on top of it, we have earnings reports. Now, there's times you come into earnings really hot, right? Earnings get to sell the news reaction. We're limping into earnings. Okay, so we're totally limping into earnings. The bar is lower, and I think sets up pretty well. The reason I like Microsoft and Apple, actually, totally different businesses, obviously. Microsoft is 1.1 billion licenses, and they got thrown out in the baby the bathroom, as they say, because they're AI. You know, they're not getting enough AI. They are.
GRPN.
Right, and they have all different verticals.
VIRD.
And Apple sits there, not a hyperscaler. They're watching first movers spend $200 billion, and Apple holds the cards up. There are 2.4 billion devices that are out there. So again, someone who wants to dip their toe with all the volatility, I think Apple and Microsoft, because of the stickiness of the products and services, are one of the best places to look at.
What's been so interesting to watch over the past few days too is investors return once again to that risk appetite. They've been building up their portfolio of maybe more semiconductor names like Taiwan Semiconductor, like Broadcom, both moving higher on the week. We also have ASML moving higher too. And as I know you've been following some positive takes from JP Morgan as well about its outlook. What exactly are you hearing from the street?
All right, looks good.
They've been highly anticipated by the street. And nevertheless, strong takes from JP Morgan, from Morgan Stanley. Look, the takeaway here is that the company said that demand for chips is outpacing supply, and therefore its customers are accelerating the capacity expansion plans for 2026 and beyond. Remember that this is a company that makes the actual machinery to make semiconductors. So JP Morgan noted the company's confidence in demand strength and very strong orders, positively.
Tesla, oh my gosh. Wow, this is making a big day. Even better.
The sales momentum into 2027 is strong. So we have seen a rally in the semiconductor space. In fact, they have started meeting the market higher.
I wish we could get Bitcoin to get something going here. S&P is just kind of sitting here doing not much of anything. It's the New York FANG components, hedge flows, grinding along.
And then Bitcoin also moving a little bit down today, down by 0.8%, but we saw returns at $74,000 per coin level, reaching a 4-week high.
Yeah, so Bitcoin has been in a trading range. It's shown resilience throughout the year. But you have Wall Street that's sworn in caution here because they are saying, yes, we're seeing this rally, but they are calling it, some traders or strategists are calling it a bear market rally. They're saying that you're still in a crypto winter, and the movement that you've seen with Bitcoin is indicative of some rallies that you see within a bear market. You've got Sean Farrell over at Fundstrat who's saying that it's a bear market rally, although he's not fading it just yet. He sees tailwinds like strategy of buying Bitcoin. They raised cash last week to buy more Bitcoin.
All right, looking good.
For the next couple of days, but nonetheless, don't get too caught up in it because there is an expectation and roll over at Compass 2020 to the fact that you may see a retracement to the downside. I spoke to one investor that said, look, this market, until you see capitulation, the whales are not going to come back in. This is contrary to what Bernstein has been talking about because they have been seeing signs of a bottom already. They pointed this out earlier this month that they think that Bitcoin has bottom and that it'll go higher from here. So depends on who you're listening to.
Right. Another area that we're seeing resilience in has been the consumer within the economy. That's what so many bank executives have said this week, including CEO Brian Moynihan calling the economy resilient, consumer activity healthy, yet consumer confidence is low. Is this going to continue to be a story of say and do another thing? Is that what you're hearing as well?
Yeah, I think so. I think a little bit, if we talked about a K-shaped or bifurcated economy where the top end to high end consumers are still doing well, even though the lower end to middle end consumers not doing as well. And so perhaps those surveys are reflective of that. Look, I think if the guests are correct and that the economy is going back to where people think it will be, if the conflict comes back and or comes down and we get a new Federal Reserve chair that uses monetary policy, I think investors are still looking in the wrong place. This is where I think they've returned to Mag 7, they've returned to non-profitable tax base on the hopes of what actually is going to become. This is where the broadening trade that was in place after October into the beginning of this year, right before the conflict began, was moving out of those names and moving more into more economically sensitive and cyclical stocks like small and mid caps and broader stocks, not just tech stocks. And that's where I would encourage investors to look going forward, just given the reality that they are incredibly cheap relative to the large cap stocks. That's why I see opportunities looking forward.
Ken, I do want to talk a little bit about that rotation because we did see client activity, trading activity pick up really across all the banks. And so is this sort of a genuine moment where we're just seeing reallocation, or is this move back towards AI, or is this just a temporary pickup in activity because of the war that we've been seeing over the past 6 weeks?
Look, I think investors can't help themselves to go after innovation. And, we had last summer, I remember I reminisced about it, the clicks of 14 or 15, Colin Waters setting record, AI and trading pretty crowded. Remember, the market's a brothel, right? It's TSLT. You're not supposed to get 3 or 4 months in a row of setting records and making TSLG that showed up here just the last few weeks. But I do think investors will go back there. They're going to look at the growth rates. Like NVIDIA, forward PE is 22. And we're going to grow 75%. You just don't get that in any other industry. So no, I think the investors are going to go back to where they came from. Again, maybe a little bit more discerning, maybe look at more egg ratios and some other things. But at the end of the day, that's where the excitement is. And it's been like that all through history. There's innovation, there's investment. There's investment, there's innovation, and you can't stop this train. There's just so much money that's coming at it. The reason why we cracked that dream, though, is that we're on one side of the ship at one point. And here we are. Yeah, nothing wrong with having some banks blended in there, some other things to kind of lower your beta. But in the end, I think investors are going to go in clear, going to go right back to those positions.
And all that said, the Federal Reserve is expected to meet, and right now, investors are trying to weigh a higher CPI print of about 3.3%. I want you guys to take a listen to what Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee had said to the Occupy just yesterday.
I was on the more optimistic side that we could have the tariff impact on inflation be one and done. We'll get back on the path to 2%. We could have multiple rate cuts in 2026. I was hopeful only 3 months ago. That was only 3 months ago. Now with this, look, the longer this goes, the more it pushes that off.
I want to get to what are you hearing from producer market?
Tesla's still going. Holy Toledo. Up 27 bucks, Tesla. Tesla. You're really giving us a good day today. Mondo's pissed at you, Tesla. Okay. Look at the freaking candle. Holy smokes. Wow. Very nice. Very, very nice. Apple at the highs. Apple at the highs here. Okay.
What do you make of Goolsbee's comments? And also, we got reports out today that President Donald Trump saying that he will fire Fed Chair Jerome Powell. He does not step aside once his term.
Oh, shut up with this Jerome Powell crap. What does it have to do? I understand. They want to talk about Jerome Powell. What does that have to do with the market? How is that helping us trading wise? It just makes no sense. And Bloomberg's not any better. Oops. Come on.
And this is where I think perhaps in the future there is more of an inflation bias and we are moving away from that 2% target possibly.
Tesla's just, oh my God, look at Tesla. Look at that. Look at that. Goodness.
Next NTU.
Central bank president coming in, and we'll see where we go from there. That's why there's going to be more volatility with the president wanting something, the new chair perhaps looking at something different with the committee that's forecasting that. As I said, no rate cuts. We'll see where we go in the future, but I think this is a point of volatility. I think inflation expectations are going to be critical going forward. Do consumers and corporations start to believe that inflation?
XNTU. BIRD.
All right. Hope everyone's having a good day. Tesla's just gone ballistic here. Oh my gosh.
It's been a challenge because I think these issues that we have on tariff is intertwined with other issues which are more political. And I think the governments are aware of the situation. And I think affordability is very important for the U.S. government. Your manufacturing footprint. How important is it to you to be manufacturing here? What are you doing with your plants, for example, in Mexico? We're very focused on producing where we sell. And obviously with the tariff, it's an accelerator in the right direction, more production in the U.S. and in our plants in Tennessee and Mississippi, we're maxing out the production. And the objective is really to reach an 80% mix of production in the U.S. for the U.S. In case you missed this on the opening trades. This time last year,
TSLL.
So I think, yes, the markets are asking the hyperscalers to show a little bit more proof in the pudding. Last year it was, oh wow, you've raised
Mondo must be cursing at the screen.
I need to see the ROI on this capex before I want you to do more.
TSLT.
Oy, 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 oy. I'm going to be at 400 here pretty soon at this rate. Holy smokes. Okay, let's look at the 60 minute. Let's look at the 60 minute. Look at that volume. Holy, wow. Wow. All right, so most of my open positions are just swings, so I'm just letting them go. Not reeling them back in. Netflix, I'd like to see that turn the corner along with Amazon. But other than that, everything else is working. My positions in Amazon, Apple, Microsoft working very well, Meta, Google, Tesla, of course, TSLL shares, NVIDIA. I have no position in NVIDIA or AMD for that matter. I do have positions in Oracle, Micron, looking for those to continue. Crazy. XLF, the financial ETF. Let me take a look at that. XLF. I'm going to adjust this one. I have options here. And when do they expire? XLF. Okay, we're at 215 stocks advancing that. XLF. June. Okay, I have June 53 calls. That's fine. 53 is fine. We'll be in the money soon. XLF, weekly time frame, turning back up above the 10 EMA weekly. Okay, so the cool thing about, if you think about this, for 9 weeks we faded. Okay, for the past 3 weeks we've rallied. Now, I don't suggest buying at the highs of the day right now. Obviously, I'd be looking for dips. But with earnings coming out better than expected in most cases, will most likely follow through. So June is good. I'm probably going to double up. I have 10 calls on this one. I'm probably going to double up at some point, go to 20, 25. Of the June 53 calls, we're almost there. That position is doing really well thanks to the banks. Let's go take a look at the banks. Wells Fargo did dip. That's similar to what Goldman did, but Goldman did bounce. Okay, Goldman did bounce. Okay, and did take out the weekly highs after earnings. It dipped and popped. JP Morgan, that one's pulling back. JP Morgan. Private credit looks good. We already talked about private credit. You're getting in on the ground floor on these. BX, KKR from Monday. Blue Owl I bought yesterday. Apollo looks good. These are all financial. Apollo, Aries, and others. These are all looking really good. So you're getting in on the ground floor on these. Just let these swing. I'll probably hold on to these until Q3, Q4, provided everything continues on this path upward. Let's look at AXP, American Express. Okay, that's trending. American Express, MasterCard, Visa. These are all turning the corner too. MasterCard, Visa. I don't know if they lump these all together, but private credit and credit cards all doing well now. Getting bought. XLF off the lows. XLF a week ago. XLF. A week ago, we were looking at this bottoming and taking out the 50-day. We did that last week. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we consolidated. We're following through now. Monday was a really unusual day for the markets as well. So that's a nice follow through. Monday, we outside day, gap up yesterday, gap up today, back up to all-time highs. People chasing the FOMO crowd. So I'm just letting these swings work. AMD, shizzle again. AMD, I wanted to buy AMD on the dip. Come on, Vinny. I wanted to buy right there. Damn it. AMD, let me just, AMD daily, weekly. All right, we're coming back up to resistance anyway. So we need to clear 267. So that's 10 points away. AMD, NVIDIA, also clearing, starting to look like it's going to break out of this big base that accumulated over 8 months, 9 months, since August, September last year. Tesla turning the corner, no longer a car company alone. It's got robotics in its future, SpaceX in its future, and XAI in its future, conglomerate. Okay, looks good, Tesla. Apple at the high of the day, clearing the 50-day, clearing the weekly 10 EMA. Apple looks good. Microsoft turning the corner, back above the 10 EMA this week. Okay, so we'll be accumulating positions in Microsoft. 60-minute time frame. You know what this looks like. I told you last week that this was breaking the downtrend 2 weeks ago, actually. It staggered a little bit, did shake people out on this 385 down to 367 move, but it surfaced again. So MSFU, I think that's what I have. I have MSFU, also have call flies for January for Microsoft, anticipating that we could get a cheap entry and look for Microsoft to continue to move higher. Let's see. I also bought calls yesterday, if I remember. Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft. I bought the April 27th, and I sold those already. When did I do that? I sold those this morning. Oh, this morning? Okay. Microsoft. When did I sell it? Microsoft. So you can't view the trades after you've already sold them, I guess. I wanted to see where my entry was. Microsoft. Let's see. Analyze trade.
SHFS. VIRD. CUE.
Time now for Talking Tech. First up, China's Unitree began selling its cheapest humanoid robot on Alibaba's AliExpress, fully Spanish international presence. Will be sold
All right, so 400, 405. We pushed through 405. Oh, that's why I did it. Okay, we hit the maximum profit on Microsoft. I had the 400, 405 for next week. We hit 405. That had triggered a limit order to sell at max profit. Whenever you take a spread, I had the 400, 405. Okay, I bought that yesterday, I guess. I don't know. Once you hit that upper strike, your profit loss curve looks like this. Okay, so you buy it below 400. Your profit loss curve looks like this, and once it gets to 405, what the hell? Your curve flattens out. Okay, so your curve flattens out. So you make profits up to 405. Okay, 405, then it maxes out. Okay. So that's why I took that off. All right, but I do have butterflies. Okay, so I bought yesterday. 405 is your maximum profit. If you're trading spreads, they're cheaper, but you're limited in your profit up potential. I've been doing these spreads a lot lately, only because VIX was so high. Now that VIX is getting back down to lows, I'll start taking straight calls most likely. Okay, there goes Apple. Apple breaking out here. Apple breaking out. Okay, Apple killing it today. Apple breaking out. Apple breaking out. Apple breaking out. Oh, wow. Very nice. Apple. Thank you. Apple. Okay, Apple. Coming up to max profit right now. Apple.
More in the moderate sense, a little more anti-tax, and is about kind of creating efficiency and are a little more pro-tech as well.
Very nice. Commissioner, thank you very much indeed.
Apple looks good.
Because you take a look at this stock, Allbirds shares going absolutely bonkers. Why? Because the former shoemaker, just days away from ceasing operations, says it's going to pivot its business into guess what?
All right, 265 is a call wall, right? Money Magic call wall on Apple, 265.
It's going from not much to just $20, let's call it. So yes, 700% is extraordinary, but it's got $50 million in financing to basically build out AI native cloud data centers. It wants to get NeoCloud at Edge. $50 million isn't that much.
Yeah, GPU as a service or GPU as like SaaS.
Apple looking good. Apple.
No surprise, this is the most read story on Bloomberg right now.
Not most read. And what's the rebrand going to be? I think they're going to be called Newberg AI. How's that? The rebrand of all rebrands. That does it for this edition of Bloomberg Tech.
A lot of news flow coming from Bloomberg, some interesting market moves, and some important interviews around the global economy as well. Recap all of that on the podcast. You know where to find it. If you're watching the show, it's there on your screen. If you're listening, iHeart, Spotify, and Apple. This is Bloomberg Tech.
Own the thing. Behind the thing. Behind the next big thing. Invest in the backbone of the global economy. Brookfield. Own what's next.
America, this tournament might be fought on the pitch, but it'll be won in the backyard barbecues. Hey, City, that guy looks like Tim Howard. I am Tim. In the offices, the clear out at kickoff.
Apple looking good.
Because we have home field advantage, and that's
ACET.
anywhere fans are. Nice save, goalie guy. Jim Beam, official team of U.S. Soccer.
After fire, water, or storm damage, come and feel our wish. And for over 50
Apple breaking out.
A&I Fire and Water Restoration has
ASTI.
helped families across the Carolinas get back to normal. With expert care and decades of experience, we make coming home possible. A&I Fire and Water Restoration, restoring
Apple I rolled out to 165, 170, 165, 175 for June.
Only the ServiceNow AI platform breaks down the rules. It integrates anything, any workflow.
Any data source, and with
ASTI.
AI Teller, we can finally manage all our AI.
The ServiceNow AI platform lets you connect and control everything to put AI to work for your people. Let's see. Look. Good check.
Easy as if everybody just moves down one. No.
This is the story. The one knows that when it begins, the unexpected can put everything on the line. But with a solid game plan and a teammate like Granger that she can rely on to deliver the product she needs when she needs it, she's confident that
Okay, I rolled out Apple. I'm bullish, obviously. KKR at highs, looking good. NVIDIA at highs. Okay, is it 12 o'clock? Okay, we're coming into 12 o'clock. Let's go tune into CNBC. Why don't we? What a day. What a week. The past 2 weeks have been crazy. 3 weeks in a row. Okay, Apple.
We got about 20 seconds or so left. I did notice Tesla shares just real quickly up 7.5+%. Not sure why, Leslie. Perhaps this tweet earlier about a new chip that Musk or that Tesla is designing for FSD. But take a look at that move in Tesla. Perhaps the guys on halftime are going to be able to figure it out because we're out of time now. So we'll send it over to the halftime report and Scott Wapner.
All right, David, thanks so much. Welcome to the halftime report. I'm Scott Wapner, front and center this hour. New high watch, the S&P edging closer to yet another milestone. We discuss and debate with the investment committee. And joining me for the hour, Joe Terranova, Kerry Firestone, Liz Thomas, Steve Weiss. I'll show you what I'm talking about. 7,002.
What are you talking about?
28. That's the number you need to watch. So we're not that far away. It's pretty remarkable to say that, given where we were in the not too distant past. That's for sure. NASDAQ is up near 1%. Dow's giving back about a 0.5%. But Joe, it's a resilient market, and we have said that the tide had turned, and this market just wants to go up, and it's going to hit these records. It's just a matter of when, not if. I think that is, you don't need to be a genius to suggest that. We are so close.
Oh, but you are a genius, Mr. Wapner.
Market break out above that new all-time high and range what previously had been 6,300 to 7,000. Answer your own question. So as long as what I have been telling you over the last several days continues to be
the formula where growth is leading the charge, then I think, yes, in fact, we will be able to advance beyond that level and establish a higher range. It is growth that is taking us higher. Today, the formation is not as strong as I would like it to be. Today, it is about the laggards. It's about the growth laggards. If you look at the
Apple's still going here.
higher, it's Tesla up 7%. It is along those lines as well. Microsoft leading the charge higher. It is software that's taking the market higher. It's not really semiconductors as much as it has been the last several days, but it's growth, it's technology. That's the leadership. It's not S&P equal weight. Okay. It's not S&P value. Stop looking at my earpiece. It's just falling out of my corner. It's falling out.
Distracting. How am I supposed to listen to what you're saying when your earpiece is like dangling out there?
It's not S&P equal weight. It is growth. Right?
Can the people see that?
God, he's so annoying.
It staggered me for a second and popped out. I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, well, you learn how to work with that thing. So Joe's premise is what is being talked about today on the street. It's like, yeah, we know we're going to hit these new highs, Kerry. It's like, then what? After the new high is reached, in which JP Morgan addresses that, says we think markets will begin with an everything rally, similar to that seen on March 31st and April 8th, with investors chasing sectors in the most across the major indices. So that means not just the S&P, like we're going there for everything. But after that, we think a return to fundamentals is warranted. If so, the next stage of the rally depends on the Mag 7.
We're way beyond that, Mr. Weltner. We're way beyond New York Fang. At this point, we needed it last week. We finally got it. New York Fang blasting higher. Okay. You're like Jay Powell behind the ball here. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That's beautiful. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. All right, New York Fang. Okay.
Who have much higher growth rate for this year and next year. So what we're going to see is all these big tech names are going to report earnings in the next few weeks, and we would expect that they will have good earnings. They don't need the tanker to get through the Strait of Hormuz. All they need is for you to be sitting on your phone and be reading and watching and buying on Amazon or Meta or Google, and that's what drives those companies. They should have the numbers, and they are 35+% of the market. When they move, the market will move, and we need to see that, and it's good that they have led this rally.
So the reason why there's optimism, Liz, around this space is kind of obvious. Earnings growth. And
all right, NVIDIA is starting to flag out right here at the high. NVIDIA, Tesla, same thing. Tesla finally starting to slow down a little bit. Yikes. That's a crazy run up there. Okay, Tesla calls. Those are up a bit today. TSLL shares. Those are up a lot today. All right. That's $1,600 right there. Okay, I could take some of this off. Tesla. Nah, I'll hold on to Tesla. See where it goes from here. New York Fang look good. Can you buy the New York Fang? Is it possible? New York Fang. I don't think you can, right? NYFANG. Can you?
The market trends that were in place pre-war are gone. The rotation,
no options.
not going to be what drives us because there are.
But you can trade it. New York Fang. You should be able to, right? All right, Webull. Okay, Webull's pushing higher. I did buy some shares of Webull, by the way. Corey, New York. When we were talking earlier, New York Fang.
That actually ends up being a tailwind for tech stocks. The one question mark is whether or not this actually creates sticky inflation going forward, and we have to get used to higher rates. We have to continue talking about the possibility of hikes sooner than we thought.
that will pressure tech stocks as we go forward. But I think we're back to
That
this.
feels like that's like
It's way out. It's way out right now. There's a very long leg. But I think we're back to this sort of befriend the tech bubble because it's going to keep inflating again. The fundamentals are intact. The optimism is intact. And frankly, it's operating in its own universe outside of the war.
Weiss, you agree with what everybody has had to say along the lines of, yes, you're going to hit new highs, we know, but what's going to get you to the next leg, and then the next leg, it's going to be back to tech and growth. You buy that story?
I believe so, and that's how I'm positioned. You know, the interesting thing about the market over the last decade is that it really seems to be, and I'm not going to tell you if I've got actual, real strong evidence of this, it seems to be the battle of the old versus the new, where the old, meaning people have been around for a long time like us, you know, say, well, this is...
Speak for yourself. The new category, like the wall, was right between you and Liz, all the way over to here, just in case anybody was wondering. But anyway,
look, apparently I like to give credit to Liz credit for more.
RSPC.
What I'd say is that the old
well-seasoned knowledge on
so the old typically responds to news and troubled warning signs ahead, you know, and reacts to it in terms of repositioning going to cash. Whereas the news says, you know, that's an opportunity to buy. Through this, because I've only seen V-shaped recovery since 2000.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
So I'm going to buy. And you know what?
Man, look at the buying the last, what, 10 trading days? 11 trading days. Yikes.
What's a big trouble is that all you have to do is show up in this market. You don't have to decide where you're going to position. You don't have to worry about anything.
You believe that? I feel like there's still people want to have the debate. I mean, I talk to enough investors and portfolio managers and market participants in general who come on the various shows and say, no, the broadening story is still intact, and they're believers in it. That, you know, people are not just saying, well, I'm just going to go now all in tech, and you don't really have to think about it.
I'm saying the other. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying just show up. You buy whatever strikes your fancy that particular time, and it's going to go up. They'll go up in different types of magnitudes, right? But it's all going to go up. And that's always troubling for the market. It's not troubling today, but if it continues with the lack of objectivity in terms of where you're going, what sectors you're focused on, then that particularly leads to too much froth. We're not even close to there. But if I were to say something that may worry me more so than rates, for example, because we've been able to tolerate rates to a large extent, partly because of productivity with AI, that would be it.
So your moves back up your view. You bought more Microsoft. The target got cut today, by the way, at to $500 at Baird. They'd be buyers here. I guess you would too. The people are pretty, it feels like bearish on this thing, right?
Yeah, well, they're bearish on software, and at some point it was going to bounce. Now, look, Microsoft, you know, I misjudged initially the AI was still going to be the biggest competition.
Apple's still going here. Apple off the screen.
But the negatives were not going to replace. If you take a look at sales,
Apple looking good.
it's not as if they're going out of business today.
Look at that bullish candle. Holy smokes.
Their revenue streams will be lessened as you're able to use AI to create your own software. We see that in our due diligence.
I missed NVIDIA and that AMD today again to get back in. Oh, well. All right. The futures just continue to chop in this area right below all-time highs.
I feel like this is the ultimate and biggest show-me story in the market.
It's the battleground
right now,
without doubt,
because investors clearly have a different overarching sentiment about this name in ways that they haven't in a pretty long time. Everybody was bullish initially, OpenAI, and everybody's like, wow, Microsoft's in the catbird seat. And then now it's like, wow, what the heck's going on?
Oh, look at all this stuff on their chart. Is there a way to quickly delete all of the old stuff?
They're asking the question that everybody else.
The stock is down 14.5% since the bottom. I mean, it's had this huge move. It's not as much as Meta or Google, but it still is up 14%. And to say that OpenAI is sort of a has-been, this is one of the most valuable companies on earth.
Who's that?
Got to be a way.
But to suggest that, they really should have backed something
Got to be a way to
else,
do this
OpenAI isn't the company that
easier.
valuable with their 50% ownership that
Trading View people know.
Microsoft valuation.
Probably laughing at me right now.
Enormously valuable property that they own, and we're going to find out how valuable in the next year.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Look, I think what Steve is highlighting is that back in the fall, the market, for the very first time, began to question valuations overall.
That's all right. I'm bored.
Began that journey. The first place that they looked at the
Okay.
extreme valuation was a lot of the software names like Microsoft itself.
All right. That's good
And then you
enough.
saw the rotation into other areas of the market. Now you're back to a place where you could make a very strong argument that software valuations look a lot better, in particular in the case of a name like Microsoft itself.
Back
So
up
I
to
think
those
this is more
highs.
of a rotation based along the lines of valuation itself. And also to your point, you're looking today that you only have 4 of the 11 S&P sectors that are higher. I do think you have to think about, as you pointed out, Microsoft's relationship with OpenAI. And
All right. There we go. Clean chart now.
Microsoft to really get past this moment where people are calling into question. Because I have, over the last several days, spoken at length about my belief that Anthropic potentially will be valued higher than OpenAI itself.
Okay. So Microsoft,
Google turning back up. All right. Amazon's starting to turn. So if you're looking for day trades, okay, here's a good example. All right. We looked at ARM earlier. Okay. ARM got oversold here. Good entry. Can't make new highs. Stopping out below the moving averages. Let's take a look at Amazon, for example. Amazon. Okay, didn't get way oversold yet. Okay, Google had an entry right there, RSI. Okay, we double bounce in this area. Following through, that's Google. Google looks pretty strong. Netflix this morning has been kind of slow. Okay, had an oversold this morning right there, RSI. That's starting to move. Okay, Microsoft. Okay, what about the top of the NASDAQ 100? NASDAQ 100 team at Lazian. Okay, DoorDash. We talked about DoorDash this morning. Okay, RSI moving higher. Robinhood with news. Okay, Robinhood's still pushing the highs. Oracle fading a bit. Robinhood, okay, trying to break higher. Getting through this 86 level, 87. That's going to start taking off to the upside. Robinhood. 60 minutes, turn the corner. AMD. Trending, AMD. Pretty chart, huh? AMD. NVIDIA. Same thing. LRCX. Semiconductors, SMH. Okay, taking a break at the highs. XLB Materials. XLC Communications, that'd be Meta. Meta's making new highs right here. Watch Meta. Okay, Meta. Meta new highs here.
Tesla's starting to get a lot of momentum up, 7% today. But I think that's a real indication of risk sentiment coming up.
Apple.
Meta's been making deals, and looking at yesterday's deal with Broadcom is bringing a continued momentum. We've been underway Meta. We're getting that name up the weight as well. I would like to see, when we talk about earnings, I would like to see Meta walk back some CapEx. That name could keep on going if it does the right stuff when its earnings come.
All right, good stuff. We'll see you back on the show soon. Thanks for giving us the update on your moves. The Meta news was interesting today, guys. They committed 1 gigawatt of custom chips with Broadcom and Hot Tan's leaving the board there.
RGTX.
You got Meta?
Yes.
And Broadcom.
Yes.
The street's positive on this. Goldman says the partnership reinforces Broadcom's technology advantage in custom silicon and AI networking. JP Morgan says it drives confidence in strong multi-year revenue ramp for Broadcom. Deutsche
says the deal further increases our comfort in Broadcom's ability to meet or exceed their greater than $100 billion AI revenue target for fiscal 27.
Yeah, well, we're seeing the validation of Broadcom as a competitor to NVIDIA and the diversification that hyperscalers need on their chip supply. And with Meta, the stock's at 16 times next year's earnings, perhaps less with new deals. The stock got hit so hard we've seen that before with Meta, and people sort of rush out of it because they go, oh my God.
Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft. I have some spreads here on Microsoft. I also have January butterflies, looking for that to follow through. It took some profits in April 405 calls because we were above that level this morning. Got a limit order filled. Microsoft looking very strong right here. Look at Microsoft. They're definitely buying. Look at the volume change here. Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft. Beautiful. Okay, we're clearing the 50-day. That's my reference point. Whenever I see a stock clear the 50-day, I start thinking about plans for the future. That 50-day is going to turn. It's going to be, days, weeks, months from now, but this is looking a lot better with Microsoft. It's taken a 10-week hiatus. We thought we was going to get above the 200-day back in January, got rejected. And here we are 10, 12 weeks later, we're finally breaking above the 50-day. So this looks really good for Microsoft traders, for investors. Just make sure you have options that are further out in time. Here goes Google too. Google on the move. Google breaking higher on the day. Google looks good. Okay, Google taking off to the upside. Right now, it's just a matter of just letting these swings work. They're not going to go straight up all day long. They're going to be dips intraday, ABCD patterns. But overall, if your stochastic is rising, it's telling you to look for close in the upper half of the daily range. Let's look at Google, for example. Google, look at stochastics, almost pegged at maximum. It's a bound indicator, so it can only go from 0 to 100. MACD, full-on bullish. Accumulation shares look good. Google breaking above the 50-day last week, following through. What's not to like about Google? Got good news too, doing lots of partnerships. Volume, so is institutions. RSI showing strength of trend. As long as you don't buy the high of the day, you're good. So Google, these dips are giving you entries. RSI gets oversold. You buy the dip, put a stop underneath 330, 329. Now you got muscle. Okay, there goes Microsoft. Oh, yeah. What a day, huh? What a day. Microsoft. Yeah. Microsoft. Oh, boy, we've been overdue. 12 weeks ago, we peaked. We faded for 9 weeks. Now we've rallied for 3 weeks. Back up to all-time highs. Traders having to make a decision. Do I take more positioning on right here, or do I wait until we break out of these all-time highs? I would suggest that, reduce your exposure. It doesn't mean take everything off. It just means reduce your exposure into the double top on the S&P. What's the Qs doing? And bring your stops up. So, for example, let's take a look at the S&P. So, just because we're coming up to a double top doesn't mean sell everything. It means that okay. So, I'm sorry, I got interrupted by my wife. We're up to the highs. Doesn't mean sell everything. A double top is possible. We could also break out. Okay, so that's a distinct possibility. So, on a move like this, what I would do is if I have a S&P, I have butterflies. I have the 7,725, 7,025, 7,050 call flies. Those are doing really well right now. Bring your stop up underneath. Okay, so if your stop was below 6,900, now you can bring it up underneath 6,950, 6,960, whatever hedge flows are telling us. Okay, what's this right here? This is 6,965. So stops underneath 6,960, and just tighten up your stops. That's all, and let these things run because we just keep going. Everything is bullish. You got FOMO kicking in. People are buying. You know, the worst feeling in the world as a new trader is you get scared, the markets keep dropping, capitulation, you finally say, okay, enough's enough, I'm going to throw in the towel. And the markets reverse on the last week in March, just like we were looking for in April. We hit a low. I talked about this yesterday, recently. We hit a low, and then the next week we made an even lower low. People capitulate, they sell their shares, institutions key in on it. Same thing happened here. We hit a low, a lower low, reversed back up into the week. We didn't take out the previous week's highs, but we followed through last week, take out the 10 EMA, move above. Now we're testing the all-time highs. So worst feeling in the world is to be selling down here, not up here. Whenever you lose the 10 EMA, that's where you want to start taking your profits. Take the profits off the table, wait for the markets to bounce. We talked about this with TRBCX ad nauseum. Okay, I'm sure you're tired of hearing me talk about it, but this is a good example of longer term investing entries and exits, right? So we get in, we get long in 22. We just stay long. Occasionally you pull back. As long as you stay above the 10 EMA, you're good. April last year, we pulled back, same idea. Make a low, a lower low in April, turn back up. That was when the president said, good time to buy, and everybody jumped in. Whenever you get up above at the highs, you can't make new highs. That starts to show distribution. That's phase 3. Phase 4 is when we drop below the 10 EMA. That's the key. The key to this whole thing is that once we drop below the 10 EMA, you start reducing your exposure. Don't hope for a bounce. Hopium doesn't work, right? It's not a strategy, as the saying goes. Once it gets below the 10 EMA, the 10 EMA rolls over, you're out or you're reducing exposure. You're waiting for opportunities. We put the potential buy zone on here about 10 weeks ago. This trend line came back to the same area. We lost 17%, but this was a good buy. I added 10% last week. I'm back to 70%. Invested 30% cash. If we keep breaking higher, I'll add more. Good example of pay attention to the 10 EMA on the weekly time frame. Okay, hopefully that's I didn't beat that to death so much that your eyes glazed over. Okay, so Tesla's at the highs of the day. Apple highs of the day. Google at the high of the day. Microsoft. Almost want to take some of these off. Tesla. Problem is, I take them off and then the markets just keep going. Like AMD, I took that off, on Monday? Wanted to get back in yesterday. Didn't get in yesterday. All right, so took it off on Monday. We started to fade. I thought it was going to drop below. Came back up, holding the 10 EMA, 60-minute. AMD looks good. Nice trend. I'll wait for the next consolidation, profit-taking zone on AMD. NVIDIA, same thing. NVIDIA had a nice trend. End of March, this reversed back above the trend. Same thing Microsoft did. Okay, all of these doing the same thing. Capitulation, people sell, they get scared. They don't know what to reference. Move back above the 10 EMA. A lot of these stocks go with. Microsoft was way overdone. I said that a few weeks ago, too. About 6 weeks ago, I said, this is way overdone. 8 weeks ago. this should start to move higher. Didn't. It rejected, didn't care about my opinion. Now we're starting to move above the 50-day, which is what we were looking for all the way back here in February. Finally getting to move higher into the Kirby. So one thing about the Kirby is you got to understand that once it gets up into this area, there's fewer and fewer traders that are going to slow things down. So the Kirby is, in essence, a vacuum cleaner. Prices tend to get sucked up into this area, so that's why the terminology exists. Price action above these levels of accumulation. You can see these large bars of volume by price. That's telling you where institutions have been accumulating. They've been accumulating days, weeks, and months, right? Now that it starts to move higher, once it gets above this level here at about 400, it starts to get sucked up into this area. You'll run into some resistance at the ceiling at 463. 463 is a long way to go. 50 points overhead. You got the 50-day, 200-day overhead. So this is probably going to keep going. It's not going to be straight up from here. It's going to be higher highs and higher lows. It'll follow the 9 and 21-day. Those are starting to turn. Once these move back above the 50-day, we can start to plan for entries on dips. Microsoft looks good. Okay, Microsoft at the highs. Microsoft at the highs. I've only had a half a cup of coffee, so it's not the coffee, believe me. It's the acknowledgement that institutions are buyers over the last 3 weeks. They keep buying all the way up to resistance on the S&P 500. Some of these positions like KKR, BX, you're getting in on the ground floor. These are going to keep going most likely. What's Merck doing? Merck. Okay, defensive sectors might see some profit taking, I would imagine. Okay, profit taking on Merck. There you go. XLB, XLC, communications, XLE. XLE continues to fade. All right, money coming out of XLE going into SMH. So if we create a ratio here, XLE to SMH, okay, you can see how it's underperforming. If I flip this around and go SMH colon XLE, you can see how semiconductors obviously are outperforming. You want to reduce your exposure in energy names, XLE. Look for a breakout. We got the breakout back above the 50-day, and semiconductors are just taking over here. Consolidation day, maybe a base, starting to look for a base now. All right, looking good. All right, Tesla testing the bear's patience. Tesla having a great day today. Tesla. Oy, Tesla. Above the 50-day. Can it go through the 50 and the 200-day? The strength here is remarkable in Tesla. 60-minute time frame. So extended now. You can't chase this. Do not chase Tesla at this point. Wait for the next dip. It's going to dip. If the strength is going to be persistent, it's going to dip and give you an opportunity. Microsoft. Yeah, that looks good. Microsoft. Let's stick to Microsoft right now. Okay, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Wednesday, tax day, April the 15th. I need to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. NVIDIA rolling over.
12-month price target is 170 on the stock. 76% of the analyst community think it's a buy. Just understand you need to see a little bit of a new revenue growth acceleration in the coming quarters to get back. That's the only one that's been in the whole time. The only one. Wow.
Let's talk Uber. 10 billion to robo-taxis,
UUBT.
according to the report in the FT. You want to weigh in on that one, since you own it?
I still think Uber is kind of sideways. I had gotten out of it personally in the mid 80s. We maintain a position in Joe T for the reasons that it's supported by strong momentum over a 12-month period, and it's a quality company. But the stock is kind of sideways. I think it has been that way for the better part of the last 9 months or so. It's going to need something to get it back towards the 90 line. For sure what that is.
Do you like First Solar, which is down today? China said to be weighing curbs on exports of solar manufacturing equipment
So
to
the
the U.S.
problem with that then becomes the guidance from the company, from First Solar, is that tariffs will be removed in July when they expire. The challenge now becomes if, in fact, we need to retaliate to the actions of the Chinese, do the tariffs remain in place? Therefore, you have to kind of lower the guidance, and the roadmap doesn't get as clear as we thought it would be. So I'm not particularly excited about the stock.
All right, coming up, a chart of the day. The stock leading the S&P for the second straight day. It's up almost 25% this week alone. I'll tell you the name and what is driving that big move next.
NUAI. ASTI. PLBL halted down.
I'm Christina Parts with your CNBC News Update. A student allegedly shot 24 people, killing 9 at middle school in southeast Turkey. It's the country's second school shooting in as many days. Officials say the 14-year-old suspect went to the school armed with guns, believed to belong to his father, who is a retired police officer. Victims included a teacher and 3 students, and the suspect did die at the scene. Yesterday, a separate school shooting in a nearby province injured 16 people. A 70-car pileup in Colorado sent 8 people to the hospital. The Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office says the crash closed the eastbound side of Interstate 70, about 50 miles west of Denver. Images online show multiple semi-trucks involved and snow on the road as well. The crash has been cleared and the highway reopened. And Starbucks has launched a beta app in ChatGPT to provide inspiration for drink orders. The coffee company says customers need to enable the Starbucks app through ChatGPT directory, then prompt the chat box to get a customized order. But customers still need to complete the order in the Starbucks app. I hope all of you got that. Just go to the app. Scott.
All right. Thank you. Data parts and evidence. Robinhood leading the S&P for the second straight day. Mackenzie Sagalos joins us now to tell us exactly what is going on here, Mac.
So, Scott, Robinhood shares surging 25% so far this week, ticking higher again today, off the back of a few big catalysts. So, first, the SEC just killed the pattern day trader rule. That's the $25,000 minimum that's been in place since 2001 to limit how often smaller accounts could day trade. Now it's gone, and that is a huge tailwind for Robinhood. The company built its brand on really democratizing markets for smaller investors. And now a major barrier to active trading just disappeared. It also comes as crypto is rallying, which tends to lift Robinhood, given how much of its revenue is tied to crypto trading volumes. And then there's prediction markets. Bernstein expects that segment to nearly quadruple this year with the World Cup and midterm elections as major volume catalysts. And let's not forget, Robinhood is also pushing deeper into private markets. They launched Robinhood Ventures Fund 1 back in March, ticker RVI, a closed-end fund giving retail exposure to pre-IPO names like Databricks, Stripe, and Revolut. No accreditation required, no investment here. That fund had a rough debut, but I will say it's up 20% since then. So this is a company aggressively expanding what retail investors can access. Scott?
All right, Mac, thank you very much for that. Mackenzie Sagalos, you own Robinhood.
Look, this is an example of a company, and we've owned it since last July. We owned it at 103, so we're down on the stock.
That's just a week.
Let's pull it back.
Right? No. Before you do that, I just want everybody to realize that that's like literally 3 days.
It's up 95%, I believe, over the last year. But if you pull that back to call it August, you're going to see or September, that's when the stock kind of peaked. And it correlated with the move in Bitcoin. Look, I think this is an example, and the reason that the stock is bouncing, it's a reset valuation. Company currently see a forward P of 40%. EPS has been marked down in the last 4 weeks, 14%. Revenue's been marked down 10%. They are diversifying the business model for sure. They've added really strong intellectual capital. So maybe the stock was ahead of itself as it was trading up near 150. I think a more reasonable valuation, you get comfortable with the stock on either side of $100. Probably where it belongs. They report earnings April 28th. We'll find out more.
Okay. Coming up next, Santoli, he has his midday word.
PLBL may rest in 10 seconds. SOSS.
QPTZ.
All right, we're starting to see a little profit taking at the highs.
is a very good transaction. Actually, you do a part of the transaction, really find competitions as well. And so I think that we have a lot of room to hurry to
ASTI.
and I think this administration is trying to go to bigger companies and trying to do that.
Well, I'm excited to see what might come out of this year. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but you both need to join us again alongside David. Thank you all so much. Wonderful to see you all in today's investment committee. Bloomberg's David Carnevale, Point Scott with Quantum Capital Group, and Wendy Fox with Vincent and Elkins. Up next, private equity player Tom Bravo is making some big moves in tech. We're going to break it down with senior partner at the firm, AJ Road. That's coming up next, right here on Bloomberg News.
What are these herbs left to right? Is that Bailey on the left?
Behind this family's financial future is their advisor, helping them grow their wealth and share it across generations. Your advisor are Vanguard's institutional quality bond funds, powered by smart, repeatable strategies. Fact is, 90% of Vanguard's active bond funds outperformed their peers over the last 10 years. Are you backed by institutional quality bond funds? Vanguard, discipline that delivers. During the declaration of Neil South
AIX.
time to grab a Jeep. Get 0% for 36 months on select new 2026 Jeep Wrangler and Gladiator. Plus, no payments for 90 days. Or 0% for 60 months on select Jeep Gladiator. Plus, no payments for 90 days. These deals are all worth celebrating. Only at South Strand Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Let's roll to South Strand and talk it out.
This is the story of the one. The one knows that when the weekend stays away, the unexpected can bring everything offline. But with a solid game plan and a team
RKLZ.
ranger that she can rely on to deliver the product she needs when she needs it, she's confident that she will always win the day. And her team will do the same. Call thegranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones getting done. Certainty matters. So if you need the right quality promotional products,
Okay, Microsoft. Nvidia turning over. Netflix is finally catching a bid. Netflix, if you're looking at trading, you can see this morning RSI got oversold. That's your entry. Put a stop underneath once you get the reversal. All right. Netflix this morning. Nice. Starting to move higher. Netflix catching a bid. Okay, Tesla rolled over a bit there. ABCD patterns probably this time of day. Looking for a B and C. RSI is oversold now. Starting to get more oversold. Okay, people looking for double tops. Robinhood. Okay, Robinhood. Intel, Bitcoin. Okay, Robinhood. Robinhood, nice follow through. All right, 3-week rally back up to all-time highs. A lot of people are looking for double tops. Netflix turning back up. Netflix turning back up. Netflix turning back up. Netflix is on the run.
In this case, it's a design and product-centric company, so we're just so happy to bring the two together. It's going to be a really important merger.
I know when we talked to our reporter Crystal C about this story, a quote stood out to me. You saying essentially the PE market is confused about software. And the other basically that some people are exiting software just because there's stress and there's liquidity, and not because that they've actually grown.
Netflix continues to rise. AMD giving a pullback now, looking to get back into AMD. I'll wait until after lunch. A lot of these stocks need to reassess after the markets hit the highs and get rejected. Okay. Tesla. Hedge flows still hanging out near 7,000. Hedge flows are still up here near 7,000.
You probably know they're in San Francisco. It's the one that a lot of tech birds bros wore. Now we have a new bird and an AI computing infrastructure company. I mean, AJ, are we just like at a moment of frenzy in this market around AI?
AST. Yeah, that's kind of a bubbly kind of thing to hear. I would say I can't comment on what actually they're doing. There are a lot of companies with a lot of data assets, infrastructure assets that are hard goods, consumer goods, completely unrelated to technology, that might be thinking about how do I monetize those assets and get paid for those assets in a modern world with digital infrastructure So I'm not sure what that headline was, Danny, but like that's an example of companies maybe.
Hey AJ, I'm pretty bummed because I'm out of time right now. But you're awesome. This has been awesome. Please come join again soon. It's been way too short. I have so many more questions I want to ask you. AJ Rose, senior partner at Bravo. Thank you, AJ. All right, coming up on the show, over 1,000 Hollywood writers, actors, and directors signed an open letter opposing Paramount's takeover of Warner Brothers. Bloomberg's Lucas Shaw joins us next to discuss right here on Bloomberg Deals.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about. Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sports is an equally exciting world of negotiations.
SOXS.
That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal. I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive. And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all-stars like Jay Williams, I Want to Be an Owner One Day, Billie Jean King, Learn the Business, Paul Rabel, Don't Choose Trends, Get Ahead of Them, and so many more.
Okay, your home, auto, and business vehicle are all protected with Progressive. Nice. It's a bit overwhelming running a business and a family. Oh, sounds like someone could use a vacation. A what? A vacation. Like taking a break from the stresses of life and work. Or like when I'm logging everyone's hours so I can just sit for a while. Yeah. Or like when I'm making a delivery in my van and a song comes on that I like. Yeah. So like when I take my work van to the car wash and it's all quiet in that tunnel for like 5 minutes. No, like when you go away and you take pictures and
Video pulling back.
Anyway, you turn to the people you trust. That's Cincinnati Insurance.
High electric bill? Get the monkey off your back and call Air Mechanical. We provide installation of pneumatic heating and cooling units, repairs, and 24-hour emergency service.
Let Air Mechanical help get the monkey off your back. Call us today.
World of politics to the world of business. Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world
MLYS.
right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Seriously, it's down 30% over the last year. Number of 5% in earnings growth. Talk about high single-digit growth for the rest of the year. The business they're in is a good one. Device business, the testing business, but it's been slow because of utilization. The move for Medicaid is going to help Abbott, and we're still positive on the name.
Where do you come down on healthcare in general?
Yeah.
Right now.
I'm pretty strong. I mean, it's an area that I think should continue to show good growth over the next year. The acquisitions have been smart. The revenues have been coming in. Some of the new drug approvals have been going faster than expected. There was worry about this administration, but things are getting approved. So I think remain positive.
Schwab is tomorrow, Joe, before the bell.
Engagement. We've talked about that. We've talked about the exchanges. We've talked about active participation. Schwab has been a very strong performer, as has Interactive Brokers. I see no reason why either one of those scenarios should not continue.
What about Travelers, which is also tomorrow?
Property and casualty is bumping up against much better comp scenarios. Therefore, the insurance names like Chubb, Allstate, Travelers, Progressive Corp, all working well.
All right. Weiss Netflix, that's tomorrow after the bell.
Yeah, so look, Netflix, it's always feast or famine with the quarter. They did announce price increase. No idea what the subscription growth is going to be. So those are wild cards. But here's what I do know. Stock is still undervalued. It's still the number one company in that industry with lots of leverage to pull, in addition to price, more sports content, which they're doing. So that's why I'll pick it.
All right, we'll bounce for a couple. We'll come back and we'll do final trade.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
All right, NVIDIA pulling back, AMD pulling back, semis, a little bit of selling. Tesla fading. We got Netflix turning back up now. Brent will be on here shortly. Brent will be covering OPEX for the month of April, coming up at 1 o'clock p.m. In 10 seconds. CYCU.
All righty, here we are. What's up, everybody? Today is Wednesday, April 15th. It is our regular OPEX effect. It is a very interesting setup here as we look at the April options expiration. We have a somewhat historic, I was looking at Warren Pye's chart this morning, a historic bull run here, 10 days, 9 out of 10 days up. We're talking, 5th percentile type moves, big moves higher. VIX crushed. So we're going to talk about that. We'll break down the positioning and we'll talk about what I think is kind of the path going forward here. You want me to cut to the chase? I think we're going to get a short-term correction, and that's probably in the midst of a larger-term bull move, but we'll see how that breaks out. So if you have any questions, pop in the chat. Depending on whether you're on Twitter or YouTube, I can see that. I think we can see both normally. I see a couple names there already. Hopefully the old audio is clean. Looks like I got it set up. Starting to get good at this now. Maybe jinx it. And shout out to all the new spot game subscribers. A lot of members coming in to check out the new trace, and the feedback's been really strong on that. So thank you all very much. Ben, what's up, man? All right, so let's get going here. On this note, I don't want to get into heavy promotion stuff, but you see here, you get 50% off the first month of Alpha. If you're a new spot game subscriber, use the code HEATMAP50, and you will get 50% off the first month. And then we may or may not have some sort of annual thing come up at some point. But that is that. So you will see that on your bottom left of your screen, and you can check that out. Have that for now. So let's talk about OPEX. We went from, if you saw my OPEX spec with my buddy Jack, that we went from a kind of neutral zone call versus put positioning to something that looks a little more, honestly, put weighted, which is a little bit surprising to me. I thought we would have a little more call positioning built up at this point, just in terms of the raw deltas. This is not a ton of overall positioning, and this is based on what raw notional $3.5 trillion. So this is kind of the Goldman Sachs methodology of looking at this. And what they do is it essentially take like a 13F, right? Every contract is worth 100 shares of stock, which is on its face pretty ridiculous, right? Because you have a deep out of the money put or a deep out of the money call. That's not worth the same as 100 shares of stock. And so just like in 13Fs, right? When it's like Michael Burry bought a bunch of puts and it's $10 billion worth of puts. And then, he obviously tweets and says that is absurd. So I had to bring up this other chart for you just to show the difference. So if we look back at this, you say, this is what we call raw notional. This is what you see from a lot of the media outlets now. And this is how Goldman does it. So we got to show it this way. And no. This is the more accurate, in my view, depiction, right? And what this is looking at is the delta value of all the options set to expire. So if you have a call and it goes deep in the money, that's worth 100 shares of stock. When you look at it this way, you can see everything is very, very call weighted. On the index side of things, this is bananas. Single stock can get 80s we've seen in some of the most bullish months ever. But for S&P to be 80% calls, this is full bull, right? Full weighting into calls. Generally, and the data suggests that when you have this much pileup of bull flow and that flow is removed, we get a correction. I'm not saying we're going to get a 10% drawdown in stocks, but should we look for like a consolidation, a 1 or 2% correction? I think so, and I'm going to offer another 10 reasons why I think that's the case. And on that point, puts are cheaper now. They weren't so cheap not all that long ago. So when you look at it this way, you can see the size. So that's the one takeaway, very, very call heavy. Second one is you see the bigness of the S&P 500 there, right? You add up the SPX and SPY, that options complex, and compare it to single stocks and index, you add all those up, it's still not as big as the S&P 500. So that's why we focus so much here on the S&P 500. Shout out to my new pen tool. Seems to be working pretty well, and I can draw. So there we go. So if you add these three up, and it's not as big as the S&P 500, S&P 500, very impressive size. What is this overall in terms of size? This is our historical categories, and what you see here again, fancy pen tool invoked. It's not a huge options expiration. It shouldn't be a surprise to anyone who watches this OPEX stuff regularly. Quarterly expirations are much bigger. Single stock, though, not bad. Index stuff, NDX, IWMs, not bad. ETF's fairly small. So S&P, not a giant expiration, even though it's still the biggest chunk of the pie. But there is some big single stocks percolating, right? And again, I think that matters when you're seeing Mag 7 all-time high. General shenanigans out there. are taking place now. Allbird, IonQ, looking at you. And so, you're getting that frothiness. A week ago, no one wanted these options. Nobody wanted single stock options. And, we're talking about NVIDIA calls a lot around here, and no one wanted them. And now everyone's like, yes. So it's just funny how markets work that way. Let me move my little tool. There we go. So that's the breakdown of the options positioning. Overall, call weighted expiration, fairly big for single stocks. S&P, what about VIX expiration? Well, if you go to our founders this morning, we posted a pretty fascinating chart here. This is the gamma, and we looked at the VIX by gamma, and the reason we looked at that is because it sort of just gives a weighting to at the money options. You could argue that this is not, maybe we want to look at big or something like that, but the key of showing this is here is your options expiration. I shouldn't draw red on red, should I? Go green. So here's your options expiration, and so when you break this down and you look at it, you can see that we go from a couple of areas of pretty heavy gamma right in this zone, in here, right? And then all of a sudden it goes away. And so when it goes away, what you can see is that gamma positioning, or the VIX positioning rather, there's less of it. And so my argument is that what has been pulling vol down so fast is a lot of VIX short positions, VIX puts, selling of VIX calls. Obviously not baked into this chart would be anything going on in the VIX futures space, selling S&P 500 puts, for example, all of those kinds of types of trades, right? And so we've seen so many times where VIX expiration, and we've shown stats on this as well, VIX expiration to options expiration is a window. Now, VIX can occur before or after OPEX, plus or minus a Wednesday. But this is the window where trends tend to change, and there's statistical backing of that as well. So, again, crazy rally, very call weighted. VIX expiration now should be loosening positions up, and I know we're extending the rally a little bit here today. And so what people's inclination is, they're like, well, that's wrong, and I'm going to move on because we're all, if something doesn't happen within the hour of when you say it might, you're wrong, which is hilarious. We saw in the gamma positioning here in the trace map, which I'll cover a lot in trace today, that there was some flex options that rolled off this morning around 9:30. There's less positive gamma, still positive gamma, but there's less. If you look out forward in time, I'm going to show this map in real time, you can see there's just less gamma over the next several days. This is a new trace feature. And again, if you go to spotgamma.com, sign up for alpha 1 month, use heat map 50, you get 50% off your first month, and you can see these charts live. And then the last thing is just on that single stock piece, look at how all of these positions now have moved over here, right? They're all dispersed. If I showed you this chart from about a week ago, all the positions were in this box, and NVIDIA in particular is over here, right? Now NVIDIA is way over here. All these names are spreading out. We have earnings, so that's going to keep the implied vol of these single stocks a little bit big, but they're moving to the right on this chart, which is calls being sold, puts being bought. And on that point, there's a ton of attention on this put call indicator, and I'm going to break down put call indications here for you, but I did provide this for SpotGamma subscribers. And all I did was break it down by sector here and put call ratios versus the last 30 days. And what you simply see here is calls bid, right? People piling into calls. That's the trade at the moment. Doesn't take a genius to kind of figure that out, but you can see on a data basis, that's certainly true. And so,
MLYS.
What do you kind of make of this from a high level perspective? I want to show one more chart that I think puts this into some context. But first, let's just look at the S&P, right? And how many times have we sat here and people heard me say, and I think I'm fortunate to have some people who have been listening to me for a while, and they know that OPEX can oftentimes be a trend change, right? And my argument here has been one of two things. Expiration causes a trend, particularly when vol's high and you smack it down. Its vol premium is gone, right? So the rate of change of the market, the volatility up, has been a function of the fact that they absolutely pummeled vol lower. Those evil Dems. And here's March quarterly options expiration, and this was when the JP Morgan collar trade expired, right? Fascinating, that marks the market low. Shocker. Up we go, and then look at where we rally into. I mean, there's like these intersections of price and time that always line up. Time being OPEX, price being we're back to the, I don't know how many times, triple top, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, roughly times that we've hit this level. So generally, if I were to say to you guys, oftentimes, and guys, I think that OPEX can mark a turning point or a moment for the trend to change a little bit because OPEX reinforces trend. Why? Well, I just showed you how call values are going crazy in our OPEX chart. People only want calls now. A week ago, they didn't want anything to do with them. Put call ratios are at super all-time lows now, right? Vol premium gone. I'm going to talk about that in a second. So how many ducks do you have to line up? And then you go, okay, all the positions that help to reinforce this change have now starting to expire. Today, a bunch rolled off. Friday, more roll off. And then you go, okay, makes sense that we could have a correction now, right? And do we get one of these corrections? You have a situation, like that. It doesn't have to be this big V change at a monthly options expiration with a 20% move that's always associated, right? You could have a simple move like this where it's reversed, where we got that little OPEX relief, right? And then sort of sold off. So 1-2% correction is the kind of thing I'm thinking about. That's only winding back, as the base case, that's only winding back to where we were 2 days ago. Right? So, I'm not thinking 5% drawdown. If the Iran situation gets worse, who knows? Okay, we're much more free to move about the cabin, so to speak. And what about earnings? Earnings really start next week. We have a great earnings tool on our dashboard, by the way, both for members, but also if you go to spotgaming.com under free tools, you can get our earnings dashboard there. If earnings are good, maybe we get bid up again, right? If they're bad, who knows? We'll see, right? So there is that exogenous effect, or flows, I should say, that could determine direction. But we're overbought right now, and we need some consolidation, and that's kind of what the base case is here, the TLDR, so to speak. So what about this put call stuff, is so fascinating. This is a very large chart, but I'm going to break it down here by zooming in. And what I did was the chart in question. Let me just see if I can find it. I think I had it brought up here. There's a lot of people who aren't in the options space, and they'll put out, charts that are, they're reasonable charts to put out. I'm not annoyed about some charts. I'm like, what did you do this for? But let me try to find it. Sorry, everybody. I know this is the riveting content you've been looking for, so here it is. I think this one was put out by Bar Chart. It's the index put call ratio, and you can see how this thing just dropped to, this is 5-6 year lows. There's a few different flavors of this thing going on. So I said, well, let's break this down by something that is maybe more interesting. And so in the index space, you have put call ratios, and then on the SPX, you could have a put call ratio, and then the single stocks, you have a put call ratio.
All right, we're still making lower highs.
Zero DTEs and remove put calls from that, etc. So there's
Netflix pulling back now. Watching the S&P. A lot of people are exiting the market, starting to reduce exposure because we're up at all-time highs.
And calling Adam, I saw that you have a little payment problem there. If you email us at spotgaming.com, we'll get you set up there. And loser 32 at the time. I see some questions there. I'll get through this put call ratio thing, and then I'll dive into the questions. And so feel free to throw it in the chat. So this is the SPX put call volume. A lot of volume trades, right, that doesn't turn into open interest. They buy now, they sell later, whatever it may be. So you can see that put call ratio is largely at the lows. If I was to say, hey, everybody, where do you think zero DTE options started trading? You can basically mark it on this chart, right? And then you see how smoothed out that line is, because this includes zero DTE. If you remove zero DTE, you can see that line is a little bit different. This is why I was saying the way you measure zero DTE can tell the story you want to tell. So here you can see, the overall trend is the same, right? Number of puts divided by calls is absolutely going down, right? Those put call ratios are going lower, which means that people just aren't interested in owning puts in the S&P 500. There's a brief little blip right there with the Iran situation, but right now everyone's obviously been puking those things out. So this goes back about the same amount of time. And yes, absolutely, like we're at these very interesting lows in this data. Now, what about the single stock side? This is kind of interesting, right? Put call volume off its lows, as you can see here. But what about the open interest? You can see the open interest here on the right, as low as it gets. And this is over a certain amount of time. So it's not like this is a brand new phenomenon where no one's really super interested in owning puts on the single stock side. It's just in general, I think what people have become to believe is puts don't pay, so why should we bother, right? And so that really matters. And I broke down put call volumes by the individual assets as well. And you can see there's a little bit of noise in this chart just before we jumped on this, but the overall point and the overall takeaway from here is 100% absolutely people are not interested in owning calls, in owning puts. That is just true. That's not necessarily a brand new phenomenon. But when you go back to looking at something like this chart here from bar chart, there's a lot of noise in this data, right? Index can mean a whole bunch of different things. Are they filtering out VIX or not, for example? Because that could be considered an index. Are they, is it NDX, SPY, et cetera, et cetera? Because this is a aberrant data print is what I kind of would suggest, right? And something may be going on in the methodology. If you look at this more accurately, we're at lows, but it's not like this brand new phenomenon, I would say, right? So hopefully that clears that up a little bit. Now, as I say that, the value of calls is massive, right? Very, very big. And we have this situation where we've rallied into this point, and it would be just a beautiful chef's kiss if this was some type of interim high, short-term consolidation at least, something like that. It just seems like it should really line up to square up with that wave. Now let's talk about the volatility space because this is so interesting. And then I'm going to show you the VIX chart and you'll see what I'm talking about. The basis for S&P vols we always look at is realized vol, right? Because what's the biggest predictor of where we're going tomorrow? It's where we were today and the day before that. And so when you look at vols, what you see, there's two numbers on your screen. You see 5-day realized vol has been at 15. What does that mean? We're trading about 1% daily moves on average for the last 5 days. For the month, we're at 19, so let's call it 20%. That's trading about 1.2% average daily moves in the S&P 500. That's pretty healthy. You can see that we make lows around 6%. You can get under that in the real lows of the market. So when you look at these numbers, you say, well, Brent, this isn't like bottom of the basement, volatility levels. But clearly we've had this massive rally. So vol up is still vol. The other thing is we all believe, or at least I would
just easing back up now.
There should be some kind of vol premium related to that Iran situation. It may be over, may not. Could be ceasefire, not ceasefire. We ceasefire, Israel doesn't. We ceasefire, someone else decides to start some stuff. Who knows, right? I don't know. But if there was no conflict going on there, I would price vol lower. And so the argument here is you have to maintain some type of vol premium. Well, if I just showed you that 5-day realized vol is about 15 and 1 month is at 19 and the VIX is at 18, that's suggesting that on a very kind of high level, back of the envelope basis, the vol is pretty cheap, right? It's trading under realized. That is accurate if this conflict is really done and we're out of the woods here. Obviously, if we're not, then we have a different situation. If oil keeps coming down, that's probably the best barometer for this situation likely being over, but who knows, right? Now, if we go and look at the vol dashboard, we can check out what the individual options vols are pricing in. Looking at the S&P 500 here, and I'll put on the old stats mode. Now, a lot of you are probably not familiar with looking at individual options in the S&P 500 like this, but here you have your strikes, and then here you have your expirations. And statistically, you can see here that we are red all over. What does red all over means? We're cheaper than we've been in the last 30 days, even a little bit longer with these stats depending on our setting. The lowest that you'll see short-dated vols is occasionally you'll see a 10. Rarely you'll see sub 10. And you're talking about all-time quiet markets. Tomorrow is Thanksgiving kind of thing. Michael, I'm going to dive into trace in a second. I got to get my diatribe here over with. So you're seeing 12% implied vols here in the S&P 500. That's really very low. Is it like most extreme ever? No, but it's pretty dang cheap. So why does that matter? Because there's the Iran war situation. These puts were trading, if you go out in time, you look down a little bit further, you would see a 20% implied vol, if not a little bit higher, when those puts were expensive. So the value puts has come way down. Put spreads here make a ton of sense if you think the market's going to correct a little bit. Selling calls, not terribly exciting, right? Especially at this giant rally. We think things may roll over, et cetera, et cetera. So the vol surface has really calmed way down now versus when it was extreme. The core point to this is if you believe that the vol crush helped the market to go up and the vol is likely been crushed, well, what is the catalyst for the market to go higher? Is the war done? How much more can we squeeze out of that? I don't know. AI, is that the next rally? Maybe with earnings that'll create the new bull market. I don't know. No, you have to find the next catalyst. It's not going to be vols, right? Vols can leak lower a little bit longer here, but odds are, we reached most of it. And when you look at 1 month skew, you can see this, right? Here's the 30-day range. I think I have it set to 30 days. My egg on my face, 90 days on this range. And, we're not at bottom basement vols, but we had a very quiet market for a while, right? And so on a relative basis, with the Iran situation and the VIX up here, these vols are pretty low, right? So the premium is just not that exciting anymore to sell. Doesn't mean you want to buy puts and calls. I would say buying call spreads can make a lot of sense here, or just outright calls, buying puts. I'd lean a little more maybe on put spreads if I wanted to bet on the downside. The juice has been squeezed. And on the single stock point, we had put in our notes for a while here that we like the idea of selling index vol and buying single stock vol, particularly in NVIDIA. And what you see here is interesting in NVIDIA because we were pitching that idea when the stock was down in this left quadrant. What did that mean? IV rank was a 4, and the put skew, the risk reversal was a 9. What does that mean? Nobody wanted calls. The options were cheap, and nobody wanted calls. Now, people love calls. The vol's still not very expensive, but people also love calls. And so, that trade worked out very well. Overall, though, index vol didn't come down all that much yet when you look at this kind of on a 1 month basis. I think, it wasn't super high relative to NVIDIA relative to spiders is high, obviously, right? So the argument was you sell SPY calls and buy NVIDIA calls, or just buy the NVIDIA calls because they're cheap. And that trade has largely worked out. But the point to take here is that if the Iran situation is done and it's over, then that VIX should come down to 15. That would be a reasonable thing to think about, right? But I think we got to maintain a premium unless that's done. If we start looking at oil 80, that's the sign, I guess. Oil in the 80s, that's a wrap.
KKR making new highs. Right. KKR.
I've said a lot. Bench, I'm glad the NVIDIA calls worked out for you. New annual member, Black Cat. Nice to see you there. A lot of wiggly lines. Agreed. We'll try to square those up for you. Gluten. I don't know if you say that. Hopefully I said that right. Iran war, I guess, looks like it may be done. Okay, and a couple of things here on Trace, so let us dig into that. Yeah, and CZ saying here, the dollar and some other things. The options market, I don't think is the end-all, be-all. Like, for example, in order for the market to rally, Trump had to sort of change his tact a little bit, right? I don't want to say taco. People get pissed. But let's just say there was a taco to make it easy. Well, what do you think the rate of change would be then in the market going up? When he tacos, would you have expected one of the biggest rallies of history? Honestly, if you're looking at how much vol should come down and the way that things should shift and react, it kind of made sense, right? That we would have a bigger move up than everyone would think. And I continue to make this argument that the options market is obviously the derivatives and is leverage, and you take vol and you smash it because people love to sell vol now, and you get bigger market moves and bigger market reactions. And so, is market at all-time high a function of no one caring about the Iran war and it's not going to have an effect on the economy in the future? And No, it's a function of flows. Could give it all back tomorrow, for example, right? So you just don't, I think you have to separate the news and your feelings about politicians or whatever it is from the market and the way that it moves. Trump had to change policy to get the market moving up. Once the market started to move up, it's a momentum machine and kind of up we go, right? And kind of in a similar way, felt like vol really should have broke and VIX going like 50, right? And I was wrong about that. I thought if we got oil over 100, that VIX would go crazy, and it never did. And why weren't we pricing in a lot of darkness and dark times with VIX at 40 or 50 when things were getting really bad? Some certain types of flows kept
S&P easing back up to the highs.
As much as I like to talk about the times where I think I got stuff right, I was fully wrong in the idea that VIX would go 40 or 50 if we got oil to go to 115. Talked several times about that. Oil's kind of outside my purview, so I'll park that one and just kind of move on to where we are at this moment. But let's look at Trace now and just see kind of what's going on. Vinny says last April there was a similar reversal. We had the tariff situation, right? And I put the analogy out on Twitter that after March OPEX cleared, we could get a really nasty drawdown, and we didn't, right? We got an Iran, I guess you call that pivot of sorts, and this is the April situation, and we rallied substantially right into that, got this correction, and then we got this kind of like W, right? So good shout out from Vinny on that one where, again, you look at these moments where there's clearly like an OPEX switch, and there's the JP Morgan positions, there's the April positions, there's the May, and it's not always this like epic move where if you're a long-term investor, you maybe even need something to happen, but obviously a lot of us are trading in the short term or short-term durations, and so these short-term moves can be really critical and impactful. All right, let's flip over to the aforementioned Trace system and see what's happening here and try to lay this out. Again, if you are a SPOT Gamer member, number one, thank you so much. We love you. Number two, if you want to try this out, you can get your 50% off your first month if you use code HEATMAP50. You have to use this for the Alpha monthly membership. That is the only one that works.
Google making new highs here. Google making new highs.
So what we are looking at here with our big Trace upgrade is we offer now 1-minute updates. So this data comes in every single minute. It used to be 10 minutes. As far as I know, we're the only people out there with the 1-minute updates on this sort of stuff. So the full gamma picture is updated every minute with every
Microsoft
500 trade. It's critical for a bunch of different reasons.
Microsoft new high of the day.
You can see all the different entity types. So we're looking at market makers right now. Number 3, you can look at 0 DTE only. And then number 4, you can look out in time, and we'll take a look at that in a second. And so what you're going to look at when we zoom in here is we want to see where the big market maker positions are. So this is looking at gamma. I'm just going to switch this to be just net open interest. What do you see here? You see that there's a 10,000 lot now at 7,000. If we wind this back earlier in the day, that position wasn't there, right? That position came in. You can see this line right here. It's growing, right? Right around 1145, and that filled in the space, right? And so you can see all these positions move around. So 740 now is where these big calls are. Essentially, calls got rolled up, but there's a very big position here now at 7,000. And so if we just look at the positioning, you have 99th percentile positive gamma strike for the dealers. Market makers, own that 7,000, and they're short the 7,005. So they own the call spread that somebody else sold. And so you look at that all else equal, and you would say, okay, this seems like it's probably going to be the sticking point now for the market. And so, that's what I would think about for the day. Now, what's been happening? And you say, well, this is only 0 DT based. What's been happening is every single day, the market maker positions come in and they get a 10,000 to even as big as 27,000 lot call position.
Well,
and
you
the
use my
market
car
just
for
moves
gas
to
now?
that. We call it seek and destroy, and it tags this level and it just sort of sits there. And so you can think of this as a target or an anchor, right, for the market positioning. So a lot of that is, again, in the 0 DT space. If you say, well, let's zoom out and see what's happening outside of the 0 DT space. So why would I think anything else is really going to happen with the market?
Microsoft looking good.
On this giant tranche of gamma. You break this down for Charm. Charm is showing kind of the decay impact of these options here. Again, huge positions right here, deep dark levels of Charm. So you would think that we would kind of just glide along this path and roughly stay in this.
Google also looking good.
This rails against the idea that VIX
Google making new highs.
and let things move along, right? Or VIX expiration should start to free stuff up. We get a giant 0 DT position that's sitting on the market. Not a whole lot's going on yet, right? But this is just one day. right? We could have a very clear change in trend outside of today. And so I want to make sure that the things aren't conflated, meaning, well, because the market didn't immediately drop 5%, the idea that VIX sort of started to free stuff up, I don't want to give up on that idea. When we look in the history here, so we look forward 5 days, and what you see now is a series of different expirations on here, right? So here are all the different expirations. You have AM and PM expiration. And what's the thing to note here? There's some long call positions up here in the S&P. Those go away, right? So you lose some of that upside. There's a little bit of mild negative gamma here that looks to play out over the next couple of days with the big April expiration. You're going to lose that. So forgetting the kind of chippy short-term nuance, the map is still overall has a positive gamma aspect, right? And if you hover over that, it's 71% positive gamma. So, as someone who's saying we should have a contraction here, I would love to see that be a negative gamma position. And at the moment, we don't see it. Now, a lot can change in the next couple of days, and then you have a lot of zero DT positions as well, right? So, zero DT just changes the gamma picture so much. 60 or 70% now of options in the NDX, SPX, et cetera, is zero DTE. And so if you're just measuring gamma at the start of day and you're ignoring what comes in intraday, you're missing like half of the picture, right? And so that's a critical aspect of this. So if you were to say, well, hey Brent, where's the gamma flip point now? It quite frankly doesn't exist. There's one to the upside above 70.65, but if we rallied up there, we'd probably see people sell calls, so this map would turn blue. And if you look to the downside, maybe under 6,700, you kind of have to look more over into here. So the idea that we have this negative gamma flip point in the market would suddenly cascade based on, this downside. Looking out in time doesn't really seem to, position doesn't really seem to favor that. If you want to make the case that tomorrow and the next day, we could have some negative gamma into the 6,900 level. At the moment, that seems to make sense. But guess what happens? Tomorrow, the market opens, and then someone comes in and starts to sell or buy a bunch of calls and puts in the zero DT space, and the map changes quite a bit, right? So let's just, again, summarize these signals. We're super overbought on the call side of things, particularly the single stock side of things. VIX making a low right as the S&P's had a 10-day high, right, or a 10-day rally, screams overbought. I think we're going to have a 1 to 2% correction is kind of what my base case is sometime between now and early next week. That's what I'm thinking. This map here doesn't support a 5% drawdown, a lookout end of days kind of thing. If the Iran situation gets worse or earnings aren't very good, then that picture could change. You look at some of these Mag 7 charts like a Microsoft and Tesla stuff, they're still very well off the lows. And so if you're talking about a month from now, if we come back in May OPEX and like Tesla's, over 400 again, okay. I'm not looking that far out. There's too much stuff going on. I'm thinking in the short term, this stuff is just overbought. Like there's some other news coming up. So again, short-term correction is the base case here. And you say, well, there's positive gamma. Okay, we can leak down and do one of these, right? And that could be the correction. And you can lose 100 points right now. It's only 1.5%, and it's no real big deal. So if we get this OPEX correction, I think that could be more than anything a buying opportunity, a reloading opportunity, instead of saying, okay, the top, the all-time top is in here, and we have to run for the hills. If this map is to turn red and we start to see put skew wake back up, that kind of thing, maybe we would look for a bigger, more material drawdown. But at the moment, this is saying correction, consolidation, not head for the hills. And again, based on what the map is showing us for today, in the map updates every minute of every day. And so a lot of times I post something on Twitter and I say, this is where the big position is. And then 2 hours later, someone comes back and says, Brent, you're an idiot. Ha ha ha. And then you go, well, 2 minutes after you post that, guess what happens? Someone comes in with 10,000 lot at the 7,000, 7,005 call spread. So the data changes. And that's why the value of the 1 minute, update there is so helpful, because you can just see how this is really starting to sort of play out. And again, every day these positions come in, it's really pretty shocking to see the size of these positions, the consistency which they roll in, and then how much the market tends to respond to them. Again, if you're interested in trying this out, go to spotgaming.com. First month of alpha is 50% off. Use code HEATMAP 50. Hero updates every sub-second. So let's take a look at Hero because we haven't talked about that yet. Hero is interesting because what it does is it shows you the delta that is accumulated over the course of the day. So what does that mean? Every single trade that takes place, sub-second trade hits, we assess the delta of that, and we try to ascertain where those options are bought or sold. Now, this doesn't know the entity of the trader like Trace does, but the argument that we make here is that if all the flow is bullish or all the flow is bearish, there's some signal in that, right? The way that the flow goes is the argument, right? So
Google still at the highs. Google.
Look at Hero at the moment. We say, what's going on? What do we take away from this? Number one, $3.6 billion. There's a positive delta in the S&P 500 equity space. What does that mean? Single stocks. Add Tesla, Apple, JP Morgan, all the single S&P 500 names. Positive delta of 3.6. Yesterday we had positive delta of 4.5. This is the biggest number ever. So 3.7 billion of total delta. That's really good, and that's bullish. Further, it's not just zero DTE or short dated options. This is longer dated stuff. People are buying calls, and there's not really like a way to push back against that. And in fact, this individual metric looks pretty bullish. So overall, this looks good and healthy for the bulls here, right? If this was all short dated flow, it would look better for they're pumping in this and it's going to dump tomorrow. So, again, you're going to say, well, Brent, that contradicts your idea for a correction. And in the short term, it does. This, I think, again, is why it's like, if we get a dip buy from a contraction, I want to try to buy that dip as opposed to saying I'm preparing for Armageddon. What about the index side of things? So if you look at the S&P 500 indicator, this is the sum of SPX, SPY, ESP mini futures flow. 7.4 billion positive delta today. Not all zero DTE. I'm always complaining that everything is zero DTE, but there's a pretty healthy amount. Again, it's a pretty large amount of it is non-zero DTE, right? It's all expiration flow. And if you break this down a little bit further and look at it in puts versus calls, it just seems like there's some call buying out there, both yesterday, today. It is algorithmic in look, meaning it's just kind of like this all-day VWAP-y looking thing. And it's quite interesting there. Yeah, sorry, looking at the chat. I know there's some gold kind of nonsense going on there. Not much I could do about that. Hopefully, SpotGam team can help me out with that one. So these flows overall look really quite bullish. What is the most bullish things on your screen? You can sort the hero signal to see where the call buying and put buying is heaviest. Massive call buying in Apple, 800 million, easily the largest we've seen in the last 30 days. That's a lot for Apple. Tesla, huge, 387 that stock. Wow. Shopify, Microsoft. This is all the stuff that no one wanted a couple days ago. Suddenly, Mag 7, as a whole, you can see people. It's just like, what didn't get bid up yet? Let's go get it. And then what about on the bearish side of things? I'm guessing there's a lot of oil in here, but healthcare, FANG, there you go, TDOC, JP Morgan, fairly negative, AMC, gold, surprisingly, Texas Instruments. So you can see the stuff in here that is getting maybe a little more of the selling flow or the bearish flow as opposed to something like Apple again, where really quite a strong options bid in there. Is there an API in the works? 100%. We're targeting early Q3 for that. How do we know if it's call buying and not call selling? What we're doing is we're looking at the way that the trade prints. So it's not as simple as saying if someone lifts the offer, it's obviously a buy. They hit the bid, it's obviously sell.
And just listening to Brent over at Spot Gamma talking through OPEX over the last 40 minutes.
But if you're looking at this, right, and there's stats that support this, if you're looking at this and saying 800 million of positive delta, people are probably buying calls or selling puts. Yeah. The trend is clear. There it is. Trace on single stocks is not possible because you just can't get this data to this granularity. SPX is offered really from one exchange. I gotta tell you, the cost for the 1 minute upgrade is crazy. I mean, mid 5 figures for this data now. It's like holy cow. So, we're proud to, give this to our members and our subscribers. If you are a Stock Gamma subscriber, we didn't charge you more on this, even though we're paying a heck of a lot more for it. But what we do have is across all the exchanges, we have similar data, and we model. We have our own models now for the S&P, for single stocks. So when you're looking at Equity Hub, you're looking at SGOI, or called our synthetic open interest model, you are getting our breakdown of funds buying and selling calls and puts. And so you can get that on a daily basis, but not on an intraday basis yet for single stocks, and that's much harder to do. But obviously, you take Hero, you take Equity Hub, and then you're getting a lot of that other stuff. So those are those breakdowns. Jesus asking about the API. The API is a little tricky. There's some data we know we can offer straight away, no problem. There's other parts of the data where if we offer an API, we can get in a whole bunch of regulatory trouble. So that is part of the reason we're slow rolling the API. There's a lot of people who overnight gave you like a Claude server or whatever. And believe me, when the exchanges or the regulators come calling to you and saying, "Are you sharing this data without permission?" They don't come with the handcuffs, or they come with the bill, and you don't, those aren't fun conversations. You want to make sure that you're doing everything by the book, for sure. Negative and positive spot gamma in Trace. Red here is that negative gamma positioning for the market makers, and then blue is a positive gamma. So you say, well, what are customers doing today? Customers have a lot of positive gamma in these areas. You can see with these strikes. So someone here is short this call spread. The 7,005 is sold this call spread, kind of like a Captain Condor type of trade. And the market makers own that. So you can see the market makers have the other side. So you can pair that stuff off very, which is quite nice.
Okay, KKR making new highs here. KKR.
Absolutely.
Man, these are killing it.
Today's founders note, and the thing we were talking about today is the idea that volatility should start to free up now that the VIX has expired. And we're making the case here that this could be a short-term topping point, that people are over their skis now, calls, et cetera, et cetera. So that is the view. What does that mean? I was going to express this as a trade. Do I buy a 0DT put on that? No. Do I buy a 1 week, 1 month put on this? Yes. And that's what I personally did. Not huge size. Just betting on a 1% correction in May options, because I think those got a lot cheaper. So I would put spread. S&P put spread is the way I wanted to play that, right? I don't want to put my all account.
Okay, private credit looking good. KKR, Blackstone, Owl, Blue Owl, Apollo, Aries. Okay, these all look good. Microsoft at the highs. Amazon turning higher lows, looking for a higher high on Amazon.
The reason I like to go highs because if you use auto will just scale to whatever the biggest and lowest number is. High will say positive gets blue, negative gets red. And so you can see that Trace is only for the SPX options. In private credit's looking better. I know there was a big deal last night in the private credit space. I think it was Apollo. I forget who it was that mentioned. So that seems to get better. Can you combine the SPX GEX with footprint for confirmation? I don't know what footprint is. I know that a lot of people in the stock gamma community use all sorts of technical indicators, VWAPs, or other types of volume profile data, a whole bunch of different modalities, and they try to line up what they're seeing in the option space along with what they're seeing, in their other modalities, for example. And that seems to work very well. Another thing I wanted to highlight here, obviously, is the size of 0DT positioning. We continue to kind of set higher and higher rates of 0DT positions. In fact, I want to bring up another chart real quick here. I didn't want to head it on the dashboard. We're talking about how cheap index options are relative to, or short dated options were relative to longer dated options. And I think I have a chart on that. didn't update this yet for today. But I just want to frame again, the vol is so cheap, and when that vol gets so cheap, you contract vol into the spot where it can't move. Realize vol got to do something, right? The market's going to move a little bit every day, and so when the zero DT options get too cheap, you start to get a little jump, and that can lead to essentially a volatility cover, right? And so, that is the thing that we always want to pay attention to and watch in these moments. And so, again, while the longer dated options seem to have not the cheapest vol ever, we're going to skew percentage and stuff. This is the zero DT percentage.
Looking good.
Here is I just priced out the straddle.
Looking good.
Yesterday was $23.90. This is the add the call and put the after money option. That's as cheap as it gets. So nobody is worried about vol right now, even though we've also been moving at a pretty decent pace, right? 1% moves the last few days. So the short-dated options are pricing in essentially no risk, even though we've already been moving at a decent pace. And so I just think that what this is screaming is that, again, vol contractions hit this point where you go back and you look at where the market is right now and say, okay, the idea that we would have some type of consolidation. I mean, I know a lot of you look at this gap and go, well, should we get a gap fill? I don't know. That seems like a lot of downside. But, some type of retracement, there's a bunch of gaps in there, I guess you would argue. That consolidation, and then you kind of have that second leg up is the path that I would be thinking about. Henry, what's up? Where are you pinning? I this morning in Discord put that I went into the 70, 25, 70, 50 call fly for 65 cents because that's where the big positions were. That position still. That position was subsequently, closed. So if I wind back here, you can see it right here. It was, and they closed that out. So do I think we're going to get a giant rally up into this area? Probably not, because we have this bigger call fly or call spread sitting here. So all else equal, I would think we kind of stick to 7,000. Particularly 7,000 is that big fancy round number. Given that zero DT options are so cheap these days, selling a straddle or a condor is like this. If we move away from this area, up or down, and we bet on mean reversion back into that 7,000 level, I think that could be maybe an interesting trade, but you have to have the market kind of move away from that spot before you can, shift back in. Maybe you've been with us since that 2020, man. Nice, thank you. API, early Q3 is we're targeting for that. We have some new tools coming out constantly as well. There will be stuff out between now and then. Zero DT will get bigger when PDT removed. Probably. I think we actually set a new all-time high for zero DT options today for SPX. I think it was 71%. I have to confirm that.
Private credit continues to rally.
So
let's see what XLF looks like. XLF at this point in the day. XLF. Just listening to Brent over at Spot Gamma. Okay, XLF is tagging the 200-day.
The problem with all this data now is everything is zero DT, right? So if you're measuring gamma and saying, well, call wall is the strike that has the most gamma, at 9 o'clock, that level is one thing, but guess what? At 10 o'clock, when 20,000 zero DT calls come in, that's the new call wall. So, if you follow me for a long time, don't talk about a lot of these levels anymore. And I've moved in the founder's notes to saying, hey, the risk on and risk off level is the vol trigger, and I've moved it to this pivot level. Pivot level I handicap every day where I think zero DT would be stable or unstable or gamma will be positive and negative. And the read there is, as long as S&P is over that level, just kind of like own stocks is the way that I think about it, right?
Yeah, ABCD pattern, Mondo.
And that number is updated. It's not updated every day because sometimes that pivot level doesn't change. But we could again have 1% correction here, and I still want to sell my stocks because I think
Looks like Tesla wants to turn back up.
We got a nice, healthy Discord community there. Grab a Sawzall.
S&P 500.
Chaudhry, that's why you don't.
7,003, making a new all highs. S&P making new all-time highs right here. 7,003, high of the day. 7,003. Just made a new all-time high.
You know, the zero D stuff is just so dominant on a daily basis. Like, you can't ignore it. You can't sum gamma and be like, this is the gamma breakdown for today anymore. The same way they used to be there. It's just stuff is really changing. And you know, look, I mean, I forgot to show the payload chart here, but you know, again, today is VIX expiration, and what do you see here?
S&P new all-time high.
Was the low in the VIX. Okay, it wasn't immediately at 9:30. It was at 10:30, but there's your more than 1 month low, right, in the VIX. Shocking that it happens on VIX expiration, isn't it? Wink, wink, nod, nod, all that sort of stuff. So that stuff lines up. Now, we didn't get some incredible shenanigan move, clearly in the
Okay, Tesla looks like ABCD pattern wants to go. Robinhood looking for another pop to the upside. Watch Robinhood and Webull, both of them being impacted by the pattern day trader rule changing, so that there's no longer a problem with the $25,000 minimum.
So I think when you zoom out a little bit, I don't focus enough on this, and I want
NVIDIA looking for a bounce. Okay, let's look at the 1 minute chart. NVIDIA 1 minute. Oh.
So, you know, if you want to break this down by put and call percentile.
Okay, looking at the 1 minute chart, you can see that we got oversold right there. Okay, now we're making a higher low. NVIDIA.
We have an idea, right? We want to buy from Microsoft, let's say, because it was at 3-year lows. I know it's rally, so this is an example. You know, what's the best way to express that trade? Are the options cheap? Are they expensive? Are puts rich? Are they cheap or expensive?
1 minute.
Do I just buy the stock? You know, how do you break that out? And ultimately, what you're trying
Stop.
to do here is saying, you want to sell expensive options and buy cheap options, and that's all relative on a couple of different bases, right? So
higher low.
At Amazon, for example, 86 percentile call skew. Buying calls right now with the IB rank at 42%. Buying calls, I don't want to say it's suicide, but the odds that those are going to pay off are really quite low. Now, earnings is in there as well, so you're going to lose implied vol with that. So if you want to be bullish on Amazon now, buying just an outright call just doesn't make any sense. That's also telling me that people have already been stocks up a tremendous amount, right? There's been this huge rout. So does that mean you should short the stock? Maybe not. Maybe not. Does that mean you should buy puts? Well, the vol's pretty expensive, right? So how do you want to bet on a fade there, right? Well, what about selling calls in that case? That would be a better idea maybe than buying puts, for example. So ultimately, what you're trying to do is, again, find out where the options are expensive and where the options are cheap.
Watching NVIDIA for a turn here, looking for it to move up. S&P turning back up.
Now, for me, what I'll look around at doing is I want to find the stuff that's cheap and rich, and then try to kind of exploit that. Right? So if you look at Microsoft, you know, the IB rank is very high. Amazon, the IB rank is stupid high. So I want to try to sell options in Amazon. Now, if the stock is going up and the vol is going up, well, if the stock comes down, then the vol should come down. Plus, earnings are going to roll up, right? So I don't want to get long options into earnings for sure, but can I exploit something there now, right? Knowing that the calls are just super rich and the vol should come in. I don't know anything about Amazon, their business, but believing that the call skew should flatten out just on a mean reversion basis makes sense. So what do? Call ratio spreads, selling outright call, and a whole bunch of different things that you can do there. So a lot of different ways to play that.
Let's see if NVIDIA can manage a follow through or if it's going to continue to move lower. All right, it looks like a little H pattern, right? So RSI getting oversold again.
How big the circles are here, right? So MicroStrategy or JP Morgan, NVIDIA, super low IB rank. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that so many zero DT options are traded in NVIDIA and Tesla, for example. So yeah, call skew is very high, put skew is very high, but the overall options are pretty cheap. So there's some differences and there's some nuance in what that means for you if you're trading. I don't Cloud Virtue. I don't know anything about that guy. He's told me his name is 3 different names, so I don't know anything about that.
FLYX.
And is there a wall at 7,000? Here's the best information I have. You have the best information. If you're you're looking at Trace, you have the same information I do, right? There's a massive position here at 7,000, 7,005. So all else equal,
No follow through yet with NVIDIA fading back down to the lows. Do we get a double bottom? Do we lose it? Got to wait and see what happens.
I definitely want to kind of update that. And if you're in our Discord, you'll know that we're planning to cover different things here.
Tesla ABCD pattern starting to work there, Armando.
So we're never resting on our laurels here. And want to push some new stuff out. And if you have feedback, info@spotgamma.com is it. By the way, if you go to spotgamma.com, you sign up or you try to sign up for your first month of Alpha with 50% off, use code HEATMAP50. If you have any problems with that, just email us info@spotgamma.com and we'll get you sorted immediately post haste. I'm sorry for that. Of all the things you don't want to do in a business is have people have a hard time paying for stuff. Right? Oh my gosh. How do you look at the 5-day projection? Just hit this right here. Bam. Look at the calendar, and then there you go. That's all you got to do. Also in Discord, we have a new AI bot. Like everyone else, we have some AI, but that is actually pretty good. And I'm watching this feedback, so it's pretty handy for getting you started. We also just launched this thing called the How Do You Spot Gamma course. There's 72 videos in there. Most of them don't have my face, so you'll be rest assured you don't have to look at me. But this takes you through every part of Spot Gamma. It's got different quizzes and things like that. There's all these toolboxes, so you can get the help you need. I'll also be back tomorrow at 1 p.m.
NVIDIA no bounce yet. Tesla looking good though, and Microsoft keeps trending. Check out Microsoft. Microsoft looking good. Microsoft continuation just keeps making higher highs. We need to get above 420. Looks like Microsoft could actually do it today. Holy smokes.
So you don't have to worry about getting paid and have the compliance officer. All right, we're top of the hour now. Again, code HEATMAP50 if you want to try this out for your first month of Alpha, not annual plan, just the Alpha. I'm running out of breath here. Thank you all for joining me today. Again, looking for the short-term consolidation, and I think I'll be trying to buy those dips. That's the way that I'm looking at this. Ball down a little too cheap in the short term, so looking for that correction into early next week is the way that I'm looking at things. And then I think still the opportunity for a strong move into the summer. I totally think that's a reasonable outlook, and just kind of too much too fast is the idea. Michelle, what's up? And thank you for all the positive feedback. And if you do have any kind of constructive criticism, we love that as well. Email that to info@spotgamma.com or show up in the Q&A tomorrow. And give me a piece of your mind. I'm happy for that too. Appreciate all your time today. Hopefully this was helpful.
All right. That was Brent over at Spot Gamma. Have a good one, Brent. Okay, so NVIDIA, no follow through yet. All right, NVIDIA just keeps moving lower here. All right, so okay, we're going to test the low again, NVIDIA. Okay, so they're going to keep selling. Microsoft is good. Apple's starting to fade. Apple's starting to fade. Okay, we're at the highs. Apple. Okay, do I want to take some Apple off? Let's see. What do I have? Apple. I rolled out to June. Okay, so rolled out to June. No problem. Microsoft, Tesla. Okay, NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA. We were just looking at NVIDIA for a potential trade. Okay, on a 1 minute. Okay, we just took out. We're about at the stop right now. Okay, so it didn't set up properly, or it negated the setup. Looking for this to bounce. RSI is oversold again. Let's see if it gets oversold and starts to bounce. Microsoft looking good though. Microsoft this morning. Google. Okay, let's look at some of the stocks on the top of the NASDAQ 100. Team, that's been rallying all day. DoorDash, we talked about DoorDash earlier. I like what I saw with DoorDash on the daily. Okay, breaking the downtrend, 50-day. Now we start to plan for a bullish trend to develop. Okay, 921 turning up, should cross through the 50-day probably by next week. If not sooner, that'll set up potential higher highs and higher lows we'll be looking for on DoorDash. What's Oracle doing? Oracle, looking for that follow-through day. Just dipped a little bit. So if you like Oracle, Was really nice there around 12:45, 1 o'clock. Okay. Google, we talked about. Amazon. Netflix turning up. Netflix. Okay, coming off the high. Netflix. Netflix has earnings tomorrow after the close. I did want to close this, so Netflix should have taken it off a couple of minutes ago. Let me see. Netflix. Okay, Netflix. Robinhood. Okay. Netflix, I'll look for to do a trade tomorrow. A strangle most likely about 2.5 points on either side of price action. It's got a 5.5% expected move, or it did yesterday anyway. Netflix, let's go see. Netflix settings. Let's go here. Okay, what was that? What's that news? Let's see what the news is here. Okay. Iran could consider ships being able to sail through Oman's side of Strait of Hormuz without interference or attack as part of a deal with the U.S. Okay, so it's getting better. We should see a rally, I would think, off of this news. This is new. Just hitting the tape. Okay, breaking news. Okay, so that should be received as good news. Okay, developments are becoming more and more bullish. Okay, so we should see a rally out of this, maybe, if the recent rallies are in the indication. Okay. Breaking news. Okay, can we get a rally out of this? Probably. All right, so Netflix, we've got 5.8%, so almost 6%. I would say I would go 10% if you're selling any premium. I would use at least 10%. Implied vol has been coming down, so maybe 8%, 10%. Tesla. Okay. Aries. KKR continues to make new highs. KKR making a new high here. Okay. KKR was the first thing that I bought. Then I bought some BX, and then yesterday I bought some Blue Owl, OWL, these private credit companies. You're getting it on the ground floor. I think the news has gotten a lot better over the last few days. You can see that price action's turning, breaking. With regard to KKR, it got above the 50-day on Monday. Big move on Monday. And then BX, Blackstone, same thing, Monday. Ares, ARES, just moved above the 50-day today. Apollo Management, above the 50-day yesterday, following through today. So these look really good, private credit. Just keep moving your stops underneath the low of the day. Should be fine. All right. Okay, we should get a rally out of this. Should get a rally out of this. Okay, let's see. S&P 500. S&P 500 all-time highs.
FRMI. FIG. All right, looking good. It's been a good week. 3 weeks in a row. Looking really good. FIG. ASTI. Yeah. Okay, looks good. FRMI. Okay, we should get a rally out of this. Iran more and more open to concessions. Iran's becoming more and more open to concessions. We get a news alert that Iran considering ships being able to sail through the Oman side of the Strait of Hormuz without interference or attack as part of the deal with the U.S. All right, we're going to get a rally out of this. We're going to take out all-time high.
CYCU.
Make a new all-time highs. Okay, those of us looking for double tops. Okay, I'm looking for the double top. I'm not selling because it's a double top. What I do is reduce my exposure and tighten my stops. Okay, that's different. A lot of people just say, okay, double top, let me sell everything or whatever. You got to wait for the confirmation. And we just got news now that Iran is going to is open to letting ships through the Strait of Hormuz on the Oman side of the waterway. So in concessions as part of a deal with the U.S. So this is going in the right direction. "47-year war, basically, with the Islamic Republic, with the rest of the world, too. So not trying to be political, but this is a big positive for our kids, you know? So celebrate it. The people that are in Iran that were there before the Ayatollah and his crew took over, I have many friends that I went to college with back in the Reagan days, and they haven't been home. You know, that sucks that you can't go home back to your home country, you know, for risk of persecution. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. Watching this and see if this goes a little bit more. If we rally off of this, I would think we're going to get more and more good news. So, do we sell into the news? We'll see what they decide to do here. Institutions, do they sell into this? Watching Nvidia for a bounce. Still watching Nvidia here. I would like to see Nvidia bounce. Netflix, a little fade there. I have been reducing my exposure. I rolled a couple of positions that you asked me about. Andrew asked me about one of them. That was the Apple. I rolled Apple. I gave myself more time and I opened the spread 65.75. So I had $10 wide. And it cost me $1.75, $1.80 credit, or $1.80 debit because I had a credit for it. So that's why you see the difference. If you're taking it new, it's going to cost you $4 and change, right? So you got that right, Andrew. Microsoft's still going here. Netflix is turning back up. Looks like a higher low printing. Okay, RSI got oversold again. Okay, these are looking good. You got plenty of time. You got an hour and 49 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, tax day. All right, Tesla's turning up, Mondo. Tesla ABCD pattern becoming more apparent. Tesla. Okay, looks really good. Let me go to the 2-minute. Okay, ABCD pattern, pretty obvious. Here's A, here's B. Looking for higher low C. It's coming right along the 100 period moving average on the 1-minute chart. Pushing higher. There goes Microsoft. Microsoft 2. Okay. There goes Microsoft. Microsoft. I'm sorry, the symbol's not the right one. All right, so here goes Microsoft. Look at Microsoft. Man, it's going to go for 420 today. Holy smokes. Microsoft. S&P going now. S&P going. New all-time highs. Futures catching up now. What do the Qs look like? Qs going to make a new all-time high. Qs next. IWM, did it make a new all-time high today? No, not yet. There's a high right there, right? There's a high right there. That doji over here on the left. Okay, so we're getting close. All right, let me just mark this out. Okay, there's the high right there. Okay, just want to make a note of it. Okay. Okay, so there's IWM. Okay, let's go look at the New York Stock Exchange. Microsoft looking good here. Microsoft NYSE. The NYSE composite. Okay, we got a ways to go to get to all-time highs. Earlier, we talked about the international stocks like Turkey, Spain, not Germany so much, but Spain, France. What's the UK look like? EWU. EWU, the UK. Okay, not quite there yet. EWZ Brazil, making new all-time highs, breaking out. So there's other places to invest besides the US. Okay, so Nikkei making a round trip back up to 59.3. Okay, EWY, Korea. Okay. EWW, Mexico. All right, that looks pretty good. Mexico looks like a bounce coming. EEM, emerging markets. Nikkei, we talked about. Turkey making new highs. So all of this looks really good. Let's look at the New York. Let's look at the junk bonds. Junk bonds should be above the 50-day. We are above the 50-day inside day. We need it above the 200-day. That would be good. And one last thing I want to check. Two things. I want to check the breadth
Let's see what breadth. It was moving lower earlier, still moving lower. And I want to check. Well, obviously, New York FANG is doing fine. New York FANG breaking out. So you should be trading some of these 10 components. Okay. AMD turn. Okay, AMD did give me the turn. So do I want to buy some AMD? AMD on the dip. AMD on the dip. Starting to turn back up. Okay, we're a little bit off the high. Okay, looks good. I'm going to buy a little bit AMD. I'm not going to do a whole lot, just a little bit here. AMD. Okay, so see if this dip gets bought. So I'll hold this to the end of the day if we continue. AMD. And if I want to hold on to it, so let me go out a little ways here. Where are we? 255. All right, 260 is a 52 delta by vertical 250. Actually, I don't need to go that far out anymore because the markets are where they are. I'm going to go May 260, 265, 260, 270, 260, 270. Okay, let's scale into that. I'll do like 5 of these for now. Let's see if we go. Let's see if we go. $260, $265, $260. Sorry, $260, $270. This is 10 wide. $260, $270, and that cost me $260, $270. I just bought some of the AMD May $260, $270s. I don't think we have to go out that far. May, June. I'll do May, June. So I got at least 30 days. Okay. That was $3.85. $3.85. The May 15th, 260, 260 call, 260, 270 call spread. $3.85 filled. All right, looking for this to follow through. Hopefully it doesn't roll over. I'll give it about, I'll give it the 85 cents as a stop. Microsoft's still pushing. Apple's turning back up. Apple turning back up. Okay, Apple turning back up. Tesla also turning back up a little bit. Microsoft making new highs. Microsoft, definitely, there's definitely buyers in Microsoft. Google, of course, doing very well. Google trending, grinding, more Apple, more Pro. Let's see, Google. Okay, Microsoft. All right, so these are rising. Okay, let's see. Datadog, Shopify. Shopify was interesting before. Let me take a look at this. Shopify, yeah, that keeps going. Shopify, Zscaler coming up the list. Zscaler on the NASDAQ 100. App Lovin been active this week. You can see higher highs and higher lows on App Lovin this week. Okay, so we cleared the 50-day, looking for a follow-through. Again, the private credit is busting off the lows. We bought these on Monday. BX and KKR, these are following through. Blue Owl, I bought some yesterday, and that's all I'm going to do for now. Blue Owl, I bought this yesterday. This is cranking in the money calls. Okay, let me see what that's doing right now. Owl, OWL. Okay, that's doing well. That's the January. I have a January 8 call, and I sold some 13, so it's 5 wide. And looking for that to move much higher, Okay, cool. KKR looks good. Okay, what's not to like today? Okay, Robinhood. Okay, Robinhood. You know the new rule is pattern day trader rule no longer applicable on Robinhood. Went on margin. You could still do a cash account. You didn't have to worry about it. You just had to have the money had to clear before you could trade again.
but now the pattern day trader rule is being pushed aside, and stocks like this and Webull are rallying on the news. I bought both of these. I bought shares of Webull and I bought calls on Robinhood. I added to Robinhood. I had July before. I have June and July now. Robinhood. 50 deltas. They're 50 deltas now. Let's see, Robinhood. The Junes are 90, so that's a 45 delta, 40 delta. Robinhood, let me just check that out real quick. Robinhood, let me see what the deltas are on this. Robinhood. AMD looking for a follow through. Robinhood looking for NVIDIA to bounce. Maybe it'll do it tomorrow. Robinhood June. Okay, the calls I have are a 52 delta. 52 delta. I was right the first time. I sold the 37 delta. It was like a 30 delta earlier. It was a 45 delta when I bought it. I had the Julys already. Okay, so I have the 90-100 call spread on Robinhood. That's going to do very well, I would think. It's probably going to shoot right up to the 200-day. The Kirby, everything is working with Robinhood. Okay.
ASST.
JM Market. BSA.
LUMN.
BSA.
Robinhood. Looking good, Robinhood. Okay, so that's looking good. Looking good. All right, so what do we got? We have 1 hour, 34 minutes to go.
I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. I hope you're having a good day. Certainly a lot of stocks bolting higher. So if you bought the lows recently, you're pretty happy this morning, this week. Robinhood.
IPST. IPST.
Oh, boy.
VSA.
Okay. Yeah, this is looking good. Looking good. ARM Holdings just kind of sitting here. The chip stocks took a little breather. Looking for AMD to continue from here. I'd like to see this run back up to the highs. I wanted to get into AMD last couple of days. I keep forgetting to get into it. This time I decided to act on it. See if we can't get a follow through in AMD off of this low. We're already up here at the high, so I wouldn't be surprised if this pulled back instead. I'm taking a shot at it though. As it's starting to rise. Bought over here, right in here, about 10 minutes ago, I guess. Okay, Microsoft making new highs here. Microsoft, this has definitely got something going on right now. Microsoft definitely has something going on. Holy smokes. What a nice rally. It's about time, right? We've been waiting for Microsoft to do something like Oracle. Oracle, same thing. Let's see what the Oracle's doing right now. Oracle's up 4.7%. Okay, a higher high. We still need to get through that high from March 11th. That was a Wednesday. So on Wednesday, back on March 11th, we created a pivot high, got rejected at the 50-day moving average. Oracle. Okay, so if we look at Oracle, ORCL. Okay, over here on March 11th, this is March 11th right here. That 171.16. We got to get through 171.16. That'll confirm that the bulls are in control. MACD, stochastics turning up. That's telling you everything you need to know. With RSI rising, volume increasing, this is basically a done deal. You can see that the volume by price bands are almost non-existent once you get above the 200-day. They disappear altogether. So we should see this continue. Probably see a 50% retracement over the next couple of months. I would think it'd take at least 2 months, 3 months to get there, only because it took 4 to 5, 6 months to get down to this level where we're finding a base. So Oracle definitely forming a base, volume picking up over the last few days. I think traders are coming into it, looking for this to rally. Oracle, I posted it earlier, news, things that the management is doing to negate all the concerns they were talking about with the $500 billion in debt that they had to convince people that they weren't going to go belly up.
So they redid everything. That happened to line up with that, with the private credit all at the same time. I don't think that's a coincidence. So they got their funding squared away. They had the bonds. They've guaranteed that there won't be any bond issuance. So the credit markets are very happy now with Oracle, and we should see this continue to proceed higher over the coming months and quarters. So Oracle really like this one. I'm not falling in love with it, but I will add to it as it continues higher. Microsoft looking good here. Microsoft. Oh boy. Oracle, yeah, it's turning back up, headed back up to the high of the day. New high of the day today. High of the week. Okay, don't want to forget about the S&P 500, do we? No, we don't. S&P making new all-time highs. It's a beautiful thing. Okay, the high 7,228 over here. Okay, we're currently trading 7,010.97. So 7,011. 711. Okay. Let me see. All right. Robinhood at the high of the day. Look at Robinhood. Okay, people are going to wake up to what's going on with Robinhood. Yeah, never go wrong taking a profit. You're absolutely right. Okay, looking good, looking good. Yeah, this looks good. Oh, there goes Microsoft. Microsoft. Woohoo, look at the size of that candle. Yikes a bee. All right, so Bollinger Band's opening up. Oh man, this looks beautiful. Finally catching a bid in Microsoft. Let's see, IGV should be higher too. IGV looks very similar, breaking the 50-day. It's got a little bit higher to go. A lot more stocks in there. What's Palantir doing? Palantir. What's his name? Michael Burry. Short. He's short in a big way. Palantir. It's working against him right now. So he got it right back in 2007-8. Okay, I don't know what he's done since then, but you know they make it sound like he's whatever. Just a footnote that Palantir is starting to come back up, working against Michael Burry from The Big Short. It's a great movie. That was a great movie, definitely. The dude from The Office, I forget his name. The TV show The Office. He's really good. the time that Ricky Gervais roasted him at the Oscars or the Emmys, whatever the hell it was. Very funny. A lot of people don't like Ricky Gervais. I think I like him because he's tells a lot of truth. Doesn't care. Him and Dave Chappelle. Yikes. There goes Amazon. All right, so this is looking a lot better. Okay, NVIDIA's starting to turn now. Okay, watch your NVIDIA chart. If you have been waiting on NVIDIA, watch your 1 minute chart. Okay, coming off the low. Here you go. Perfect. This is perfect now. Okay, so you got your move. Got a lower low. Got a higher low. Perfect, perfect. This is great. Okay, higher low. Higher low. Got to squint. Higher low. Lower low. Okay, so this is looking really good, right? You like it? You like it? Looks good. Where is my, there it is. Okay. Lower, low. Stop. Adjusted. Stops. Okay, looking good now. Okay, NVIDIA looks good. NVIDIA. Okay, looking good. NVIDIA looks like it wants to go here. NVIDIA. The Iran news, that should help to keep prices up here. Okay, let's see if we can get something going here. NVIDIA, Netflix is also making a shot. Okay, Netflix, we got earnings tomorrow after the close. So I'm out of my positions in Netflix, okay? A couple of you asked me about Netflix. I'm out of my positions in Netflix. I plan on doing something tomorrow. A strangle, probably 2.5 points to 3 points either side of price. I'll do a strangle into earnings later in the day, like around 3 o'clock. Remind me if I don't mention the trade. I will be taking it though, because I'm thinking that Netflix blows it out. I might do a 2x1 or something like that. One put for every 2 calls. Okay, ARM holdings turning now. ARM holdings, ARM's turning up. ARM. Seams, chips, dipped. Now grinding off the lows. Now grinding, headed. NVIDIA, Micron, AVGO, exception. Okay, AVGO, Broadcom. Broadcom's been pretty strong today. It dipped earlier around 12:45. Now it's starting to rally. Did they report ASML? Aren't they this week? ASML. Beat April 15th today, 1 a.m. Oh, that's right. They're over in Europe, right?
Belgium or someplace like that. ASML. So they're 5 hours ahead. ASML, where are they positioned? I think they are in they're in ASML headquarters. Netherlands. Okay, Netherlands. Yeah, cool. All right, ASML. Okay, let's see what ASML looks like. ASML. Okay, that gap down. All right, so I'm looking to get into ASML. They make the machines that makes the chips. The machines are freaking $400 million per machine. I was watching a video I posted in the room about 10 days ago, I guess, 5 days ago, about how ASML makes these machines. I was like always wondering, it's like the size of a bus, a Greyhound bus. All the things that go into it, they use hydrogen gas and they got to shoot electrons through it and do all kind of crazy stuff to etch these silicon wafers, and then they're filled with whatever it is, copper or silver or whatever. It's just amazing technology. And they stack these chips. There's like layers and layers and layers, like, I don't know, 20, 30 layers or more to make these 2 nanometers to boot. There used to be like 10 nanometers were a standard size, and they just kept getting smaller and smaller. What comes after 2 nanometers? 1 nanometer? 0 nanometers? Netflix making new highs here. Netflix. Okay, IWM did pull back a little bit. Here's Microsoft. Come on, Microsoft. Okay, we just made a new high on Microsoft. A little profit taking there. Get through 420. This thing's going to rock and roll. Right there, the gap. Gap's at 440. There's a 420 is that pivot right there at the beginning of this wedge down. I guess I could use this. I guess I could use that. Yeah, that makes it more of a channel. Okay. Yeah, so Microsoft definitely on the move now. So for those of you still in Microsoft, those of you still in Oracle and other names, these finally got a bid over the last couple of weeks. Yep. Yeah, I agree totally. Oracle with this TikTok, 100%. Remember that song, Stacy's Mom?
I just saw it out of the corner of my eye. Great song.
Stacy's Mom. 8675309. Got to call Jenny. Oracle, still making a higher high, but off the highs of the day. All right, not a bad day.
Microsoft, looking good. 1.4 nanometer, yeah. Jeez.
All right. So I don't have anything negative to say about the markets.
We got a nice little news item there with Iran. It's probably just going to get even better and better. Okay, we're making new all-time highs. Futures did, no, that's IWM. Okay, no wonder I'm seeing something. Okay, let me just get rid of that. Futures, I've been tracking IWM all this time this morning. Okay, so new all-time highs, obviously. Stacy's mom has got it going on. Stacy's mom. Do 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 do.
Stacy's mom.
All right, Netflix making new highs. NVIDIA turning the corner. Apple at the high of the day. Microsoft high of the day. Google breaking out. Google breaking out some more. Torturing the bears, headed for new all-time highs.
I love it when I don't have much to say about what's going on, no matter what you're in, as long as you've recently had a low that got bought that coincides with what we're seeing in the S&P 500.
Namely, the 3-week rally. If you're in alignment, your stock is in alignment, it should be fine, right? What I mean by that is that for the last 3 weeks, we've just rallied straight up. 9 weeks down, 3 weeks up, 12 weeks roll in a row. Okay, here we are rocking and rolling back to, wow, look at that S&P. That's beautiful. S&P. Okay, a weekly, making new highs. Man, what do you know? What do you know? Now, 3 weeks ago, a lot of people were sweating bullets. We're down 10%. 10%. So I want to say normal every few years you get at least a couple of 10% pullbacks, right? 5% is pretty average. 5%, 3 to 5% a year, a couple of times a year, definitely occurs often. So 10% started looking for the signs of buyers stepping up, and we go to our trusty number of stocks above the 20-day. That tells us exactly what we needed to know. Okay, number of stocks above the 20-day. 3 weeks ago, it hit the green zone. Start looking for buyers. Same thing with the stocks above the 50-day. We're at washout lows. When it gets down to this level, next time it does it, you guys will know exactly what to do. Right? Those of you who didn't act on this information, okay, scaling in, never putting 100% of your chips on it because it could have kept going lower, obviously, like we did over here. April of last year, we did a double dip. We came down sharply, bounced sharply, came right back down,
and then followed through. And that showed up in price action. Let me just zoom out a little bit so I can see April of last year. Okay, there you go. Okay. All right. All right. So number of stocks above the 20-day. So next time that happens, you'll know what to do. Start scaling in. We added 10% back to TRBCX. Obviously, it would have been nice to add more, but we're fine. We are fine. Google keeps going here. All right. So you should be pretty happy with what's happening, unless you're bearish, in which case you're probably not very happy. Let me say something about. I've said this before several times, but just keep it in mind that when we lose the 10 EMA, that's when you want to get bearish. Okay, that was the end of January, early February. So the next time we see that, especially after a really nice run up like we had from April of last year, once we started to stall, drop below the 10 EMA, that's the signal to start reducing your exposure. So next time it happens, you'll know what to do. Same thing with regard to putting positions back on. All right, so that's your sell signal. Lose the 10 EMA on the weekly. Your buy signal is when the number of stocks above the 20-day get to a washout low, and we start buying again. Okay, full cycle. That's really cool. All right. Let's see what junk bonds are doing. We've got an hour and 6 minutes to go. If you're doing your taxes after the close, good luck. If you've already done it, congrats for finishing up early. Okay. Let's see. ES futures. Come on, let's go. LETSGO. Yep, looks good. Stacy's mom has got it going on. Stacy's mom. Mm-hmm. Is that Rachel something? Stacy's mom. Stacy's mom. Fountains of Wayne. Rachel Hunter, right? Rachel Hunter. 2003. Wow, it's been that long. 2000. Oh, look at Google. Ripping here. Ay. TTM's triggering on Google. Netflix looks good. All right, we're back in the saddle. Buying the dips and selling the rips. Okay, so you can be in the back of your head, the next time we see the 10 EMA price action lose the 10 EMA and we dip below it, that's when you stop doing the whole buy the dip, sell the rip. The other thing about buy the dip, sell the rip, we know that positive gamma is what we're looking for. Purple, predominantly purple on the screen. Buy the dip, sell the rip. Okay, so earlier today, I think it was 70-25. I think it was 70-25 was the 99 percentile. Okay, looks good. S&P. What a freaking week, huh? I made the mistake of just looking at my P&L. I hate when I do that. I get distracted. It looks good, though. Definitely looks good. Blue Owl Capital, Oracle, everything is working. Man, I love it. Purple is good. Purple is good. Whenever you see purple on the screen, you know that you're going to see. The more important part is what happens when you see purple on the screen. Positive gamma, you know that dealers are going to buy dips and sell rips. So any pullbacks, like earlier, some of you were looking at a double top potential. We know that we had purple, we had positive gamma. So the likelihood of, obviously in hindsight, the likelihood that they would buy the dip, like I'm seeing with AMD right now, AMD is turning back up. Dealers aren't gonna buy the dip when we're a positive gamma. We're above the where is it? Let me go check it real quick. Here's the levels here. Gamma flip. It's not shown here. Oh, that's right. Brent was talking about gamma flip. You don't see one today. Large gamma call wall's at 7,000. We breached the call wall. What happens when we get above the call wall? They start covering. Okay. Okay. When you get above the call wall, you know what they're going to do. Dealers have to buy to hedge. 7,000. Yeah, 7,000. Do, 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 do. Stacy's mom. Scott. I can't get that song out of my head now. SPX.
SKYQ. XNDU. HIMS. RBMD.
Oh, it looks good. All right. So we're above the call wall, so we know that dealers are going to scramble. Mm-hmm.
HIMS.
Positive gamma, positive gamma. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, man, this looks so pretty. So pretty. Purple is my favorite color.
NB. HIMZ. NB.
Beautiful. Very beautiful. All right, so maybe take some profits off into strength. We don't need to be greedy. We got an hour to go. Thinking I'll make mango chicken quesadillas tonight. My son likes those. Crush up some mango. What are we doing? Okay, so let's go listen to what Wapner has to say, even though he aggravates me. Sure, he's a nice guy. Oh, Tom Lee's on. Okay, so he's been talking higher, bottom is in for a while. S&P. Okay, Microsoft's still going here. Wow.
Less than we thought. So I think there may be less of an inflation shock coming. So I think stocks can go back to that 7,300, which is our base case for this year in our three-phase market before we might see a larger drawdown.
Well, I hear you essentially saying that the U.S., in some respects, as a result of this war, is the best house in a now more uncertain neighborhood.
That's right. This is the seventh black swan now thrown on investors since 2020. And now we've seen that the U.S. can handle a Middle East catastrophe, one where the strait is closed and oil is not available. The U.S. economy is still operating while other countries are talking about shutdowns and factories closing.
You don't feel in any way, or you're not concerned that you may be complacent to the risks that are still out there because of the war?
There are tail risks. I think that the size of the tail.
Very well said. Very well said.
The downside risk.
Wapner setting it up.
And I do.
Tom Lee saying, yeah, there's always tail risk.
Pointing out that the shock could still hit the shore in the U.S. because of things like helium and other commodities.
Man, they've really shrugged off this war, though, in record time.
I'd also say that we can have a positive tail risk, which is if we can find a lasting ceasefire, then whatever shock hits the shores is so short in effect that it won't hurt our base case.
The NASDAQ is trying for its 11th straight.
A lot of people don't like Tom Lee. I think he's really excellent analyst. Okay, Netflix at the highs of the day. Google pulling back a little bit, taking a little profits off here, looking for another bounce. Microsoft at the high of the day.
Yeah, we do. I think that it's
Jeez.
useful for people to look at what has outperformed since the war started.
Walmart.
Number one has been Ethereum and
Walmart,
Bitcoin,
huh?
which are crypto, but they're highly correlated to tech. Of course, there's energy stocks, but then it's led by tech, and the Mag 7, and even the software. So I think that JP Morgan's correct. I think tech is growth when people are worried about growth, and of course, it's also been the most under-owned group because that's the group people were selling.
Well, part of the call is that you're going to get the best earnings growth from tech. There are more notes about that today. While at the same time, valuations have fallen. So these stocks in some people's eyes aren't as pricey as they used to be and look even more attractive because earnings growth estimates are solid, if not increasing.
I mean, that sounds right, Scott. These companies have true moats. They've grown earnings consistently faster than the S&P. I think they're going to be one of the winners around AI. And you're right, to buy them at a market multiple means that 5 years from now, I think people are going to be surprised that they could buy them so cheaply.
I mean, it's getting harder because the stocks have rallied back so hard. Like you see Meta and Broadcom, and I'll come back to you in a minute. Tom, they have a partnership today, and both of those stocks are performing well. Christina Partsinevelos, who follows it, of course, joins us now with more details. What do we know?
Yeah, they just actually extended their partnership, and the key here is scale. So this starts around 1 gigawatt of deployment, and it's expected to grow much larger over time. Just at a basic level, Broadcom is essentially helping Meta build its own AI chips as well as networking, so Meta doesn't have to rely as much on, let's say, NVIDIA. This isn't new, but the extension tells you Meta is doubling down on its in-house chip strategy. MTIA, for example, is very much alive. And this is part of a bigger trend, too. Broadcom now has multiple deals with big tech from OpenAI and Anthropic, all trying to build more of their own AI infrastructure. For NVIDIA, this is where competition starts to show up, especially in inference, where models are run and cost really matter most. NVIDIA, no doubt, still leads on training and high-end performance, but custom chips like these are starting to carve out a piece of the pie.
All right, appreciate that. Thank you. Come back to you in a little bit. Christina, thanks. Tom, the IGV is up 10% this week. Are you a buyer of software here? Are you a believer in this turnaround?
We are, Scott. Part of it is that I think, as we've seen when we've seen the other black swans hit the S&P, U.S. companies are dynamically, and they're going to adjust to the threat. And for software companies, that means they have to become AI forward. IGB, I think, fell so sharply, partly because it was a convenient way for funds and investors to express a negative view on SaaS. So I think buying IGB today is a contrarian buy, but you're buying it because I think people shorted this without really distinguishing the winners and losers.
I think the move as well in small caps needs to be discussed because you've been such a believer in that. You maybe got a little over your skis and your optimism within the last couple of years, but nonetheless, the Russell 2000 year-to-date's up 9%, Tom, and it's high on your list of things you want people to buy.
That's right, Scott. I know small caps, people may scratch their heads because it is dependent on monetary policy easing, but we should also keep in mind that small caps are really benefiting from the recovery in the U.S. PMIs, right? The ISM manufacturing is holding above 50 even with this war shock. And they're also benefiting from this wartime GDP stimulation. So I think you've got an earning story for small caps at a time, as you said, they've been under-owned, and the valuations on a relative basis have made them very cheap.
Tom, we'll talk to you again soon. Appreciate your time on this.
All right, what a nice day.
That's Tom Lee. More bank earnings.
AMD turning back up. AMD. So buying the dip on AMD is working out. AMD. AMD. Okay, AMD. So if you looked at this setup earlier, I was just telling you about AMD. If this continues, the 1 minute chart gave us a nice oversold indication. Okay, RSI making higher lows now, continuing this move. Let's see, when did I buy AMD? It wasn't too long ago, was it? AMD, I'm losing track of time here. That's what happens when you get old. I bought these at, survey says what time it was. 217. So 217. Okay, so we already started to move above the 10 EMA. I mean the 100 EMA. 217 right here starts to go. All right, so AMD is working. So you can keep moving your stops up. Nice. Okay, what's Intel doing? Intel turning back up. All right, so Intel, little dip intraday. Intel.
Just reached out to Live Nation, no word back yet, but this is seen as a blow to the nation's largest concert company. Now, a judge will determine penalties that the live events ticketing and promotion company could face. Now, that could include breaking up the company, monetary damages, or other remedies. This is going to be an important one to watch for such a large company in this live event space. Back over to you.
No doubt.
Okay, AMD looking really good here. AMD.
Vesco's Brian Levitt, BNY Wealth, Alicia Levine. It's good to have you both with us. Brian, you get the first shot at this record-setting market. You're not surprised, I would assume, based on the conversations we've had in the last week.
I'm not surprised. And, maybe the timing of it a little bit. I suspected
a little fast.
Yeah, a little fast. I suspected we might have needed a little bit more clarity with regards to a negotiated deal between the U.S. and Iran. But you and I were sitting in Miami
AMD.
Talking about it. I said, most of these conflicts a year later, the market does well so long as you're coming into it with good fundamental strength. It wasn't 1973 with 7% inflation. It wasn't 2022 with 7% inflation. It was an environment where leading indicators across the globe were resilient. And inflation expectations were contained in the U.S. So I'm not surprised. Admittedly, it happened a little bit earlier than I expected.
I mean, Alicia, I guess part of the moral of this story is, as an investor, if you wait for clarity in this market, you run the risk of getting run over by a bull.
Always. I mean, the market always bottoms before the headlines are done. And that's something that I think investors learned last year with tariffs, where people were saying, well, it's still 20% tariffs, well, it's still 60% tariffs.
Right. What if this and what if that?
And the market took off because the market is pricing in the left tail risk. And when you pull in that left tail risk, whatever it's going to be, it's not going to be as bad as it was the first day. And so you price in the worst case scenario almost immediately, and then you walk it back. And that's what we see. That doesn't mean there aren't risks. It just means that the headlines themselves are unlikely to derail a market which today earnings estimates are at 16% for 2026, 3% higher than they were 3 months ago at multiples that are lower. So the setup is pretty beautiful. And as you've been talking about with Tom and Brian, you know, the tech sector is now trading at market multiples the first time in about 6 years. So massive opportunity here.
Do you believe what one of the notes suggested today? So we're here, right? We hit this milestone, and for the what's next, it's going to be tech that has to lead you there.
It's going to be what's going to grow and what's still going to be a slower growth environment globally. So if you remember coming into the year, we were all bulled up on international markets. We were bulled up across market capitalization value. That was all about global expansion. That was all about lower rates in the U.S.
So that's changed now.
I think ultimately we'll get there. What we're grappling with right now,
Still going.
challenges in Asia. You're going to have a slower global growth environment. In that type of an environment, things like technology outperform.
Is that do you agree with that? That's kind of what Tom Lee was asserting as well. Best house, you know, now
Robinhood looks like it wants to go again. Robinhood.
Across oceans, and here we have what we think is a little.
NVIDIA turned the corner. So if you were looking for that NVIDIA setup that we posted a few minutes ago, posed a couple of minutes ago, NVIDIA. Let's see if I saved it or not. NVIDIA. NVIDIA. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I did save it. I just didn't save the markup part, huh? NVIDIA. Too bad. All right. So the 1 minute chart is what we're looking at. We're looking at for this dip to get by a lower low, a higher low on RSI. You see that? See the higher low on RSI? A bullish divergence. We made a lower low. Okay, so if you're day trading, this is a good way to get the best possible entry. Most of the time, it's not a guarantee, but the setup is pretty clear, right? When RSI gets oversold, you watch for an entry. If it's overbought, you're not looking to buy when it's overbought because this could turn over really quickly. Better entries are when RSI pulls back, price action pulls back. In this case, you made a lower low on price action, a higher low on RSI. Good setup. MACD turns up, volume picks up, and prices start to move higher. AMD, sort of similar, except that we got oversold on NVIDIA. AMD started to rally. MACD turned up, volume picked up. All right, nice little rally up here on AMD. Microsoft's still going. Okay, so the reason why I focused on the New York FANG so much today is because this is what we needed to get going so that we get the market to turn back up. Even though the markets are making a new all-time high today, we still need these other indicators to confirm. Junk bonds, okay, needs to get above the 200-day. Advanced decline percent. Advanced decline percent needs to turn back up. That's okay. We're above zero line. Let's look at the New York Stock Exchange. New York Stock Exchange. New highs, new lows. We should see this above the zero line. And we are. Okay. Advanced decline is rising. This is the New York Stock Exchange advanced decline. Advancing issues versus declining issues. Green and blue elder sticks. Just got a blue stick today. Looking for a follow through tomorrow. S&P making a new all-time high. 3 weeks up. Harm Holdings. Q's. Q's making new highs. Is that an all-time high? Q's. Q's. No, it's not.
Is it an all-time high? 635, 635, 635.95. Yeah, we made a new all-time high just now on Q's. Q's making a new all-time high.
No discretionary. I mean, if we think that we've seen the peak or close to it in oil and in gas prices, now that sector today is skewed obviously by Tesla, which is up 7%. What we showed you, because it's the second best after technology. Do you have enough questions about the durability of the consumer that you don't want to go there?
So not in the aggregate. I think this is a place where you have to pick and choose which part of the income scale you're selling into. But I think overall discretionary should do well. Again, we had staples over discretionary for 6 months coming into this, and I think you're just getting the reversion here, so that should work as well overall in the aggregate.
All right, we'll leave it there. We'll talk to both of you again soon. Alicia, thanks. Brian, thanks to you as well. We'll see you both back here at post 9. To Christina Partsinevelos now for a look at the biggest names moving into the close. What do you see?
I got to talk about this story. Shares of Allbirds skyrocketing over 700% as the company made the surprising decision to pivot from shoes that maybe Scott owns to AI. Allbirds said last month that it would sell its assets for $39 million. The new AI-focused company will be called New Bird AI. Note the tiny market cap. Allbirds was valued at $21 million at yesterday's close. I wonder which pair Scott has. American Eagle shares gaining roughly 7%, 7.5% as the retailer launched its second campaign with actress Sydney Sweeney. Her first ad with the brand in July faced intense social media criticism, but of course also boosted the stock over 70% since the launch. Stock pacing for its best days since December. Of course, have her back. And last but not least, shares of DoorDash and Instacart parent Maple Bear are both rising. Barclays out with a note calling DoorDash as the clear leader of autonomous food delivery technology. Shares of Maple Bear are gaining in sympathy, up over almost 4%. Scott?
None.
Oh yeah, you're like a Nike Dunks dude, right?
See you later. Okay. See you later. All right. That's Christina Partsinevelos. We're just getting started here. Coming up next, it's Trump versus Powell. Again, the details behind the president's latest.
Who cares?
Plus the Treasury
Seriously.
Secretary backtracking what he's saying now.
We got nothing to talk about. Nonsense. What does that have? Talking about Powell, what does that have to do with the markets? Absolutely zero. Not helpful. Not a actionable setup. What's the point? I don't get it. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Mm-hmm. They spend the financial media spends so much time talking about stuff. I guess filler. They got to fill in some of the time or whatever. Can't be all about stocks every day, right? I mean, I wish you could. I think you could start a channel that talks about just about stocks all day long and setups. I think that would be a really cool show. You know, if we could manage something like that. No politics. You know, politics, except for the occasional news alert, like the thing with Iran talking about letting ships through the Straits of Hormuz on the Oman side. I mean, I could see that kind of news. You just mentioned it. You know, news alert. Let's see what the markets are doing. A good example. This would be the way I would run a media company. Not that they give a hoot what I think. All right. So here's the S&P. All right, the Iran news came out. And when was that news? It was right there. Okay, I believe this was where it came out. The news, it spiked, pulled back, and then started to make new all-time highs. Okay. So yeah, you look at it, you get the news, Iran, blah, blah, blah. What's the markets doing? Okay, we can see the spike in volume. Okay, so I'd put a stop underneath this area. And see how far this can take us. I'd look at other stocks and other groups at the same time as we're talking about this. And, you know, each talking head could work through what the setup is, what you could trade, you know, whether you want to take call spreads. Then you could talk about, I don't know, you could talk about what is the option
What do the options look like? You want to take, say, some of these private credit names. I'm having a conversation with somebody now. So you want to take some of these private credit names. Where are they? They're on the left side of this chart. So you know that calls are going to be inexpensive and puts are going to be very expensive. So you could be selling put premium. All right. So you could talk about a potential actionable setup, kind of like the way Schwab does. Schwab does a lot of that. You talk about, but they also get off the track. Selling put spreads, what duration you would do and why, etc. I don't know. Just bugs me. Yeah, they're going to talk about Powell. Whatever.
It's good to have you. Good to discuss. What do you make of this latest double down, if you want to call it that? Well, I mean, I think he ignores it like he has in the past. This threat to fire the Fed chair if he remains on the board. He was asked this morning what the president was asked what he would do if Powell stayed here. The president said, "Quote, then I'll have to fire him, okay? If he's not leaving on time. I've held back firing him. I wanted to fire him, but I hate to be controversial." The Federal Reserve Act allows the president to fire a Fed official for cause when Powell's term ends his chair in May. He'll have 2 years left on his term as governor. Fed Court has yet to rule on the case of Fed Governor Lisa Cook, whom Trump fired amid unproven allegations of mortgage fraud. Separately, 2 officers from U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro's office showed up at the Fed's headquarters construction site. That is the source of the criminal probe against Fed Chair Powell, we think, amid, again, unproven, unsubstantiated allegations of fraud. The 2 deputies turned away. Outside counsel for the Fed reminded Pirro in a letter that a judge had refused Pirro's request for a subpoena, citing the lack of evidence. Pirro has until May 4th, Scott, to appeal the judge's ruling. I was thinking, and I want your opinion on this. I wonder in some respects, as you mentioned, the Lisa Cook ruling, which we're waiting for, which now is more relevant than ever. If that was
Nick, we know when to look. I talk about this often. When a whole group of stocks moves together, for example, let's take a look. Nick's asking me the question, when do we look at private credit or stocks like that and when we don't, all right? So when do we look? Okay, so we knew Blackstone was turning. We knew XLF. We knew XLF was turning. We knew the banks were turning, JP Morgan, etc. We knew that other stocks besides Blackstone were turning, KKR. We knew that the financials were turning, like American Express, MasterCard, Visa, Capital One Finance, right? They're all turning at the same time. So when you see a sector rotation, this is sector rotation, basically.
Suggested in its questioning is that, and actually said, the Fed is separate. The Fed is special. Unlike some of the other places where they've allowed these firings to go through, they stopped this one and didn't allow it to happen. So he's already found out perhaps what he wanted to know if he was calculating this. Maybe more importantly, too, is the doubling down, if you would, on the investigation itself, which I think you would agree, if anything, has only hardened the resolve of the Fed chair in and of itself. That he's stated publicly, I'm not going anywhere as long as the investigation is ongoing. And now the president says it's ongoing. Right. And it's important to underscore the reasons why Powell is staying, because if Powell were to leave amid these allegations, it would show that the president can force out a Fed member or a Fed chair based upon what essentially is pretextual allegations that are really built around the president's desire for lower interest rates. So Powell is staying as a matter of principle. I believe personally he wants to get out of there and wants to be out of the limelight and enjoy time with his grandkids. But I think he's staying as a matter of principle for the institution itself to show that he can't be forced out.
Yeah, you could write a script. You could also write a script there, Nick. What stocks have showed signs of institutional investors accumulating shares? What are the probabilities of the stocks reversing or following through in the weeks ahead? I mean, that would be a very quick script to write. Let me just go ahead and do that. I'm going to do that right here. Okay. So we could write a script. The script I'm going to call is like, what stocks
have shown signs of institutional. Okay, I see you. I see y'all. Cat wants my attention. Accumulation. Recently. Also check vol versus open interest, volume versus open interest.
So let's be clear. The president himself is creating this issue by essentially goading Pirro into continuing this investigation for which there's no evidence as far as we can tell. And Pirro may be doing performative justice in the sense that she's auditioning for the open AG spot. We don't know that, but it's entirely possible with this administration. What happens, and what would happen, and answers your question, is the Board of Governors would vote for Fed Chair Powell to remain as Fed Chair, and the FOMC.
Okay, so this is the query I'm gonna send to ChatGPT. What stocks have shown signs of institutional accumulation recently? Question mark. Also check vol OI. Okay, vol OI shows new volume compared to recent open interest. What are the probabilities? What probabilities do we have of following through higher, given the S&P accused making new all-time highs? Let's see what ChatGPT or Gemini comes back with. Okay, so this can give you an idea. This would indicate rotation. All right, current market conditions, April 15th, show historic surge in call options volume and broad institutional rotation into high growth dividend and AI infrastructure stocks as the S&P 500 nears its all-time high. Actually, it's above all-time highs now. Recent 13F data and analyst reports indicate heavy institutional appetite for quality growth. Applied Materials, Microsoft, that's what you see right there. Microsoft, MasterCard, and Wingstop. AI infrastructure, despite some profit taking in mega caps like Taiwan Semi, institutional holdings have increased in Broadcom. We saw that today. In the last few weeks, Broadcom has gone ballistic, straight up, basically. NVIDIA and Astera Labs. Frano mentioned A-Labs on Friday. I believe I put that on the watch list too, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, A-Lab is on the watch list. I noticed it as well. Sector rotation, a defensive shift is visible with institutional inflows moving towards consumer staples, Walmart, Procter & Gamble, healthcare, and Medtronic. That I'll take with a grain of salt, this here, okay? So, but everything else looks pretty good. Starbucks, unusual multi-leg trade activity in Starbucks. We'll go look at that. Palantir, high conviction short-term bullish positioning. And Palantir, April 27th, 127 call. The vol ratio, that's a huge vol ratio there. You see that? MEOH is 3,565. NVIDIA is 1,300. That's a huge change. Short dated activity. The 187.50 put. I don't know if they're selling it. What are they doing there? Okay, market's currently in a melt-up phase with the CBOE. Total put call ratio at 0.68, indicating high risk appetite. The lower that number, the more calls people are buying. Bull case, 65% probability. S&P has recovered all of its losses from recent geopolitical tensions. We know that. Analysts at JP Morgan see the 5% pullback as a completed healthy correction. 5%, it was 10%. With progress in U.S.-Iran peace talks serving as a primary catalyst for a breakout above 7,000. Bear case, 35% probability. Okay, I would go with these probabilities. They're pretty accurate. I would say that's about right. 65-35, maybe even 70-30. Breadth is currently rated positive, 6 out of 7, with over 80% of stocks advancing during recent rallies, suggesting the move to new highs is supported by more than just the Magnificent Seven. We want to see more of this too. Okay, so we can go back and knowing this information, let's look at Starbucks. Okay, Starbucks above the 50-day. This could follow through. Starbucks on the weekly looks good. Starbucks. Okay, Starbucks, big range. Okay, NVIDIA turned the corner. So NVIDIA, we saw that big number on NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA looking good. Oh, you know what? I didn't get back into NVIDIA. Let me get into NVIDIA. NVIDIA, I wanted to buy the dip. I didn't buy the dip, did I? No. Let me buy some NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA. Okay, I want to go out. NVIDIA. When is the earnings again? NVIDIA. NVIDIA earnings May 20th, so I'll go out to at least May 15th. No, I'll go out to June. I'll go out to June. Okay, so NVIDIA, we're at 198. So I'll go 200, 205 on NVIDIA. 200, 205. I'm going to go out to June. I could do May. I'm just going to do June. Give myself time. I'll adjust it. Approaching earnings. NVIDIA. Okay, come on, NVIDIA. Okay, I'm going to take 200. I'll take 200, 205. Buy vertical 200, 205. Okay.
Investment strategy today to what's being
200, 205. I'm buying 200, 205 for NVIDIA for spreads, 200, 205. Okay, we're starting to move here. It's probably going to make me move. Oh, no, I got 230. Okay.
And when we're talking about that kind of money, and we recently reported that Labor wasn't expecting profitability for
235
for another 5 to 10 years. So, regardless of the war, there were big questions, and now, given the volatility in
Okay, I'm in the 200, 205 call spread NVIDIA for June. NVIDIA.
Here in New York today, in fact, about the league's future. I'm told from a source familiar that was inaccurate, that specific idea. Most of the leadership is down in Mexico, where their event this week is.
Okay, and I filled at
Bottom line you take from all that is that
filled at 235. 235.
With all due respect to the highly competent leadership of Live Golf and the CEO here, if the Saudis pull the plug, it's it. That's it.
It feels to me with the amount of investment that it's going to take quite something to prove otherwise. The feeling that we've had is that they've always been in a race, especially since that.
Okay, NVIDIA turning here. NVIDIA turning back up. Okay, starting to rally. I bought right there. Okay, looking for more upside. Okay, there goes AMD. AMD ripping here.
Around the world is not a cheap effort, and keeping those names, it was one thing to
AMD
recruit the big names, but that's an ongoing cost to the tour. And as all sports that I cover at the elite end, you know that the top talent is costly, and that ultimately is what drives eyeballs and what attracts sponsors. And in fairness to Live, they have attracted some of the big corporate sponsors of late. It's just that when it comes to the cost base and the amount of support, the scale of the support from the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund in recent years, that's why ultimately, depending on what comes out of these discussions, the future of Live, you've got to question it as you have.
It's an important point you make, and I think worth having put out there. The economics have actually improved. Revenue's well ahead of last year. Sponsorships are up. Ticket sales are way up. 10 teams are profitable. 4 events are profitable. I understand the whole dynamic isn't profitable. However, things have improved. I guess I would ask you before we go,
I think we all remember that morning back in 2023 when my colleague David Faber broke the news on this network of this merger between Live Golf and the PGA Tour. Why has it been so difficult?
Robinhood also looking good.
To get to the finish line, do you think?
Well, that day I remember so well. I remember Yasser Al-Rumayyan.
Okay, looks good. All right, AMD scooting along, looking good here. AMD. Let me just see. AMD. I have the 260, 270 call spread.
Look, I think that one key lesson from all this is actually
AMD.
The Saudi sovereign wealth fund, very, very powerful, great investor to have on your side. But there is still power to the American billionaire, to the John Henrys of this world who invested in the PGA Tour, and therefore they didn't need to bring in the Saudi investment. So yeah, I guess the American investor is alive and well in that regard, and very much embedded and crucial to the business support.
Yeah. Good reporting, and I appreciate your time so very much, Sam. Thanks. We'll talk to you again soon.
Okay, NVIDIA turning very nicely here. NVIDIA. Okay. Buy the.
As the Nasdaq goes for 11 straight up days and heads for a new record closing high as well. Bells back after this.
Can I help you, miss? What do you need? What do you need, huh? You're really annoying sometimes. You need to eat that much? Here. Okay. All right. So AMD, nice reversal. Did I sell Intel too soon? Let me go see what Intel's doing. Intel. Nope. Actually, I sold Intel a good time. We dropped off a little bit, starting to turn back up. Okay. Intel inside day. Okay. All right, we've got 21 minutes to go. 21 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We're trading at all-time highs right now. News is getting more and more bullish, if you will. Iran conceding to more of the U.S. demands. Talking about a couple of hours ago about letting ships go through the strait on the Oman side. Netflix making a new high here. Here goes Netflix. Wow, everything is working here. Lovely, lovely. Israel and Lebanon ceasefire probably too. Yep. All clear. Risk on with eyes on the left tail risk. Okay, left tail risk, that just implies that there's always a possibility that we get a little too complacent. We want to make sure we have hedges. The only hedge I have left on right now is April 22nd VIX calls in case something crazy happens. Most of my positions are long, 99%, 95% are longs. I don't have any puts, S&P puts. Okay, so lock them in. Not Rick on. That should be risk on, not Rick on. Lock in some of those profits. A good idea. All right, S&P is starting to fade a bit from the highs. Let me see what I want to take any profits on. Apple. We rolled out Apple to June. Probably didn't need to do that, but I did it anyway. So Apple, AMD. We bought some AMD on the dip. Okay, looking for that to continue. AMD looks good. ARM Holdings coming off the low, right? ARM Holdings. Okay, it's still down 1.8% on the day. ARM Holdings. Let me see. ARM. Okay, little dip there. ARM Holdings, 60-minute. Let me just check the 60-minute trend. We're sitting on top of the 20 EMA. We want to stay above it. What's Boeing doing? Boeing. Okay, trending. Boeing's kind of been sneaky here. We haven't been paying attention to Boeing. Over the last couple of weeks, it's risen back above the 50 and the 200 day. Okay, BX is doing well.
It feels a little crazy when you say 11 days in a row. Anytime I see that kind of duration of rally, you always have to worry about a short-term pullback. But I do think it makes sense in the context
Oh, man.
think about what caused some of the turmoil over the last month. Things going on in Iran, energy prices. Those things really don't have that much of a bearing on the AI trade, in my opinion. Hyperscalers weren't going to change any of their plans based on energy prices, and consumers certainly haven't changed.
S&P still fading.
So I think it makes sense tech's kind of return to where it was before.
Okay, you got 17 minutes if you're going to take anything off. We're fading from the highs, so this is where you want to do it before it pulls back too much. I'm looking for a follow-through. Maybe we'll get a follow-through tomorrow. Left tail risk still exists, but I'm looking for these swings to continue working. Oracle hanging out near the highs of the session. Oracle. Signs of institutional buying. Oracle management doing everything it can to fix any of the issues that institutions had about buying Oracle stock, working with their debt, working with the bond issuance or lack of a bond issuance, having enough funding to make it through the next 3 years from what they were saying. So analysts like what they see, and we've been seeing accumulation since. Looking for a 50% retracement in the next 2 quarters, probably by the end of the year. Oracle, AMD, looks like Tesla's back up to the highs. ABCD pattern worked out for Tesla, Mondo, Tesla, ABCD, bullish worked for Mondo.
Uber's CTO just yesterday said that he spent his entire AI budget in Q1. Basically, he had to go back to the drawing board to figure out how can I spend more on AI. That's the moment I think we're in, Scott, where it's not about can these models do things. It's how much can we get them to do. And enterprises are spending real money on these models now. Justifies this build out, and I think the build out will continue to be very aggressive because we can't meet demand still.
But then, why then do you say that your models, your AI models at Intelligent Alpha are moving away from NVIDIA? Stock's up like 11 days in a row. If you're as bullish on AI, how are you moving away from NVIDIA now as the momentum seems to be back?
Yeah, at Intelligent Alpha, we do use the AI models to do our
Netflix still going, NVIDIA still going, AMD at the high, Tesla at the high. Oh, getting tired of saying at the high. Yeah, what are the metals like USAR doing? USAR, okay, back above the 200 days. So maybe over the next several weeks, we'll see USAR creep back up towards 25. CRML, taking their time. CoreWeave, that was active on Monday. Friday, Monday, Tuesday. CoreWeave continues. APLD, Applied Digital, also getting a little bid there. The material sector, XLB. Okay, what's Freeport doing? Freeport McMoran is flagging. Did I take Freeport off? I think I did, actually. Freeport. Yeah, I took Freeport off. I bought some Firefly on the dip. Yes, yesterday, Firefly. Big pullback yesterday. Bought the dip on Firefly. Looking for this to bounce. I bought the September 40-50 call spread. So I'm looking for a follow through in the next several weeks, not necessarily tomorrow or the next day. Bought the dip, though. If it dips a little bit more, we'll reconsider. Oh, I did have some. What?
Oh, I did have some Dow Industrials. I had some put flies. That's the only other hedge I had. That expires on Friday. I don't see I won't need those. I had industrials, the Dow Industrials. I had a put fly that was from last week. I thought that, there was a possibility we could roll back over. Okay, as we approach the 50-day, no, it was a 200-day. Right in here, I thought I could roll over. Didn't happen. So that hedge will go to zero. That's okay. That's what hedges are for. It's like insurance for your car. You don't want to have to use the car insurance. You don't want to run into somebody. Oh, I got car insurance. Great, huh? No. This is just a hedge that I had for industrials that looks like that'll go to zero. That's okay. And I have, like I said, I have the VIX April 22nd, 30 call. Actually, it's a spread, 30-40. Because this was a couple of weeks ago. I was thinking that this could spike. Rand could, something could happen. Instead, we get the pullback and the news is getting better. So VIX is faded. So that looks good. What else? Bonds, TLT. Let's see what bonds look like. All right, they're just hanging out. The 10-year yield, 10-year yield. Okay, so bonds are basically neutral. Bonds are neutral. Junk bonds, different category, really. Junk bonds are more a measure of risk appetite. So as these investors or traders, hedge funds, as they buy junk bonds, that's bullish for equities. That's risk on. We also want to see Bitcoin moving higher tomorrow. Okay, this is looking good. It's just grinding along. We got to get through 76,000. We hit 76.1 yesterday. So that looks good. So I have Coinbase, Strategy. Okay, Coinbase, MSTR, Strategy. I have MSTX, BITX. And what was the other thing I had? I had Coinbase. I said that. What else do I have? Oh, Mara. Okay, Mara. That's grinding higher. It's just trending. I was going to buy some Riot. Didn't do it. I was going to buy some Riot last week. Didn't do it. So Bitcoin's looking better. Okay, Bitcoin. So that would be risk on if we can get Bitcoin to move here. Okay, with a little bit more than 10 minutes to go. Bitcoin's looking better, making higher lows, higher highs. Looking for that 200-day to get tested. Got to stay above 76,000. Follow through. Looking good. I'll add to Coinbase at some point. Most likely, Coinbase is starting to go higher low, higher high. Looking for 213 to get taken out. I have the CONL shares, just to be clear. CONL shares. So average is around eight or so. So I'm back to green on these. We also want to see biotechs. We want to see biotechs higher. Biotechs are a risky asset class. Therefore, when you see people buying IBB and XBI, that's telling you that we could see a follow through, risk on. And of course, the ultimate is small caps. Small caps are very risky. So we got all of these junk bonds, IWM, IWM, and biotechs, IWM, and Bitcoin all moving higher. So that's risk on. Junk bonds as well. So we're looking good. So I actually have a chart that has this all set up here. Okay, bonds.
In a memo to employees, CEO Evan Spiegel said the cuts are necessary to boost efficiency and will save the company $500 million in the second half of this year. Scott.
All right, Christina, thank you. Christina Partsinevelos. Coming up next, we're heading for the record books. The S&P and the NASDAQ are now tracking to close at new all-time closing highs. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, so here's my signals. Everything is rising. Okay. Advanced decline also moving higher. Bitcoin moving higher. IWM moving higher. Biotech's moving higher. Junk bonds moving higher. All of this looks really good. Okay, so risk on. And of course, it goes without saying, you would expect to see purple on the screen, which is telling you that you should see dip buyers come in. The dealers will buy dips and sell rips. Whenever this screen is purple, when it's all red, you know what happens. That was the preceding 9 weeks, not this past 3 weeks. Preceding from late January, early February, this whole screen was red all the time. So we knew that we would accelerate to the downside on any selling. Dealers would be selling futures. Now's the opposite. Okay, here's the call wall. I don't see there's a gamma flip here. Okay, call wall. We're above the call wall. Beautiful. Very nice day. Okay. Very nice day. Hope everybody's having a good one. Tesla seeing a little profit taking, Mondo. If you're interested, profit taking there. AMD's at the high of the day. NVIDIA's turned back up. Netflix is okay. Microsoft, Apple looks good. Amazon starting to surge right now. Amazon might do something in the next few minutes. Looks like it's going to start moving. Amazon. Okay, coming out of a squeeze. That's a 2-minute chart. The daily looks good. Doji, so it's at highs. Okay, so we know that we're at highs. Potential rejection zone right here. Okay, so let's put a line. Let's put a horizontal there, actually. Horizontal. Swing high. Okay, there's your swing high for Amazon. Okay, so we're up here at the swing high on Amazon. Need to see a follow through. Okay, from over here. From over here. It's a little bit higher, actually. Okay, so we're coming out of a squeeze. Volume's coming in. You see Amazon, end of day. Oh, Microsoft, a little profit taking. There goes NVIDIA, a little bit higher. Microsoft, a little profit taking. I did take some off earlier, Microsoft, that I bought yesterday. Let's see what those calls look like. 425. Okay, I got June 425, 430 calls. Microsoft looking for more. Okay, tomorrow, maybe Microsoft can follow through. A very, very huge day for Microsoft. There goes Amazon breaking out. Amazon breaking out. Amazon just spiked. Okay, there we go. Amazon spiking here. Coming out of a squeeze. Look at the volume. Amazon.
We're now in this closing bell market zone. Mike Santoli and Larry Adam from Raymond James here to break down these crucial moments of the trading day. Plus, Mackenzie Segalos is watching this big rise in Robinhood for the second day in a row. Michael, you first on this
Netflix. End of day. There goes Netflix. Okay, everything's starting to go. Broadcom. Boom. Okay, looking good. Everything's starting to pop right now. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but could be just pumped it up so they can get out of some of this. Broadcom, big pop on Broadcom. Netflix. It's been a good day, folks. Hope you're cashing in some of your chips, collecting some cash for tomorrow if you needed to. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Historical day. Back to all-time highs, like okay, let me listen to Santoli. I like this guy. This guy's good.
But I do note that the Dow is still 4% off its high, and you have work to do to figure out if the rest of the market thinks
Dow's only 30 stocks, so respect Mr. Santoli, though.
Is not that far away now from an intraday high. It looks like it's going to get a closing high today. That's where the action is. It's up another 1.5% today.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I don't know why this keeps reverting to this S&P indices. S&P.
CBOE, CBOE.
And it just feels like that's the orientation that people have. They remember the stuff that's going to run, and so there's a big sort of speculative kind of burn off of.
This doesn't look like the futures. The futures are higher, moving higher right now. Futures, what's going on here? Okay, that looks more like. All right, that looks more like the futures right now.
Surging 10% today, adding 25% today after the Securities and Exchange Commission scrapped its $25,000.
Wow, what a day. What a day.
Now, under the new framework, investors of any account size can trade as frequently as they want, as long as they can cover the risk on each trade. And that is significant for Robinhood specifically, because its average account balance is much smaller than the traditional brokerages. Fundstrat calling it unequivocally bullish for Hood in particular. The company also pushing deeper into private markets with its ventures fund, ticker RVI, that gives retail exposure to late-stage private companies like Databricks and Revolut. Meanwhile, Bernstein reaffirmed an outperformance.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Russell take some puts for overnight. Russell, you doing anything overnight? Oh, yeah. All right, glad everybody's happy. Taiwan Semi. I haven't had the best opportunity. Okay, there goes AMD. AMD breaking out. AMD breaking out.
Target 72.50. But I do think what's happened here is that we've got a little reset here. For all the hype that we've been talking about technology, keep in mind that it's only up 2% year to date. So I still think this market's going to be led a lot higher with technology really participating as we go forward.
But if I say you've got to be surprised at the magnitude and the speed of this move, that would be accurate, right?
Absolutely. I mean, in 11 days ago, we were sitting here at the depths of
Rip it good, rip it good.
That's like in the 99th percentile for 11-day rally. So I think the speed is
wow. Wow. This is beautiful. Bollinger Bands opening up. Your implied volatility is picking up on a lot of these stocks. So you're not only getting the price movement, but you're getting implied volatility, intrinsic value as well, depending on what you're buying. I've been buying June options mostly. Beautiful.
You've seen it in real-time activity metrics, so that's been a positive. And then so far, earnings season has been impressive. Another really solid quarter from an earnings profile.
Yeah, which is why I guess you would like tech here, because they're going to lead in earnings and talking about valuations they've compressed to some even more attractively now to get in.
No, absolutely. I mean, when you're talking about earnings growth for this year of 40%, with basically a market multiple, you're getting double the earnings growth with the same market multiple. So I think that's a good risk-reward setup. And one thing I would tell investors is that it's not unusual for tech to underperform early in the year. In fact, it's happened in 3 of the last 5 years. But by the end of the year, it's been the leader by far. So we're looking for a pretty nice year-end rally here between now and the end of the year for tech.
We'll leave it right there because that's a perfect segue. We'll talk to you soon, Larry. Thank you. Ending it there because now we have.
And that's a wrap. Okay, I got a hard stop again today. I got to meet a client about a project. Have a great evening, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. If you're looking at earnings after, but I got to run. Have a good one. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.